Matter of fact, let me do this. No, macro 82. Toggle continues. Now we're gonna make a new. Actually, let me do this. Keyboard macro 82. Toggle continuously on and off. And then this will configure macros and 78, no, 79, 77, yep, 77. So duplicate 77. Oh. Probably turn this off real quick. Macro. You go back here. Actually no. Delete. Yes, delete. 77.1. So start the macro with this. Okay. Stop that. And then at the very end, wait, no, so right here, okay, cool. Done. So then, keyboard. It would do if we toggle continuously. Mouse. You will have it where it does this. Cool. And then now we do this. Okay, that did not work. Lol. Just nearly fucked up fucked up a lot of shit, huh? So, what did I do wrong there? Macro 77. Did it not start with that? Oh, I'm retarded. I guess what I'll have to do is just each one. I guess I'll just do this. Why? Why not? I'm already playing on 4 accounts. Why not? Oh wait, hold on. I think I know what to do. Right here. Hold on. 77. So, for this first one, three. 3 seconds. Okay, cool. And then 600, we're gonna change to 900. Okay, cool. Wait, no. Do I still have that as the other thing? I do. Okay, so mouse. Toggle continuously. Cool, so. Like I said, who knows? I'm doing it on the account I have least amount of shit on. I'm gonna just use that top left account as like my shit posting, or my shit account. As like a thing to be like, alright, let's just see if this works. Alright, so absolute position. So oh wait, hold on. No. Absolute position. Oh, no. God damn it. Two, three. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Alright. Bye bye. Delete. Alright, cool. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, there. Let me do this real quick. I need to keyboard. Keyboard. Macro 1. Okay, cool. So now 83. Start from the top. 2, 1. Good. Keyboard macro 82. toggle continuously. So how did I mess up? What did I do this time? I don't know. Well, I guess. Wait, hold on. Valkyrie egg, you can fly. Wow, it's only 1 billion. That just. Oh, well, I got 40. Wait, hold on. Let me. Did I fuck up? No. So then. Time to. Index merch. I don't fucking care. No merch, I don't fucking care. Why is it telling me about shit restart? I don't care. Advancement. Treasures friends from me along the way. I beat you with a hammer. Presence of something of you. I'm about to get some head up here. Getting this more stairs. Yeah, that's a good brain, dude. Got my retarded ass. Hey, this shit's been out since the game first came out. gotten it. 2 of them are devs. I don't know, that's kind of insane to me. Be right back though. I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to go use the restroom. Fuck was I though? Cool. Time to see how long this takes. Gravity called, it wants you to come back down. So my thing is, how long... How long will it keep shit talking you? Have nothing else better to do? Nah. Uh... So there's 3. Oh yeah. Actually, I could just do this. 99. Pick. Good. Actually, no. 0. Ball items. Pick. Do 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 do. And how many milliseconds? Hey Siri, how many milliseconds are in a second? 1,000. 9. Siri, what's 900 times 1,000? 10 seconds. 70 seconds. There we go. Got it set up now. Yay. Perfect. What the fuck was his name? Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Wait. I'm dumb. Fuck, I'm stupid. I don't know why I did all that when I should have just went to the fucking... Was it the very first obby? Whatever the fuck it is. need to get confirmation on what the fucking pet thing is for the golden whatever. My genuine question is like, what is it? What I'm just trying to think is like, I don't know, just like, it says, like, odds. Yeah, odds. Huge angel dog. So, like I said, I personally don't think it's like, wait, hold on. Let me check some. Fuck these people. Cool. That'll absolutely work then. Wait, no, I didn't. Whoops. I need to get, oh yeah, I need to put these away real quick. Like, where the fuck did I get those? Bill, need to get these two alts. Matter of fact, Meal, yeah. Two, three, four. Wait, hold on. Time to put these away. I probably need to add them to, my other shit, though. Like, especially these lower level ones. I don't know. I guess I could do this. See if it's, gonna give anything or not. Oh, wait. No. That account's who I need to fucking trade with. What the fuck? Is this. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, for sure. Take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cham YT. Five, 6, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. Nice. Forgot I had what? My thing is, I would absolutely, you know, be down to, I'd be down to let this fucker go overnight. Just my thing is, like, Like I said, even as well, I'm willing to AFK this night too. Just I would have to figure out how to do it. If that makes sense. Like doing it overnight, I'd probably have to do a different technique. Or not a different technique, I'd have to do it at an angle or something. Just because of the fact, I don't know. Oh, wait, what is it? Damn it. Need to find this shit. Where is it? Do 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 do. You're back. Need to go shit. I'm back. Wait, there's a 100x ticket thing on the whatever? Fuck, I just saw that. Uh, use this buck right there. What the fuck? Oh shit, wait, hold on. How do I have that many tickets? Fuck. 20% chance, and then... Also, let me do this. I need to... I want to do this real quick. I'm gonna go here. Fortune Alt. Classic obby. Yeah, just a classic. That not work? That's so fucking dumb. Oh wait, hold on. That might have worked. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying not to... I meant to not move the camera sensitivity or the camera angle at all. Whoops. Did the one thing I wasn't supposed to do. Absolutely tragic. Let me... Wait, why didn't I do this first? Alright, keybinds, SFX, no, trading, petfx, notifications, no, action menu, no, next area, no. Alright, cool. Is there anything at the top? I hope not. I don't want anything. I don't want to waste my time. Ugh. Do. Ugh. Can we hurry this shit up already? God damn. Talking about with me getting this golden youth, by the way. Also, I don't even know if I have people here. Anybody wondering why I'm doing this? Because I have 4 accounts, by the way. That's literally the biggest reason. If I knew how to make an RDP work, shit, I would have 2 accounts going at the same time for this. Like I said, this is my next project, because usually, like, everything regarding the game and such, as like in the sense of like all this. What? Why did my character just jump? What the fuck? Boom. Give me a huge. Okay, never mind. Oh wait, hold on. I just realized I should probably turn that other thing off or whatever. Do not. Uh. Da. Where the fuck? Fuck am I thinking of? Uh, Let me find a video for us to watch. Um, let me try to find a video. Oh wait, no, not this. Media theories. The rise and fall of Notch. What other videos does Ricard have? Real James Corden, a late night lament. Let's see what British.
And now we're just going to go into the fossil.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time, and TV show hosts. We've gone through a few.
If you're watching because you love me, thank you. If you're watching because you don't love me, welcome.
From the allegations that ended Ellen's illustrious TV career to Lily Singh's unfortunately fruitless foray into the world of late night. How the internet's inhabitants cross-pollinate to other platforms is a curious conundrum. Given many modern-day talk shows' reliance on social media for greater proliferation, they regularly experience the advantages and disadvantages of being able to answer immediately to an audience who can be known to turn on a dime. But it's a risk that many are willing to take, especially with the world as it is today.
How much of Jimmy Kimmel's beard is eyebrow pencil?
With video sharing and streaming platforms taking up a significantly larger market share than they used to, content running on syndicated and cable have needed to adapt to the evolving landscape, or risk being left behind. At the same time, virality can often be fleeting, and as we saw last year with the cancellation of Dr. Phil's self-titled TV show, at one point the basis of some of those viral content on YouTube, the internet moves fast and the internet moves on. Late night shows still pull sizable ratings, but studios and networks are always going to be concerned with the trend, and in the past few years, late night shows have seen more endings than beginnings, particularly on the later night slots, which were often used to test the potential of future content. It sent a message that the confidence in this format was waning. How come? Over the past few decades, ratings on many late-night shows have remained solid thanks to their ability to tap into relevant issues and use the host's charisma to build a closer one-to-one relationship with the audience. The losses over TV have often been filled with the YouTube success, whose monetization is maximized due to the lucrative deals with the video sharing platform. But in the past few years, the path of many of these shows appeared to be honest somewhat diverged from the tastes of the youngest target demographic, Gen Z. And for us, it wasn't hard to see why.
It reminded me of me a little bit because I wear striped shirts. I've worn these heart sunglasses because my daughters, just as a joke, they have them, and as a joke, I put them on. So I've done this. And I love yacht rock and...
Many of these shows appear to be honest, somewhat diverged from the tastes of the youngest target demographic, Gen Z. And for us, it wasn't hard to see why.
It reminded me of me a little bit because I wear striped shirts. I've worn these heart sunglasses because my daughters...
Oh, I fucking. Oh.
Just as a joke, they have them, and
God, I love NFTs. They're just so awesome.
as a joke, I put them on. So I've done this. And I love yacht rock and being breezy. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of... And I like the blue. Dude, look at us.
In the past few years, there's been a different kind of virality on the internet, one where a concept generates a significant degree of fame, but one more akin to infamy. And even if a trend is well documented, even popular to a degree, it may be treated with contempt by those who engage with it the most. It seems that the writers and producers of these shows didn't really grasp this, and their approach to the interests of Gen Z has been one that often appeared to alienate viewers more than it did entice them. In essence, late night was becoming out of touch, and its slate of rather inoffensive yet insipid hosts was doing little to appease these concerns. But was there a place for that style? One man would argue so.
I'm here in London to interview Meatloaf, and I think this is where he's staying. Excuse me, is this where Meatloaf's staying?
Yes, he is, sir.
Thanks very much. See you in a minute.
This is James Corden. For British people, and maybe some in the blast radius as well, James Corden has long existed as a public figure before his move across the pond. Born in 1978, Jim Bob over here began an ascent through media relatively early on in life. After appearing in musicals, adverts, and TV in the late 90s, a supporting role in the comedy series Fat Friends provided his media career with significant momentum. The success of this series was then followed up by the even more popular TV show Gavin and Stacey, which saw Corden not just as a prominent character, but also as a writer and producer alongside Ruth Jones. The sitcom garnered critical and audience acclaim at the time and has since become a national treasure to many, cementing Corden's status as a household name. But was this always a compliment?
Ruth Jones can't be here tonight, and she's very, very sorry, and she really would love to. Sorry?
Although there was little doubt that he was a highly decorated actor and writer with far more accolades than most by the time he turned 30, public reception to him as a person could be described as lukewarm to say the least. Long before gossip forums were all the rage, you could still find a thread of people just taking solace in how much they despised him. Part of that annoyance was likely inertia at his omnipresence, with countless projects and shows continuing to feature him. But there was also another aspect of him that people just found intolerable, with many not trusting what they felt was a rather forced, outgoing, happy-go-lucky persona. An interviewer writing for The Guardian acknowledged that when his name is brought up, many provide the opinion that he is, quote, and I mean quote, arrogant and loud, his humor laddish and dated, that he has an unappealing, thespian air of entitlement, also, most essentially, he's attention-seeking. Not exactly glowing praise. And although interviews often did present a more human portrait, that's not what many people saw as the public figure. Therefore, it may have surprised some when in 2014, rumors began to circulate that he was being tipped for one of the coveted late-night TV slots on American airwaves. As mentioned, late-night TV almost entirely runs on the charisma of its host, and their presentation as a down-to-earth anchor who can provide relevant commentary on issues that interest viewers. Up to this point, that was one thing that James Corden barely ever did. Other than the panel show A League of Their Own, all his recognition within the United Kingdom came from his performative ventures. Yet in spite of this record and his divisive public persona, he decided to take the plunge, an attempt to flourish where many had floundered. What were the results?
So we all had our, clapping faces ready, and the strangest thing.
Well, at a cursory glance, James Corden's late-night career was a resounding success. Lasting for 9 seasons and airing over 1,000 episodes, he rubbed shoulders with a variety of celebrity guests and staged recurring segments that garnered a viral reputation online. With the retirement of the show in 2023 to spend more time with his family, Corden can likely look back at his late-night pursuit with some degree of fondness. He's allowed to. Nevertheless, behind the facade of a life well lived was also a death that few grieved. With the network deciding against replenishing the show after his departure, was it simply that none could follow in his footsteps, or were the shoes that he left behind just too worn? So anodes, cathodes, and all other electrolytes, I suggest we take a closer look at James Corden's American dream and the late-night lament it represents. If you're ready, then we'll proceed forth. I hope you'll enjoy. To understand the thesis of my video today, we're going to go right back to the start.
Welcome to the Late Late Show, everybody.
No, not just of James Corden, I mean of late-night talk shows as a whole.
Good evening, play lovers. Tonight's drama comes to you through the courtesy of Lipman Throat Syrup, the only syrup that contains 90% fish paste. Listen to a satisfied customer. Ugh.
It may not necessarily surprise you that late-night talk shows originated from radio, particularly given the degree that they often rely on tropes that wouldn't be out of place on other airwaves. Talk shows as a whole had been a dominant genre on radio for much of the contraption's own lifespan, with a plethora of celebrity hosts making their name on the transistor.
Let's take a look at the man who designed it, the world's leading officer, Mr. Frank Lloyd Wright. He's right. Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Tennessee Williams, the famous playwright. Now, Mr. Right, let's look at this theater. I'd like you to discuss it and explain to us what is new and what it can do that other theaters couldn't do.
In the late 40s and early 50s, there were a sprinkling of chat shows taking up the late-night slots over the US. It's interesting to note the first person credited on many online sources with hosting a talk show in the late-night medium was actress Faye Emerson on her self-titled show from 1949. Now, of course, this existed under different circumstances, but it's still amusing and somewhat concerning to think that women had a greater late-night presence in 1950 than they do today. Her background in acting, but also journalism and politics created a good combination for a talk show host, even interviewing Stalin in 1946. Quite a significant background on the cusp of the Cold War era. All I'll say is, how many modern late-night hosts can say they interviewed Putin? It was Steve Allen, though, who in 1954 established many of the conventions that are associated with late night as we know it. This took the previous blueprints and combined it with audience participation, interviews, sketches, and musical acts. The other difference was that unlike previous attempts to fill the late-night transmission, this one was a massive hit and set the ball rolling for what would be decades of enjoyed success for an arrangement that was to become as quintessentially American as a bald eagle tucking into a delicious apple pie. Though apple pie technically comes from England, and bald eagles are carnivores. But I digress.
Here's Johnny.
Probably the most successful manifestation of this framework, though, was NBC's Johnny Carson Show, which ran for a whopping 30 years from 62 to 92 and produced over 6,500 episodes. At the peak of its popularity, the Johnny Carson Show was the most profitable broadcast on television, producing a turnover of what would be the modern equivalent in surplus of $200 million. Carson himself was a steady anchor, a sharp-witted comedian, but also a cutthroat interviewer who would not waste time meandering around subjects with celebrities if they didn't interest him. His success and his influence indirectly inspired the launch of many other shows from around this time, including Saturday Night Live in 1975, so you have him to thank or curse for that. There was one subject that Johnny Carson often actively opted to avoid, though, and that was the hot potato of politics. In spite of reported encouragement from his personnel and his occasional featuring of political figures and sketches, he would typically choose to steer clear of discussing his personal political inclinations, out of fear that it would alienate echelons of his audience.
And we've had some criticism on the show. Some critics over the years says, well, the show has no great sociological value. It's not controversial. It's not deep. The Tonight Show basically is to amuse people.
Back then, the avoidance of politics seemed an essential ingredient to the recipe for the late-night success that Carson saw, but this would soon be flipped on its head with the introduction of other dominant figures in this landscape.
Our first guest is an old friend of ours who is going to become the new host of The Tonight Show May 22nd of 1992. And here he is, Jay Leno. Jay!
Following the retirement of Carson came Letterman and Leno, both of whom wanted Carson's slot after he stood down, with the latter being chosen. In response, Letterman moved from NBC to CBS and launched his own late show, which caused another decade-long ratings war between the two hosts. Letterman was more partial to integrating politics and discussion of such subjects, but it was still more of a side piece for a majority of its existence. This began to change, however, in the late 90s with the appointment of comedian Jon Stewart to host Comedy Central's late-night Daily Show. At the time, The Daily Show was centered around comedy and social issues. Stewart took the format and made it overtly political, allowing comedy to provide more commentary on the state of the world.
Silencing a comedian doesn't qualify you to be president of Egypt. Just president of NBC. I mean, woo! I gotta tell you something.
Talk about a once proud empire.
Stewart starred in The Daily Show.
Hang. Hold on. Back it up. I was messaging else. So I need to rewind back actually. Sorry. Also, Dell, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, there's no really good reason why, it's just I want to. So, literally it. Like I said, after a while, like I have to get one, right?
To understand the thesis of my video today, we're going to go right back to the start.
Welcome to the Late Late Show, everybody.
No, not just of James Corden, I mean of late night talk shows as a whole.
Good evening, play lovers. Tonight's drama comes to you through the courtesy of Lipman's Throat Syrup, the only syrup that contains 90% fish paste. Listen to a satisfied customer.
It may not necessarily surprise you that late night talk
Deleter. You're underestimating it. The last person who got one was 4 months ago, and he traded it for 6 Titanics. I think you're underestimating how much this is going to be worth if I get it. Like, I could easily see somebody wanting to trade a rainbow shiny Titanic. Maybe not that much, but I could easily see somebody wanting to trade a rainbow Titanic for it. Easily. Because you gotta realize, it's not even a matter of fact. It's not a matter of the fact it's rare, but it's one that YouTubers don't have. And YouTubers have a shit ton of Titanics. So if you add that to the equation, I mean, come on now. No, I'd put it way higher. Because like I said, first you gotta realize there's only 3 in the game. There's 3 that are indexed right now. So that means they have been gotten by people. There's only 3 of them. And then you gotta go into the fact, like, yeah, Titanics. Oh yeah, I guess. But you gotta realize, like, the second thing is, for Titanics, usually, you just pay money, IRL money, that's whatever. This, you have to spend time doing the most useless thing in the game. Because, like, right now, my character is not making money. It's not getting anything. It's literally just walking. But like I said, since I got 4 accounts, I might as well try to get one on this account. Or get it in general, because if I were to get one, let's just say I did get one, it's over. Literally, I'll be able to max out every account. Shit. If I get one, I probably could sell it for $1,000 or so IRL. I could guarantee it. Hold on. I need to do this real quick. Razor Synapse, end task. I think I had like another instance of it open or whatever, so I need to close it. End task. My thing is, what I'm probably going to have to do is, I'm going to probably have to create another one for whenever I go to sleep. Because I know how it looks like whenever, like, I've seen it, obviously, because somebody recorded a video. Like, somebody got one and cheated, right? They just went to the very top until they got it. So my thing is, what it is, or how it is, I should say, specifically, is like right here on the map, right here. It'll show up right here. It'll be a thing of like a walking path. And with my macro I have set up on my whatever, it's not, because from what I've seen, I think it still keeps going up even afterwards. Like, it's just there's an exit off point to where you can get the pet, and then it keeps going up. So I would have to angle it to where, like, I would run into the wall or something, you know? To make sure that if I do get it, it would actually push me into the thing and actually let me get it. You know what I mean? Do I not? Okay, dude. Macro really not going? Okay. And like I said, this also now gives me a thing to, like, think fun. I'm sorry. I think this is going to be fun doing it. Like I said, it adds something for me to do in the game besides just stare and watch my shit continually fucking go the whole time, right? Because see, now I can watch videos and I can also keep a lookout. You know? I don't know how to describe, but yeah.
Talk shows originated from radio, particularly given the degree that they often rely on tropes that wouldn't be out of place on other airwaves. Talk shows as a whole had been a dominant genre on radio for much of the contraption's own lifespan, with a plethora of celebrity hosts making their name on the transistor.
Let's take a look at the man who designed it, the world's leading officer, Mr. Frank Lloyd Wright. He's right. Mr. Williams, this is Mr. Tennessee Williams, the famous playwright. Now, Mr. Wright, let's look at this theater. I'd like you to discuss it and explain to us what is new and what it can do that other theaters couldn't do.
In the late 40s and early 50s, there were a sprinkling of chat shows taking up the late-night slots over the US. It's interesting to note the first person credited on many online sources with hosting a talk show in the late-night medium was actress Faye Emerson on her self-titled show from 1949. Now, of course, this existed under different circumstances, but it's still amusing and somewhat concerning to think that women had a greater late-night presence in 1950 than they do today. Her background in acting, but also journalism and politics created a good combination for a talk show host, even interviewing Stalin in 1946. Quite a significant background on the cusp of the Cold War era. All I'll say is, how many modern late-night hosts can say they interviewed Putin? It was Steve Allen, though, who, in 1954, established many of the conventions that are associated with late night as we know it. This took the previous blueprints and combined it with audience participation, interviews, sketches, and musical acts. The other difference was that unlike previous attempts to fill the late-night transmission, this one was a massive hit and set the ball rolling for what would be decades of enjoyed success for an arrangement that was to become as quintessentially American as a bald eagle tucking into a delicious apple pie. Though apple pie technically comes from England, and bald eagles are carnivores. But I digress.
Here's Johnny.
Oh, is that actually where that phrase came from?
Probably the most...
But yeah, like I said, if I were to actually get this huge, because it's also a thing that, like, people without multiple accounts, people that only use one account, they aren't going to do it for that long. I've seen people talk about doing it for, like, 80 hours and then stopping, because a lot of other people want to do other shit, right? Meanwhile, like I said, I got 4 accounts, and the one I'm actually going on it for is the account that it only has 2 game passes. So, like I said, I'm glad to know it's real. That was my biggest thing, is I needed confirmation it was real, and it wasn't like, because I was reading like posts from early when Pet Sim started. They're like, it's fake, or it's like a fake thing. Also, another reason I have a little bit of hope is I've realized as well, I believe the chance happens every time you go up one set of stairs. Like, that's a chance right there. 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 I don't think it's like, what was it? People said 50 flights of fucking stairs. I just think each set of stairs you go up, it's like, what is it? The very, very top of the map loads another stair, and then, yeah, I think it's just something like that, to be honest.
The most successful manifestation of this framework, though, was NBC's Johnny Carson show, which ran for a whopping 30 years from 62 to 92 and produced over 6,500 episodes. At the peak of its popularity, the Johnny Carson show was the most profitable broadcast on television, producing a turnover of what would be the modern equivalent in surplus of 200 million. Carson himself was a steady anchor, a sharp-witted comedian, but also a cutthroat interviewer who would not waste time meandering around subjects with celebrities if they didn't interest him. His success and his influence indirectly inspired the launch of many other shows from around this time, including Saturday Night Live in 1975. So you have him to thank or curse for that. There was one subject that Johnny Carson often actively opted to avoid, though, and that was the hot potato of politics. In spite of reported encouragement from his personnel and his occasional featuring of political figures and sketches, he would typically choose to steer clear of discussing his personal political inclinations, out of fear that it would alienate echelons of his audience.
And we've had some criticism on the show. Some critics over the years says, well, the show has no great sociological value. It's not controversial. It's not deep. The Tonight Show basically is
I've tried really long before. But like I said, it was like, I don't know. Hold on. I mean, I've tried for a while. All I know is it like, first off, what made me sad is they patched any way you could get a hoverboard in here. Which I wouldn't have used one anyway, because randomly when you use a hoverboard, it would just like make you accelerate too fast and jump off the map, which I guess they did on purpose. Yeah, like I said, I usually run this shit. Like, I haven't been the past week, but I'm probably gonna start again. But like, I've been running the shit like 24/7, like my PC and such, essentially. So I could absolutely see that, you know, whatever. Also, my biggest thing as well is that, what is it? I don't think it's a certain amount of, like, I don't think it's like how long you've done it for, because if they did that, it would be impossible to get because of the fact that server resets happen all the time. I think if somebody randomly got lucky, went in, and got fucking, what is it? Went in and got 50, like, went up 50 sets of stairs and got it on the 50th one, I feel like they would also, like, give it to them. Or, like, yeah, like, I feel like it's not a matter of how long you did it, it's just luck. And the literal luck is you gotta walk up a set of stairs, and each set of stairs is like, it's obviously a 1 in a million chance, right? But, and every 2 seconds, it said you can, I'm gonna basically give all my good shit to my main, so I don't have to go on this account anytime from like trading any of my shit or that type of stuff. Just go ahead and give my main account everything. Then I can put this shit away or whatever. Yeah, there's nothing really else I need to give myself. I'll probably just put all these in a fucking, or I'll put it in the box I got or whatever. Later, get the fuck out my world. Earlier, get the fuck out the server. Earlier, get the fuck out the server. Earlier, get the fuck out the server. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 19. I'll leave in a bit. No, bitch, you will leave now. Because I will waste my money. Talking about I'll leave in a bit. Bitch, you are leaving now. Hold on. Need to restart all my servers anyway, or all my accounts anyway. Uh, Wait, this experience is limit. Can I not just join all this? Oh, I can. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me do this. Wait, no.
To amuse people.
Back then, the avoidance of politics seemed an essential ingredient to the recipe for the late-night success that Carson saw, but this would soon be flipped on its head with the introduction of other dominant figures in this landscape.
Our first guest is an old friend of ours who is going to become the new host of The Tonight Show May 22nd of 1992. And here he is, Jay Leno. Jay!
Big ass chat.
Following the retirement of Carson came Letterman and Leno, both of whom wanted Carson's slot after he stood down, with the latter being chosen. In response, Letterman moved from NBC to CBS and launched his own late show,
Letterman,
which caused an over decade-long ratings war between the two hosts. Letterman was more partial to integrating politics and discussion of such subjects. It was still more of a side piece for a majority of its existence. This began to change, however, in the late 90s with the appointment of comedian Jon Stewart to host Comedy Central's late-night Daily Show. At the time, The Daily Show was centered around comedy and social issues. Stewart took the format and made it overtly political, allowing comedy to provide more commentary on the state of the world.
Silencing a comedian doesn't qualify you to be president of Egypt. Just president of NBC. I mean, woo! I gotta tell you something.
Talk about a once proud empire.
Stewart's style in The Daily Show's sharp writing proved to be a large rating success, even squaring off with Stewart in the ratings battle with Letterman and Leno, while also playing a significant part in launching the careers of other overtly political TV hosts such as Stephen Colbert and John Oliver, both now prominent figures in their own rights. The late-night pivot towards politics persisted over the 2000s, with the appointment of hosts who were more than comfortable to take on potentially divisive issues. And by the time 2010 came around, politics was seen as a more necessary aspect to nearly every late-night show's content. Nevertheless, it wasn't everything. Hosts still needed to possess characteristics that networks found demographically appealing, with the early 2010s in particular seeing a large turnover of personnel, the old guard departing to make way for younger, more digitally marketable individuals such as Colbert, Oliver, and Kimmel. Nevertheless, there was one more veteran who decided to step down at this time, that being the Scottish Late Late Show host, Craig Ferguson.
What the hell is going on? I don't know. It's some mysterious stranger that all the ladies are cock-a-hoop about.
Is that right? They're cock-a-hoop?
Yeah. You ever tried that?
Yeah, many times. Sure, yeah. Yeah, boy, we're off to a good start here, folks.
It's a real rib tickler tonight, isn't it?
You know
Is a rib tickler a sex thing?
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
Although not likely remembered by so many outside his genre today, Craig Ferguson was by many accounts a unique host on the late-night circuit, taking the formula and leaning into more absurdist ideas. He had a gay robot mascot, a pantomime horse, and a variety of gags and gimmicks he would integrate into his show. He had the capacity to be political, even winning a Peabody Award in 2009 for his coverage on apartheid in South Africa, but often opted for comedy, sketches, and interactions with celebrities and audience members that seemed to promote camaraderie between himself and those around him. In essence, he seemed like a very personal fellow who you'd want to have a pint with. Following his announcement to step down in 2014, there are a slew of people who were tipped to be suitable successors, from Neil Patrick Harris to Norm Macdonald, though I think that was just a joke. However, all was building up to an August 5th announcement from CBS executives that would flip expectations upside down once more. James Corden? On the surface, it was pretty hard to see how someone like James Corden was a suitable successor to the likes of Craig Ferguson, whereas Ferguson's style was built on said toad's natural likability. One of the public's greatest reservations about Corden in general was his lack of intrinsic charm and contrivance as a media personality. There was little doubt that he was a talented creative, but was he really someone you wanted to sit down with or watch on the TV? Citizens of Britain would probably say no. But this wasn't Britain. This was America, land of the free and home of the brave, where Corden didn't possess the celebrity status that he did in Blighty, and that may have been part of the appeal to him.
I've been thinking about ending it all, to be honest. Suicide.
What?
Big time. How many Nurofen would I need to finish me off?
You? You'd need hundreds.
I can't afford that, can I? Not if I'm going to have an holiday this year.
Truth was that James Corden did garner fame at a relatively young age, and he'd always spoken in interviews about how he was aware that such status had the tendency to go to his head, and his susceptibility to partake in unhealthy habits or behaviors. If he attempted to become a late-night host in the UK, with people's preconceived notions of him, it may have struggled to take off. But with the US, a population of people still relatively ignorant to his reputation, he had the potential to start with a much cleaner slate, and the life lessons that he had learned by the time he was in his mid-30s. So this seemed like the right sort of move for Corden. But this doesn't really explain why he was the first choice of the network when his name wasn't even on the radar of many American viewers. Well, maybe the idea of change is what spurred studios on.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Kimmel.
And I'm Jimmy Fallon. And some people think I'm Jimmy Kimmel.
And some people think I'm Jimmy Fallon.
It was no secret that by this point, late night had become a bit of an old boys club, where main promotions only really came from inside. This wasn't exactly a surprise because studios would obviously feel more secure promoting people who had some experience under their belt. And featuring prospective hosts on already established late night shows provided them with the capacity to assess their suitability as a future host. At the same time, it also made the pool of candidates and the framework that they had to work off much more restricted. If you only retest someone in a specific format, you can never truly grasp the potential another candidate may have outside of that. James Corden was that other candidate, established in his own scene but new to this one, with style unknown but potential possibly untapped. It was also likely considered that the criticisms that many British people may have against him may also be what makes him endearing elsewhere. The loud persona that many in the UK found garish and tasteless may be just what appeals to those in a country that is inherently much more ostentatious. Ferguson was a great host for his time, but his ratings, like many TV hosts, had fallen over the years. With no frontrunners for the show and an industry experiencing a bit of a crisis of inspiration, it was perfect time for a gamble. Nevertheless, as Lily Singh showed, simply choosing someone different isn't enough. You have to do something different as well to really capture the imagination of prospective viewers. And with the launch set for 2015, they didn't really have too much time to come up with something revolutionary. So they didn't. Well, not really. Well, as the launch approached, it was reported that James Corden would be undertaking a style somewhat new to late night in the US, but not over here.
Now you, Grant, when you talk about your co-stars, you're quite open about talking about your co-stars. I don't remember, you gave an interview to Elle magazine, and they asked you about your various leading ladies. Do you remember some of the things you said about them?
This is Graham Norton, once again a rather prominent figure in the UK, but with a limited exposure outside the British Isles. He hosts the Graham Norton Show every Friday night, and has been doing so for 31 seasons since the late 2000s. His style features a more informal interpretation of late night, with guests joining him on a couch to talk about a variety of affairs, play a game or two, and just share some banter. The significance of this style is that it allows for more back and forth between celebrities and their hosts. Whereas many US shows bring out the guests in sequential fashion and have an at least somewhat organized conversation, the direction that Norton's shows can go in is sometimes as planned to him as it is to his viewers. So in February of 2015, when James Corden sat down for an interview with Time magazine and flatly admitted that he didn't really have any plans for the show, that was all right. Additionally, he revealed that there would be a more theatrical element. This also made sense as, unlike many of his contemporaries, James Corden was much more a performer than a stand-up comedian or rigorous interviewer. One thing that was never in doubt was Corden's versatility, and reading these interviews, a compelling case was being built for his tenure as the host of The Late Late Show. This was genuinely going to be a breath of fresh air.
Hello, I'm James Corden. This is the offices of The Late Late Show, and this is our YouTube channel. Please like and subscribe. There's no way that's a real laugh. Please like and subscribe, and I promise you'll be rewarded.
Just over a month before the show premiered, James Corden posted a simple 20-second video to a YouTube channel named for the show. It was humble in its nature, did not feature any previews, just a man sitting in a writer's room. It successfully exuded an air of modesty while also establishing another motive for his selection, and perhaps even the direction of the show: digital content. Craig Ferguson had never been a viral figure on YouTube, nor did he have the online draw of many of his contemporaries. In an era where younger generations were increasingly on social media, the motive to convert some of those netizens into consumers of late night was becoming more necessary than ever.
Yeah.
With this simple video, The Late Late Show made a statement that they were joining the race for those potential new viewers. At the same time, there were still concerns as to the performance of a show that hadn't really been tested on the current generation of viewers. If you saw two guests on the stage on a US talk show, you were normally expecting some sort of conflict to ensue. There were reports that producers weren't entirely confident how audiences and even celebrities would take to the impromptu style when many of them are used to a much more rehearsed format. Did viewers really care about the notion of a colloquial approach to the talk show, or was the organization what made it appealing in the first place? Were certain celebrities ready to share the sofa and the limelight with the comrades in an era of media narcissism? Well, there was only one way to find out.
Welcome to The Late Late Show, everybody.
By putting the damn show on air. After a few more previews, James Corden made his late-night debut on March the 23rd, 2015.
Hello, everyone. I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh, look, Andy Richter's got his own show.
Early content demonstrated that what The Late Late Show was trying to do wasn't too out of the ordinary. It still demonstrated the trademarks of many other competitors. There was an opening monologue, interviews, and comedy sketches. However, Corden didn't hesitate to put his showmanship on display, whether that meant performing a sketch or a musical number. These were all reasonably tried and tested measures of a late show, though, that most producers could direct to a reasonable competency. What about that which was planned to set Corden apart? How would that be handled?
How? No, are you married? Did you get married? Have you got married?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, come on. No one's maybe got married. You've either got married or you haven't got married. Have you got married?
Maybe.
Well, that's a yes as far as I'm concerned. Did you get married? What do you mean? Let me look at your hand. Boy. Oh, you got married. They got married, everybody. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The new interview format appeared to work rather well, with the guests of Mila Kunis and Tom Hanks both sharing a warm chemistry with Corden. Commenters seemed to note how much more naturally the conversation flowed under the milieu of an open set. The topics move rather seamlessly from one subject to the next, and never provide the impression that there is a set agenda for their appearance, even when they're there on promotional business. For many viewers, it was nice to feel they weren't just being sold something. But what about James himself? How did he adapt to this style?
I really couldn't be more honoured
I don't
to
give
be
a
stood
fuck about
here
that, Chester.
talking to you now. And believe me, however shocked you are that I am doing this job, you will never be as shocked as I am.
James was aware of how many people were shocked as to his appointment as the host of The Late Late Show, and takes note of this in his opening monologue, admitting his surprise as well, but also expressing a deep gratitude and reverence for those
I
who
like the
helped him
chest
into
raid
this
from
role,
the
and
last
his predecessor,
fucking
Craig
event,
Ferguson.
but I don't
Another
care
sketch
about
harps
the
on
new
this
one now.
too. James Corden's journey to The Late Late Show, which features a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory spoof, and a training montage featuring a variety of other famous names, including aforementioned industry stalwart Jay Leno. The sketch also seems to take shots at the manufactured nature of many late-night hosts, and James himself, who is presented as the fish out of water in the industry.
So, who are we gonna pick?
We'll do it the way we've always done it.
You've been chosen to host the Late Late Show. Please report to the School of Training.
A few months back, we spoke about Lily Singh and her plans to tear up the late-night circuit as we know, but was partly undone by the mishandling of producers and writers who didn't understand how to approach her landmark tenure, either being too heavy-handed or just insulting. James Corden was not particularly revolutionary on the surface. He wasn't the first, really, in any category outside of the first late-night host from High Wycombe, but he successfully presented himself as the underdog, while also not being afraid to have a laugh about it himself. The interview format allowed him to have a more relaxed camaraderie with his guests, and one that made him seem more down-to-earth as well. If there was one thing that Corden wanted to carry on from the Craig Ferguson era, it was that ability to make the audience feel that they were on the same level as him and his guests. The people's late-night host, per se. In this instance, James Corden's relative obscurity within the American market played to his advantages, as a flashy reputation didn't necessarily precede him. When you saw him involving his family, it felt sincere, as opposed to some hosts where that sort of decision may come across as contrived. The stardom of those around him allowed him to take a more passive role in content. Even though this was his self-titled show, you got the feeling that he was more than happy to be a passenger to the numerous celebrity guests and cameos that would often have the audience whooping.
Here's the thing, Will is a guy you want on your team because Will is willing to do the dirty work. He's the guy that'll secretly tell you in your ear, like, hey, I got 6 files. I'm not afraid to use them. He's that guy, right?
I'm this guy.
That's it right there, the pick master. Yeah.
Pass it to me, no.
No, pick,
I'll set a screen. I set a lot of screens.
This was completely different to the perceived attention-hungry James Corden that many elsewhere were used to, and although he still employed many of his histrionic talents, he was also not afraid to step back and give the space for other stars to shine. The contrast between the image he established in the UK and what he was presenting in the US was quite striking, but audience appeared to be buying it. However, the volume of viewers would always be the top of the priority list for CBS executives, and all the positive response from crowds and critics alike would mean very little if it didn't convert into actual numbers. So, what did the numbers actually say? Well, that this venture was at least a modest success, returning ratings of 1.66 million viewers in total. Now, on one hand, some would be quite pleased with this, given this was the highest ratings the show had seen in over 3 years with Craig Ferguson as host. At the same time, you'd expect the numbers to be higher for a show premiere, particularly one that received the level of hype that James Corden's did. Ferguson had been hosting since 2005, meaning that the majority of his tenure still secured higher ratings than James Corden's first show, and after Corden's premiere, ratings tended to settle at a similar number as his predecessor. This might yield one to wonder whether there was some sweaty palms in the boardroom, but Corden had one statistic that was all in his favor. the YouTube views. As noted earlier, as popular as Craig Ferguson's show may have been with certain audiences, he was never able to achieve numbers on YouTube, with only 25,000 subscribers on his channel by the end of his incumbency. This was partially because the most successful content on YouTube at that time, comedy sketches, weren't really a standalone part of his show. In 8 days though, James Corden had already surpassed 100,000 followers on the channel, with his sketch alongside Tom Hanks exceeding 10 million views. For a late night show, these were exceptional numbers from the off that seemed to reflect the pitch perfection of Corden's casting and format. Although it was still early days and such a program could not be defined overnight, James Corden appeared to have successfully rebranded himself as a host for the digital era, and brought life to a genre that had played it quite safe for the last decade, with a show that tonally stood out from many competitors that seemed much more orchestrated. For the moment, James Corden was the flavor of the month. But would that translate into long-term success
Flavor
that
of
he
the month?
and his producers
Freaky
were looking
ass.
for? Well, that wasn't just dependent on the success of the YouTube channel, but a greater plan that extended beyond cute sketches with celebrities. Let's talk about it then. In the first few months, although James Corden's network ratings weren't exactly anything to write home about, his YouTube statistics were, as he passed various milestones at breakneck pace, released a flurry of content that went viral on the video sharing platform, the most notable one being a series called Carpool Karaoke, which often featured him sitting down with a well-known singer and performing a few of their hits over background music, though they sometimes mixed up with a person who's not necessarily known for their renditions to different outcomes.
Hey there. I hear you're here for a 145 tour and have a little time on my hands, so you wanna go for a spin?
Now, YouTube success is obviously desirable for many TV networks and hosts alike, but if YouTube was all that mattered, then there wouldn't be such a thing as late night anymore. The truth was that James Corden's slot wasn't the most popular for younger audiences. Like many late night hosts from around that time, the median age of viewers was between 50 and 60, and although that wasn't inherently bad, they had to match the fall off of older viewers with the uptake of younger ones. With a more youthful demographic, YouTube was a platform that possessed the potential to enable that. It would be wonderful if a few of those viewers moved over to their TV sets. I spoke earlier about how I think inertia played a role in James Corden's public perception throughout the UK, how it probably made people more predisposed to view him negatively, the fact that he did take up a lot of gigs. Although his style was more well suited to the US, I think overexposure is a human problem, and if you see too much...
Yeah, probably took too many gigs because there ain't good people in fucking Britain. Like, there's barely anybody good. And all the good people, they just come to America. Like, come on now.
Much of one person unless you really love them, then you're probably going to grow sick of seeing their face and hearing their voice. Corden liked to keep himself busy, even filming a league of their own while hosting the Late Late Show, but he didn't stop there.
I blacked out a little bit. Have I ruined it? I've ruined it, haven't I? I've ruined the Tonys.
While stateside, he began to look towards other work elsewhere, as he was touted for a variety of roles during his late-night tenure. Once again, not a bad thing on the surface, and his roles hosting the Grammy and Tony Awards both seemed to go pretty smoothly, but his performative choices outside of these raised a few eyebrows.
You even smell like a polar bear. Me? I smell like macaroni and sweet vermouth. Now, go and get that part!
Many of these appeared to be for animated films. These included Trolls, Northern North, that awful interpretation of Peter Rabbit, and the Emoji Movie. It's really hard to talk about the motive behind his appearance in these films. Maybe his agents hated him too. But for someone with such a thespian background...
What are you talking about? Why? His agents loved him. Do you know how much fucking money he probably got doing this stupid ass gig? Doing that retarded ass fucking... Like, all that? Like, do you know how fucking free it is to do voice acting work as a celebrity? Like, dog, literally all you do is just go in a room and talk. You don't gotta be in front of the camera. You don't gotta do... You just gotta do your regular acting behind a closed door. You don't have to get up or anything. You just get to sit down. Like, fucking obviously there's more than just that, but I mean, at the on surface level, it's literally just an actor who uses their voice anyway and doing acting. Then fucking... Like, it's such free cash, because you know why? These movies make billions of dollars. Like, Norm of the North. I have never heard of that movie, okay? Norm of the North, box office. I mean, it's not that bad. $7 to $18 million it cost to make, and it made 30. I thought it was gonna be a lot more, but like, let's just say the Trolls movie. Trolls box office. Yeah, the first Trolls movie made $347 million fucking dollars. Like, kids movies and like animated cartoons, that's such free money. Because not only the fact that you could, like, kids are gonna watch it, because first off, kids gonna watch it, so you automatically get to add a fucking adult ticket to that, because I don't think kids are just going to the movie theaters by themselves. Like I say, you can go ahead and add an adult ticket to that. But then second as well, it's also like, kids want toys. And guess what? These movies are going to make a shit ton of merchandise. I would sell my soul. I would make, like, I would do, like, if I were a celebrity, I would do that. And I would come out after the movie came out and be like, y'all know why I did that. Like, let's be fucking for real, gang. Y'all know why I did that movie. It was hella money. That's why. There's tons of people that do that type of shit. Like, what is it? That big black guy. I can't remember his name. I bet I'm gonna look it up and it's gonna be. Listen to this. Hey Siri. Who's that very big black actor that died? Michael Clark Duncan. Literally. Michael Clark Duncan. Michael Clark Duncan was an actor. Like, he was that very big and tall black actor. But one of his roles he did was fucking Planet of the Apes. And he was on Steve Harvey's morning show, and Steve Harvey is like, how fucking dare you? Like, why the fuck is your big black ass going up there being a fucking monkey? And he was like, well, I made $7 to $10 million off of it. Steve Harvey's like, well shit, let me get a suit. Like, there's, like, you always hear about these celebrity, like, these high, big actors doing these, like, weird one-off movies that weren't successful. Who cares if they were successful? They got paid. That's the biggest thing. Obviously, a lot of, like, actors, I would assume, want to have, like, their best work ever. At the end of the day, I don't think they truly care because it's a paycheck. Like, literally, at the end of the day, it's literally a fucking job. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, you wouldn't know him.
They didn't exactly enshrine his status in the US amongst the...
So, like, of course I would do a kids show. There's a reason, like, also, Cardi B, like, the rapper Cardi B and Offset, you know what show they've starred in? Baby Shark. They both did voice acting on Baby Shark. And you might think, what the fuck does a rapper like Offset got to do with Baby Shark. Dog, the money. That's all it is. Sometimes you gotta you gotta tuck your pride and get the bag. I'm sorry. That's why I'll never hate on somebody doing like an acting gig or shit like that. Even biggest example too, Gucci Mane. I love Gucci Mane. And whenever he did that, whenever that song "Everyday Bro" came out with Jake Paul, and that motherfucker did a verse, gave Jake Paul a verse on the remix, most people be like, "Wow, Gucci, really? Are you that dumb?" And then it turns out that Jake Paul had to pay $250,000. A Gucci Mane verse is not worth that much. I would say Gucci Mane verse is probably 100,000. But to get Gucci Mane on a song, like, come on now.
The greats. A majority of people don't necessarily judge an actor by their filmography. Ultimately, it's a matter of perspective. And at least the Emoji Movie put Corden and his old rival Sir Patrick Stewart back on the same team for once. And look at him talking about it. He seems real enthusiastic about the release of this masterpiece.
I wanted to be part of the Emoji Movie because once I really read the story, I sort of thought it sounded quite a charming.
Dog, if I could, I would want my personality to basically just be, like, if I was a celebrity, I would just make my personality, I want to do the movie because I wanted money. Anything else, retards? Like, even the Emoji Movie, you know that movie made so much goddamn money. Because not even just the fact of, like, the kids movie and it being called the Emoji Movie, but the fact, I want to see a video, after this I want to see if there's a video on it, on all the advertising that the Emoji Movie did, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not advertising, but how much advertising is in the Emoji Movie in general? Shit. Like, put my answer in the director's cut, the 18+ version. Why do the Emoji Movie? Why the fuck you think? Money. You think it's because, oh, my favorite emoji is the fucking hand with the band-aid on it. No, bitch, for the bag. And if I couldn't say that, I would just look at them and be like, you know why.
Tail.
Like, nobody is like, it's the same thing. Basically, it could all be summed up the same thing. Because, like, going to a job interview, it's like, and why do you want to work for Burger King? I just have so much love and passion for crafting burger. Bitch, I need money. Like, that's it.
Of these things that you use in your life all the time, the notion that they might have a personality or something at stake or something to lose or real friendships just felt very fun to me.
Maybe the point was that he wasn't trying to take himself too seriously as a host. And when you've got hundreds of episodes of your talk show to record, you don't want to be taking roles that are excessively intense.
The only reason I know when the Emoji Movie came out is because that movie came out on my birthday. And people were all talking about it. Everybody's like, guys, July 28th. Guys, July 28th. I'm like, I don't even want my birthday this year.
Intensive and demanding. At the same time, for someone who was trying to market themselves to a younger audience, these appearances kind of felt like a rather ham-fisted attempt to do so, if they even were. Some of these films were relentlessly mocked on YouTube as targeting stereotypes of young people rather than the actual
exactly like
themselves,
this guy.
with 2 of these already acquiring infamous meme status, which is almost an impressive ratio for James, though not a flattering one. Further to this, back on the stage, there were a few cracks starting to appear in the persona that he had constructed previously for his audiences.
Name 2 of the cameramen in this room.
That is a great question. It's a different crew tonight, actually.
On the one hand, it would be hard to really give him too much flack for these moments, given that it is one hell of a schedule, and many did not. After all, he had to drink a fish smoothie because of it. However, one can't help but wonder whether his predecessor would have been taking a swig from the cocktail glass. If Corden was really as down-to-earth as he'd like to purport to be, how could he not name 2 cameramen on his set? Likely people...
See, 28? Yeah. Good thing 28's close to 30, which is like the second highest amount of time I can time you out for. I know damn well you aren't calling me 28 years old.
He'd been working with for a fair amount of time by early 2016. His audience reviews weren't exactly laudatory either, with many stating that although they enjoyed the show, they found his off-air behavior rather unappealing. There are a few select reviews that characterized him as somewhat unpleasant, though most just found the audience experience rather distant from the actual show. None of this is standalone proof of anything unbecoming of the man, and none of it really resulted in any great controversy, but I think it represented a conflict in the image that James Corden wanted to build on air and his own public image as an
One more, you stankin' bitch.
individual, which was becoming increasingly intertwined with off-air judgments. As had occurred in the UK, where his exposure increased, online posts and articles began to circulate once more that maybe were a little critical of his demeanor and skeptical of his nature. James Corden entered the US late night as a somewhat unknown figure. As I noted, it played to his advantage.
Shit, you don't even know your birthday because you don't have a US birth certificate. Stupid ass.
He often allowed his guests to shine and gave him a fresh start to re-establish his image as the amicable presenter who could bring audiences up to his and his celebrity visitors' level. However, when you host such a high-profile show, you can't remain unknown for that long. And as time passed, James Corden's understated...
Also, another thing, Deleter, that I've come to realize too about doing this, like going for it, going for this golden huge. If I do get it, my YouTube definitely gonna pop off. Like, why would I want to sleep with you if you only giving me 26? You're a lame, small dick ass bitch. That's what you is. Talking about some 26. That it?
His profile began to...
I'm saying if I do get a golden, if I do get the pet, like, probably immediately I could get into that fucking, You have the worst ideas. I am not, you will never be cooking with me, ever. The minute I become popular as a YouTuber, I'm kicking you out. You will never be a part of my team. You ain't even gonna be like Floyd Mayweather's team, just that one, like, random dude number 15 in the back with the money team hat on. You ain't even gonna be a part of that.
evolve a little more into that of your standard Hollywood star. This wasn't an inherently bad thing, but he still had to retain what grounded him as a late-night host, that modest likability. The brutal truth was that many people
Hell, look at this. He's just dumb as hell. Stupid ass.
just didn't want to hear that much from James Corden himself. His opening takes were structurally sound, but they didn't have the appeal of his original monologues. His singing was good, but there was a reason why he was carpooling with many other more famous vocalists. His acting was strong, but he'd still often perform sketches with celebrity cameos. James Corden was a jack of all trades, and that was a talent in itself that lent itself to a lot of good content, but even with the name attached to a show, he was still a secondary.
What I say? Posting the newest video update on Angle Pet. What the fuck does that mean, Deleter? The newest update on the Angle Pet. And I know you meant Angel, but what does that mean either? The newest video update on the Angel Pet. What update? Just I got it?
Character. You'd think that was why they chose him.
Just kidding. The presidential election happened last night, and the good news is it's over now, and everyone agrees with the outcome.
How would he navigate the evolving landscape and the potential challenges that came with it? Now, distaste for James Corden was nothing new, and it had never stifled him in the past. The truth was that most people who consumed his content over the TV would never know.
Is there a way to turn off, like, the item market thing restocked? Or is there not a way to turn that shit off? I don't care about shit restocking. The reason I don't want to see it either is just that, like, whenever I get text from the game, it's the same font. I'd rather not every time see the newest fucking, like, shit restocking. I don't care. I don't have the purchase thing to automatically purchase shit.
Much about the murmurings that occurred online, nor would they care.
See what I
With the
mean?
internet
I don't
becoming
care.
instrumental in James Corden's viral success, that buffer between Corden, his fans, and his detractors was gradually narrowing. And if he wasn't at least somewhat conscious to that, then he could very easily stray into territory that affected his success on a platform which was one of its main sources. He wasn't just a late-night TV host.
Are you being dead ass like you can? Time to restart this fucking thing again then. Also, I know I don't have to restart my game. I could just exit out, but I don't want to do that. Deleter? I'm about to beat the shit out of you. What the fuck do you mean, turn off? Where? Turn it off where, Deleter? Go into the master and turn it off. Where's it off? Where's it in the master deleter? Widgets. General. Widgets. About. Chat. Deleter. I need a break from you. That's all I can say. I need you to not talk to me.
anymore, James Corden was a YouTuber. Yet in spite of the viral success on social media, by the end of 2015, Corden had only managed to slightly enhance the under 50 patronage on the network ratings. Though, to be fair to him, statistics would tell you that it was a challenging year for a lot of hosts. The simple fact was that most people were turning off their late night in favor of other ways to spend their time. And there was an exception to this rule. Yes, you see, while James Corden was trying to win over the millennials with some goofball humor, something else was brewing, something that could have stood to overturn everything that Corden was constructing.
And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight.
As you know, I spoke about politics earlier and its increasing prominence within the late-night sphere. Well, in 2015, a little-known businessman as Donald Trump sent shockwaves around the political world when he announced that he was running for president. Taking over from David Letterman in September 2015, and with a somewhat political background himself, TV host Stephen Colbert was the first to really harness this news effectively, providing running commentary and even interviewing the then Republican prospective candidate, immediately electrifying his network ratings, including those of the under-50s. He also provided narratives on various other political affairs and controversies, drawing in viewers with his often frank and biting narrative style, taking a significant chunk out of other political programs like The Daily Show. This was particularly viable given that Jon Stewart had relinquished his political monopoly the year prior, and although his successor Trevor Noah was no rookie by any means, he simply couldn't immediately recuperate Stewart's years of background that established him, or compete with the backing of someone like Colbert, who had worked with Stewart as well, and even had Stewart feature in an opening monologue. Nevertheless, the message was clear. Politics was anyone's game now. Seeing this, networks and producers alike likely flocked to have each of their hosts emulate the style in their own way. Now, Corden wasn't quite poised to do what Colbert was doing, nor did he want to. He didn't want to distract from the MO of his show. The truth was that viral YouTube content was still important. With that said, the success of the likes of Trump and Colbert did mark the beginning of something a bit more influential for the internet as a whole, a cultural movement. Up to this point, the most prominent internet figures have been entertainers. Many of the launched YouTubers themselves were comedians and gamers, people whose content was not inherently heavy duty. This provided fertile grounds for late-night hosts who specialized in that genre, people like James Corden. And when he took the helm, there was no reason to focus greatly on politics, because that was mostly left to people who were actually taking their jobs seriously. However, as the lines between entertainment and politics became increasingly blurred, people on social media became increasingly involved in the discourse around these affairs. And not too long after, communities devoted to providing commentary on a variety of issues began to spring up all over the internet. Would James refrain from wading in too deep? Well,
an article today revealed that during a national security meeting last summer, Donald Trump said that he wanted to increase the number of America's nuclear weapons by tenfold. Tenfold. Trump would have gone higher than tenfold, but he ran out of fingers to count on.
I don't need to recap exactly what happened with Donald Trump's 2016 presidential run, nor what occurred over the years subsequent to his election, because I don't think there are many people watching this video who don't know what happened. Ultimately, his usage of social media platforms and comedians' usage of him as a punchline appeared to help him more than it hurt him. What is more interesting was this involvement and how it began to evolve the internet's attitude to celebrities as a whole, late-night hosts included.
That sex scandal, I realized, wait a minute.
You want to get through, just to say sex scandal, Dave, you want to get through your whole life and not have the word sex scandal attached to your name.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You didn't make it.
Did not make it, and have no one to blame but myself.
Yeah.
Late-night hosts were some of the most squeaky clean people when it came to reputation, particularly in an industry that was often...
Jimmy Kimmel apologized for killing everyone in China skit?
Swamped in debauchery. Some of the most famous hosts were quite public about their improper behavior and the ramifications of them. Yet in spite of this, few of them ever had their careers too marked by it. As a matter of fact, some networks probably quite liked it, as it often served as a ratings booster. After all, the main role these people play is that of the entertainer. Nonetheless, now people were not just looking for comedy, but for commentary. And being a commentator comes with new responsibilities that being a comedian doesn't. And although James Corden never pertained to bestow great wisdom onto his viewers, he was pulled as the industry was towards one that was much more critical and skeptical towards celebrities as a whole, especially in the wake of numerous campaigns about the abuse of power. Corden, like nearly every other host around at the time, felt the need to provide his opinions on these matters. Although he was within his rights to, and was always a good draw for the ratings, it also bestowed a greater amount of responsibility onto him as a talk show host. No longer was he just trying to fill one niche. Studios, in their panic, had seemingly requested him to move into the lane of what seemed to be the most successful move to draw views. So now we had Corden often performing a balancing act, trying to have that viral, goofy content on YouTube, while also taking monologues and comedy back towards a more traditional style in an attempt to woo TV viewers over to their goggle boxes like Colbert did. Could this place the persona that Corden had constructed under great pressure, whilst he had presented himself as a humble TV host? Well, as the years passed and James Corden's reputation remained broadly unbruised in spite of the criticisms and ill sentiments, he might have felt pretty comfortable, even if his persona wasn't as sincere as he portrayed. It was entertainment after all. By historic standards, even with the occasional altercations, Corden was pretty mild as an American late-night host goes. But those transgressions, no matter how old or how insignificant, would soon become people's reservations, as the spotlight was placed upon one famous name who many thought had transcended TV as a whole.
I feel the love, and I send it back to you.
Let's talk about her then. James Corden swaggered into 2020 with a similar style to the ones in the years prior. He was still appearing in films whose quality was bad to mediocre, though he had diversified his repertoire with recent roles in the live-action adaptation of Cats, another critical and box office smash. And to top it all off, he was still rubbing people the wrong way online. First in a clash with late-night writer Jack Allison, who stated on Twitter that Corden had turned up to a meeting for writers and attempted to advocate for lower wages, and second in a Reddit Ask Me Anything where he was swarmed by people asking him if he truly was a massive prick. Although he may not have been up to much outside of his comfort zone, behind the scenes the landscape of his industry was about to change significantly with the demise of one of TV's most iconic hosts. Ellen. It's been a while since she was given any real attention online, and why should she? She has, after all, mostly moved on from those spaces. Nevertheless, it wasn't too long ago where she was one of the leading figures on American television and high society as a whole, building an empire off an age-old but ever-relevant message of being kind to one another.
All I've ever wanted to do is make people feel good and laugh, and there's no greater feeling than when someone tells me that I've made their day better with my show, or that I've helped them get through a sickness or a hard time in their lives.
This message worked in building an identity that millions of people tuned in every day to see and experience on TV, alongside a ton of viral content that was released online. Rumors had long circulated that Ellen was not very kind at all. As a matter of fact, some would have gone as far to say that she was mean. At the same time, these rumors never really garnered much traction outside specific circles, which had already reached a consensus on her. There have been plenty of allegations regarding celebrities all over the industry and how they're actually dicks, yet it never necessarily impeded them from finding work or success. Up until the point of YouTube and social media virality, TV shows operated much more control over the image they could portray to an audience, and so if they wanted to show a creator through the lens that they were a kind person, it wasn't too hard. The truth was that Ellen's show represented an arc of someone who was an underdog in an extremely competitive industry, and for many to see her succeed and all these kind things on TV was heartwarming enough to help many make it through their day. We already spoke about what was changing on YouTube, the greater moral onus on talk shows in general, and the draw towards more polarizing discussions on matters like Trump. This had already squeezed centrists like Ellen, whose kindness message was lost on those who didn't believe that they had any obligation to extend olive branches to people they genuinely believed to be reprehensible. This was an important observation to make because this increasingly prevalent perspective led many to assume that Ellen had ulterior selfish motives with the doctrine she promoted, and what happened next would only confirm that in their mind.
Ellen DeGeneres feeling the heat as more employees, past and present, from her show say that they were working in a toxic environment.
In 2020, a deluge of claims regarding inappropriate behavior and toxic workplace culture at Ellen's show emerged, and although she was seldom at the center of these claims, as the person whose face was attached to the space where much of this occurred, a large amount of the responsibility to the public fell onto her. Go back 10 years and her producers would have purged the wrongdoers without any great media furore, but with the internet, these claims spread like wildfire and generated so much attention that she was compelled to address it on the show. Additionally, the attachment of further stories about her character played into this notion that there was a fundamental deception which enabled such an environment, and that she didn't practice what she preached on the program. Now, there was no proven relationship to her being outwardly nice or mean with these allegations, and to be frank, Ellen could have been the most pleasant person ever and still had a hand in enabling or not tackling workplace toxicity properly. The focus on her not being a nice person worked more from a narrative perspective in a lot of these articles, which often focused on certain incidents and negative experiences faced by people who had caught the wrong side of Ellen. Now, there were plenty of people who came out to bat for her and people who said that she was actually really nice. I don't think most of the people who had experiences with the embattled talk show host, positive or negative, ever had any grand motive to lie about their run-ins with Ellen. They may just have caught her on different days. The problem was that when she stood up on stage and promoted that be kind axiom, there weren't any exceptions, and many took that to heart when the reality of this sunk in. It was clear that the whole friendly host shtick was on its way out in a space where people didn't want their faves fraternizing with an enemy, and were innately more distrustful of TV hosts and their personas in general, with many commentators driving this exact point home.
Regardless of what you think, the workplace has been unraveled to be highly fucking toxic at the Ellen show. To the point where even Ellen finally came out to apologize over this, I guess. Which, let's be fucking real, she's only apologizing after the fact that she's been fucking caught and spit roasted.
A lot of content was produced on Ellen following her scandal, and it proved to be an extremely fertile source of discourse on YouTube. The nice lady who is actually mean is always a good spin. Nevertheless, every subject has a threshold for new information that can be discovered and shared, and eventually people began to move on. But with the premise of this revelation still appearing somewhat interesting, people began to move on to other TV personalities, the pre-existing material that surrounded them. That was bad news for one person in particular. James Corden was probably one of the first targets beyond Ellen. Outside of his loud personality, his stint on late-night TV had been nearing 6 years. Even his most popular sketches were wearing out their welcome a little, and with his reputation amongst UK critics preceding him, many began to pick apart the personality that they were familiar with, and contrasting it with what they felt was a put-on persona for show and ratings. And as Ellen had shown before, that was normally a red flag of something more sinister. In the following years, further toxic workplace allegations emerged about other talk show hosts, but most didn't do much because people didn't really have too much to say about their actual character. This contrast between Ellen and, let's say, Kelly Clarkson or Jimmy Fallon showed how a personal link between pre-existing character judgment and confirmation of those judgments was integral to how incidents and allegations were interpreted.
After my Ellen video dropped, I got a ton of requests to look into other celebrities, and James Corden's name just kept on coming up. So I looked into it and found out that Katz wasn't even close to the worst thing he's done.
Ellen's demise had verified this theory that if someone had a smiling face and the nature to be a little too nice, then they may just be a bit too nice for it to be believed. Once again, this wasn't constraining Corden exactly, but it definitely shone increased skepticism upon him and his style. The last thing he could afford to do now was to actually confirm those theories. And yet, he did.
Gordon Ramsay?
James Corden is probably one of the few people who
Corden
was called out preemptively for being a person he hadn't exactly proved himself to even be yet. Partly due to Ellen, partly due to his past and general demeanor, many took a stab that behind the scenes he just wasn't the nicest person. James Corden's past did not define him in that moment, and a couple chance interactions and general behavior that put him out of step with a proportion of the British populace wasn't really definitive evidence either. But maybe they were onto something if James Corden's own accounts were anything to go by. If you read enough candid interviews on James Corden or read enough articles that talk about him outside of his showbiz life, you begin to realize that he doesn't really seem like a hateful or vitriolic person. He just doesn't seem outgoing in the way that many hosts are. And observing the evidence elsewhere, it made a lot of sense. Even his anecdotes on his TV show present him as a somewhat assertive or even abrasive individual.
I said to my wife, I said, I'm gonna see how many times I can go past Donald Trump and say, you're the man, Donald, you're the man, right? And so I did it like 7 times.
In these stories, this assertion is always presented in a context that at least justified this behavior or painted it in a comedic light. At the same time, when you have someone like that and integrate that into daily life, it might give one pause to think that Corden on a bad day might make the choice to assert himself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
For you right now, Jafet, having an alt, you don't need one. But if you're having the alt just to sell shit, that's good. But like, playing on 2 accounts, I don't know if it'd be really worth it personally. You can, but I don't know.
So, come 2022, with the show firmly into its 7th annum, James Corden made the announcement that he would be stepping down from the show in the following year. As said at the start, Corden cited family reasons, but the ratings had also not quite come to fruition like the network had properly hoped, with social media cooling on his presence significantly. Outside the general unease at his personality, his continued appearance in poorly received films, and his casting into roles that seemed to have nothing to do with him, such as the Friends reunion, was causing some annoyance amongst even those mostly indifferent to his existence. However, as the credits kept rolling in, even as he was stepping down, James Corden had every reason to enjoy.
That's why I'm doing this stupid ass thing on my 4th account. Like I said, I haven't seen many people do it, and I'm not like expecting to get it in like the first fucking, you know, whatever. I'm not expecting to get the huge immediately or whatever. Because it's like I said, it's a 1 in a million chance or so. like each time you go up a set of stairs like that, I believe it's a 1 in a million chance, like when you get to the top, that a new stair is added to the top, and that one has a chance to have the row of it being like the thing. But even then, like the I mean, still, it's a 1 in a million chance to get it from doing walking. Like, the reason there's only 3 in the game. And I'm telling you right now, if I get it, I'm doing everything I can to sell it. I'm going to try to sell it immediately. The last person got one was like 4 months ago, and that wasn't even really crazy inflation. It was definitely like a time where there was inflation, but 4 months ago, I think the dude sold it or traded it for 6 Titanics. And that was 4 months ago. Dog, for 2 bill? Dog, it's probably 200 bill. That might be an over-exaggeration, it might not be, but you gotta realize, Jafet, like, you gotta realize this. See, Titanics, in general, it's a thing where it's like, you can, even though, yeah, getting money in general to get them is a harder thing, but at the end of the day, most Titanics, you can just buy them, like with real life money, right? So that's the first issue. This is not one of those pets in the game that you can just buy. And then the second thing is, it's, you literally walk upstairs. That's it. Like, you aren't doing anything. You aren't making money. You aren't leveling up pets. You aren't getting items. You're doing nothing but walking. And like, you gotta realize that as well. It's just like, you're just walking. That's it. Just walking and walking. If every, let's just say, it is what I believe it's each set of steps, like, that counts as 1, that counts as 1, that counts as 1, that counts as 1. Like I said, it's a 1 in 1 million chance. So, 2 million seconds. So, each time it takes a million, or it takes 2 seconds. And each chance is 1 in a million. So let's just do 2 million seconds. Divided by 60 seconds, that's 33,000 minutes. Divided that by 60 is 554 hours. Divided by 24, that is 23 days in a row. On average, it takes for you to get the huge. Of 24/7 grinding. And even then, that doesn't guarantee you get the huge. That's just the probability, is that it's a 1 in a million chance. Like I said, you could walk up these steps 24/7, 365. I could be here for 10 years and still not get it because of my luck. Or I could get it the first day, you know? Like, there isn't really a clear, like, I don't know how to describe it. There isn't really a clear, yeah. Like I said, it's just, if you were to 24/7, 365, continually play 24/7, which I'm going to attempt to do with this. Like, obviously before, I've had my PC on overnight. I haven't been doing that the past week. I guess in a sense, essentially giving my PC a break. Oh, not only worth it, Jafet, The guy that last got it, he said it took months for him to get it. Right? It took him months of doing it every day. Actually, I don't know if it took him months every day, or if he was just like he was like, it took, after like a couple months of on and off trying, he got it. Dog, does... Oh my fucking god. No shot. I'm going to fucking cry. So I have a thing that every 15 minutes it clicks on my screen, so I don't like get logged out the game. And my the video that I have right now, it was on top of it. So it just fucking... Ugh. So it just made it not count. So basically, I had to relog. But... oh well.
Himself. And where else?
Like I said, not only just like the matter of a fact of like... you get what? Now I'm confused. What are you talking about?
To enjoy himself than a fine dining establishment.
When in New York, you have to check this iconic French.
Because I was confused why that bottom right, or that bottom left account was the only one that didn't. Or that went out. Because all of them, like the other two accounts, I hadn't touched in, 20 plus minutes. So I was just confused. I'm like, dog, did I just do something? Then I saw that and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna go get some water. Preferably in a cup of ice. Trigger warning. The leader in you. Not that ice. Just kidding. Lol. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, baby. Had want to clean my water bottle out. So.
Brasserie. They serve breakfast through supper every day, with brunch served on weekends.
South of Houston Street in Manhattan is a French brasserie known as Balthazar. Owned by outspoken restaurateur Keith McNally, it has one other location in London and is well regarded for its French cuisine. Outside of its menu, it's also primarily known for its celebrity clientele, with many articles recommending it to those into sighting such mythical beasts. One of these celebrity clients was James Corden, who had decided to visit on a couple of occasions. On the first, after his main course, Corden called towards the manager and pointed towards a hair that he said had been found in his food. A most unfortunate scenario. On the second, Corden was concerned that there was some egg white in his wife's egg yolk omelette, and when the order was fixed and sent out again, it was sent with the wrong side. Obviously, in both of these cases, one has a right to flag up such an issue with the staff and have it sorted. Yet, on the 17th of October, McNally took to Instagram to formally announce that Corden had been banned from Balthazar due to his handling of these two incidents. Branding Corden a tiny cretin of a man, he recounts both instances where James repeatedly became verbally aggressive to staff in light of these incidents. The first time demanding that he be brought a free round of drinks and alluding to writing a nasty review on Yelp. The second time becoming very loud and unpleasant towards a server, implying that she couldn't do her job properly. Now, even these quotes have context. It may not quite accurately capture the tone or timbre that he was speaking with. At the same time, there was really no justification for such unpleasantness to a person who likely didn't have a hand in any of the errors that actually occurred, let alone to anyone who works in the restaurant. Those jobs are intensive and high stress, mistakes are made from time to time, and although it's understandable that there could be frustration at certain missteps, you still need to channel that frustration with some level of respect to the fact that nobody there is trying to poison you, and their day may be going just as shitty as yours. The last thing they need is a patron growing hostile. Given the reports, it'd be a surprise if Corden really was the most unpleasant customer that McNally had ever seated, but for someone as high profile as him, this Instagram post was the last thing he needed, and confirmation for many who'd hypothesized that this was exactly the sort of person he was. Distant, out of touch, but also just a bit of a prat who lacks empathy for the very people that he was trying to market to on his shows.
Today, it was made clear to a lot of people that I was right all along. They're finding out what I've known since the beginning of time, that James Corden is an unentertaining asshole whom is an absolute detriment to everything he's in. His presence makes the media that he infests worse. He is the worst part of the movies he is in. He is this miasma of unentertainment, the antithesis of fun. And today...
I hate Charlie.
Today, he has been banned from a New York restaurant because he is a massive dickhead as well.
As commentators quickly jumped onto it and other stories emerged, mission damage mitigation was immediately underway, with McNally posting a follow-up statement not too long after, stating that Corden had called him to apologize profusely, and that given that he'd fucked up his fair share in his time, he was a strong believer in second chances, so the ban was subsequently dropped. This didn't seem to change much of the narrative online. People were already not happy with Corden.
Well, it don't matter if he's a celebrity or not. Somebody yelling at a fucking waiter or waitress over the fucking food. Fucking lame. There's a reason why they do that to the waiters and waitresses. Go ahead and shit talk that chef or any of the people in the back in front of them. In front of the people themselves. See if you don't get your ass placed flat on your back. They back there on ketamine and cocaine the entire time, and they drink on the shift. Do not mess with those people.
But James Corden, strangely enough, wasn't finished. Yes, because the same week that this had occurred, he was booked an interview with the New York Times to promote his upcoming TV series Mammals. Yet, with the recent news still being hot off the press, it was going to be hard to avoid a conversation about the recent banning. There are many ways that Corden could navigate that. How he did it is rather strange, though. Although stating no intent to go into details, he's clearly bothered by it, expressing that he did nothing wrong and that it's beneath him, the interviewer, and the publication as well, appearing to go on a rather extended rant about something he insisted didn't matter to him, additionally stating that if he lived on Twitter that Hillary Clinton was president and that Jeremy Corbyn was prime minister. essentially implying that he is choosing not to engage with it. This obviously irritated McNally, who once again returned to Instagram, stating that following this development, he expected further apologies to the staff affected by Corden's conduct, being rather unambiguous in his terms of reigniting this fuel. James Corden's decision to double down after apologizing put him in a rather awkward position with his audience, and the attention that he was receiving was not favorable. How could he combat a narrative that had existed before he even confirmed it? Well,
as some of you may have seen, last week there were stories about me.
What? My brother, this is not a time to talk about it. Why would you talk about it?
Being banned from a restaurant.
Let's find out. Have I missed anything? Did I miss any news? I wish that was the case. On Monday the 25th of October, James Corden took to the Late Late Show once more to talk about the affairs that had occurred over the past week. But unlike other episodes, this time he was the main headline. And within light of the back and forth between him and McNally, he felt it shouldn't go unaddressed. Sitting behind a desk in a more traditional talk show setup, he dedicates 5 minutes before an ad break to tackling the elephant in the room.
And at the time I considered tweeting about it or Instagramming about it.
He opens by talking about his avoidance of discussing the topic, stating that he'd always adopted the never complain, never explain approach, although this time he acknowledges that the situation is slightly different, alluding to the words of his father.
Never complain, never explain is very much my motto, but as my dad pointed out to me on Saturday, he said, son, well, you did complain, so you might need to explain. Look, when you make a mistake, you've got to take responsibility.
Double item chance. Yeah, I wanna. How many tickets this motherfucker got? I'll just give this motherfucker all these. I don't need them. Double item chance. Oh, I should probably increase this next.
Responsibility, so I thought I would, if it's okay, I would share with you what happened.
Next couple of minutes relate to his recounting the situation, explaining his position, that his wife has an allergy to one of the ingredients in the dish they prepared, while also noting his own shortcomings, stating that in the heat of the moment he had made a choice comment that he now sincerely regretted.
We sit down, we ordered, and my wife explained that she has a serious food allergy, right? So when everybody's meals came, my wife was given the food that she was allergic to. As her meal came wrong to the table the third time, in the heat of the moment, I made a sarcastic, rude comment, right, about cooking it myself. And it is a comment I deeply regret. Because I didn't shout or scream, like I didn't get up out of my seat, I didn't call anyone names or use derogatory language.
I didn't even call him the N-word, and I wanted to. Shit, I was just waiting. I'm like, I dare you to let me say it.
I've been walking around thinking that I hadn't done anything wrong, right? But the truth is, like I have, I made a rude comment, and it was wrong. It was an unnecessary comment. It was ungracious to the server.
Corden's story diverged at least somewhat to the original manager's report. Corden denies ever having shouted or becoming overly enraged, which is why at first he felt that he had done nothing wrong whatsoever. In this context, though, it wasn't really presented as a defense of his actions, more as an explanation for why he didn't apologize sooner, when many feel he should have. The other interesting detail that one could pick up on is his recall of the first incident, which he states occurred in 2014, something that wasn't expressed in McNally's original post, but I suppose explains the reference to Yelp.
Last Monday, the owner of the restaurant had heard what happened, and he Instagrammed that I was banned from his restaurant for 2 offences. One was a meal that I think was back in 2014 when I sent a dish back that had hair in it, and the other was last week.
Corden also states that as soon as he heard about this situation, he called McNally to ensure there was no bad blood between them. It was just that by then it had grown into a media firestorm. There was nothing that Corden could do or say to make it right. As James reads some of the more amusing comments on the matter, he concludes with the hope that he can return to the restaurant and apologize in person, as he really does love the place and the people there.
Accept everybody's opinion. I also hate, as I said to the owner, that
Even though I don't really fuck with James Corden, I do gotta give him credit. I mean, he could have ignored it, but he could have even just addressed it on fucking, like, Twitter or Instagram, but going on your nationally televised TV show to apologize, gotta give him a little credit.
day that I've ever upset anybody, ever. It was never my intention. It just wasn't. And I love that restaurant. I love the staff there. I hope I'm allowed in again one day. So when I'm back in New York, I can go there and apologize in person, which is something I will absolutely do.
Throughout the segment, he heaps praise onto the restaurant, calling it one of his favorite dining establishments, amongst many other words of high regard. Corden also says that he never intended to upset anyone, that he knows how hard it is for those in the service industry, given that he had worked many jobs in them himself. These comments, paired with the presence of his parents, appeared to be trying to evoke some notion of humanity in this scenario. Though it may come as a surprise to some, James Corden was indeed human. Nevertheless, many in the comments did not find his response satisfactory, with many criticizing jokes they felt were out of place or the insincerity of the fact that it had taken this long to yield a public apology. I don't entirely agree with these criticisms. I think this was a good time to address it. And I think if he'd taken it too seriously, it may have felt like a different brand of insincere, like overkill. However, I do think his position was somewhat compromised by the fact that he had already dismissed it publicly in an interview with the New York Times, after apologizing in private and implied that people's opinions did not matter. I think this factor definitely irritated some people more than it would have otherwise. Yet there was one other person whose opinion mattered as well: the restaurateurs. What did McNally think? Well, in true McNally fashion, he once again accepted James Corden's apology and said that he had behaved much worse in the past without apologizing, so he was lifting Corden's ban and stating that he would be imposing one on himself in the next fortnight. A slightly bizarre but no less hopefully satisfying conclusion to this saga for both parties. This was until 3 days later, where another article was published on Corden in the Times, but this time the British Times. Titled James Corden, No One Ever Tells You How to Deal with Fame, it goes over a lot of Corden's career and some points we'll pick up on later, but most interesting, once more returns to the egg situation, quoting text from Corden sent to the interviewer stating, "It's so odd, I never screamed at anyone. I didn't shout, didn't call anyone a name or swear or use derogatory language. How is it remotely a thing?" While also stating that McNally wasn't even at the restaurant that day, so how could he know what had occurred? A few days later, this made its way back to McNally, who once again posted another Instagram statement accusing Corden of spreading lies about the situation and now branding his TV apology insincere. Although he doesn't explicitly state that he is banning Corden again, it feels safe to assume that he will not be welcomed back there again anytime soon. Now, to be fair, I think the texts themselves were quite possibly sent before his televised statement, given how the interviewer framed them. In this case, it was the timing of the publication of this article that likely provoked McNally into responding once more. If there's one thing that you'll be able to glean about the guy, is that he loves to talk. James Corden, banned, unbanned, rebanned, unbanned, rebanned. That is impressive, but again, not very flattering. The personal nature of McNally and Corden's feud was overshadowed by the fact that the people who didn't like Corden had got what they needed. Confirmation that this was the sort of person that he was, and that in their mind this likely wasn't an isolated incident. His public response, although by no means the worst, almost fell victim to the circumstances that precipitated it. This perception that Corden's nice, kind persona was an act, and that any response was going to pander to an audience's sensibilities because, like every other episode of The Late Late Show, it's very highly strung. With Corden's late-night career coming to a conclusion, this incident may not have done anything to ultimately change his fate, but it certainly illuminated one of the reasons that he was moving on from this space. The environment had grown hostile to his type, and whether he had a point or not, there was very little he could do to change it. So with the finale of the show beckoning, no successor chosen, one can't help but posit, what now?
You are going to be absolutely shocked at how we are going to end this show. Guess what? We're going to end with a song. I know.
The Late Late Show with James Corden's finale aired on the 27th of April 2023. It featured Harry Styles and Will Ferrell as special guests, with additional appearances from late night hosts past and present. It was split into 6 chapters, each exploring the final farewell. On concept, it's not dissimilar to many curtain calls for these sorts of shows. At the same time, there was an aspect that set it apart. Many late show finales feel like a celebration of their host's time on stage. James Corden's felt more like a collective sigh of relief that he was finally able to leave all of this behind, that he had completed this. The ordinary man who had achieved something extraordinary. I'm sure he wasn't the only person celebrating, but his departure also marked the end of something else, representative of a greater challenge facing late night and talk shows as a whole, and one that didn't seem to be going away.
It's unfathomable why they took a chance on me to do this job. I will never understand it, but they have supported and they have loved this show. And I will be forever grateful for what they've done for me.
Yeah.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And businesses on YouTube. Whether we like it or not, they're here to stay. And in many cases, I try not to view their presence as a wholly negative one. It's important to remember that one of our primary purposes as creators is to bring entertainment to those who use the platform. And if a channel can do that, whoever it's run by, then we can broadly agree that it's a net positive for audiences. Businesses will always occupy a realm of YouTube, and I do believe there can be a peaceful coexistence. At the same time, there will always be tension. To be honest, it's understandable why more grassroots creators feel unnerved by their presence. Businesses have so much more power and resources at their fingertips to outflank independent YouTubers in many aspects of quality control. They can create high production pieces in a few days that would take an individual upwards of a month, bombing the algorithm with a myriad of content that often gives what many would perceive an unfair advantage to them against the humble creator. When market domination comes from a few large corporations, the outcome for the consumer is generally not particularly positive. It leads to less diversity in general and more control of narratives by a select few people. And in industries that are already prone enough to corruption, it's anything but healthy. YouTube was built on the notion of allowing a person to broadcast themselves without the necessary investment of a larger business, so they didn't have to dance to anyone's tunes. And many people would like to keep it that way. Fortunately, there will always be people who will occupy these spaces regardless of their market success. But at the same time, it's still good to have individual figures in influential positions who can represent a human aspect to content creation. And although businesses have certainly made more inroads on the platform than they used to, there will always be that window of authenticity that seems to separate many of them from the personally driven passion projects. The truth is, one thing that is hard to fabricate is that individual enthusiasm one has for a subject they cover. And although not impossible, many large businesses simply don't see it as a required component for success. And as channels like Looper, Minute Crafts, whatever they're called, and the rest have shown, you really don't need that much framework on personality to succeed. In fact, avoiding building any personal image ensures that they keep any components that may change disposable, and that ultimately, control of the content is still centralized on the people who run the channel, and not those they may outsource a variety of the work to. This formula means that there is a boundary before more independent content and more detached corporate presentations. However, just because there's a rule doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions, particularly in the community that we're focusing on today. Commentary is a genre that large corporations tend to avoid infiltrating, particularly given the aforementioned paragraph. Having a personality is almost essential to the content you're producing. Even if you're merely presenting information, viewers expect at least a little pizzazz. Audience members want to build a relationship based on trust with the person they're listening to. How can you do that when you don't even know if there's a real person behind the channel? However, this doesn't mean that there aren't some willing to take the risk, and one subgenre of commentary knows this all too well, that being the tea community.
A popular YouTube channel is about to hit 1 million subscribers. They showed up out of nowhere almost a year ago, and the people want to know, who is Spill?
A few years ago, there was a drama in the community that surrounded a channel called Spill. Spill is a channel that hosts numerous videos with high production value and an astonishing upload schedule given those said videos. They also hosted a syndicate of channels alongside Spill, including Brew, Grill, and On the Hill. I'll speak more about them in the future, but a video they uploaded covering their origin at the time had made them seem more homegrown than they actually were.
Spill started out as a two-person passion project. One of us has a background in journalism, the other has a background in illustration and video editing. We both love YouTube news and drama.
He has a background in
create a channel that
and I have a background in
approach to YouTube drama. a thorough recap of all sides of a story with proper citations. On top of that, we wanted to give something back to the community by contributing to the conversation with an educational approach. And while a lot of people choose to do creative projects while being self-employed, as soon as more than one person is working on a big project together, it's legally the best option to register as a corporation.
The reality was that Spill and their accompanying channels were part of a larger company that had branched out into the tea community, and although people involved with the channel were actually quite interested in the stories that they covered, they weren't exactly how they portrayed themselves, and that gave some in the community reason for pause.
Now, I looked online and found out that AWED Corp became incorporated in 2013. I even paid the Canadian government to get AWED Corp's certificate of incorporation.
So my question to you is pretty simple. Who are you going to believe? Spill saying that the corporation was a reaction to their 2018 YouTube channel growing, or the Canadian government saying that this corporation has been around since 2013?
The tea community appeared to be a target for companies and content farms who had been looking for a way to capitalize on the evident draw of commentary channels. What makes Tea Chow so attractive to businesses though? Well, I think it's because they often integrate reporting of factual or speculative information in a rather straightforward manner. It's not difficult to grasp, but in cases like Spill, all they had to do was attempt to cut out bias from the reporters themselves. So although the channel felt like a tea channel, it was more over a news channel covering tea topics with a nice presentation. And any attempts to add personality, such as their grill channel, have not attracted that much attention because of it. With that in mind, the Spill family hasn't taken up too much space despite their impressive collective size, and other up-and-coming creators have still been able to carve out a niche for themselves, one of those being the subject of today, a channel by the name of Anna Oop.
Hey loves, your girl is back with some extra hot tea this time. Y'all are not gonna believe the drama that went down this week.
Anna Oop is a tea channel who has grown to be one of the most influential creators in her sphere, with over 2 million subscribers on her main channel and nearly 4 million subscribers when counting her other channels, focusing more on true crime.
Did you guys ever see any of the TikTok videos about Isabella? What did you think when you saw them? I can't wait to read your thoughts and discussions down in the comments below.
Her all-American girl charm and sassy nature is well complemented by editing with real personality behind it, resulting in content that appears to have captured the hearts of many viewers, with her true crime content garnering popularity for being a bite-sized accessible breakdown of often very complex cases. All in all, she seems to be the prime example of individual success in the face of a climate that is becoming more and more demanding of creators, with thousands tuning into her channels every day to hear that voice and the person behind it. But was there more to this humble 21-year-old than meets the eye? Well, today we're going to be doing some investigating of our own, following Anna Oop's timeline and seeing whether this success story was really as organic as it seemed. Ladies, gentlemen, and all other colors on the light spectrum, let's look into the mystery of inventing Anna Oop. The YouTube channel for Anna Oop was created in May 2019. It's hard to really say too much about them at this point, as many of their videos from back then were deleted, and I do want to save a bit of information for later. But I think from the off, Anna knew what sort of creator she wanted to be, particularly with a name like that, which refers to a popular meme that regularly circulates around the beauty and other communities.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
The video started off quite modestly with a style that was similar to many other tea channels at the time. Content that delivered information in a mostly verbally free text format over copyright-free soundtracks, being interspersed with the relevant clips to the discourse. The topics she chose were also those which were long established to have proven dividends for creators. These subjects mostly included large influencers and even celebrities such as Ariana Grande or Bretman Rock. Not all of these videos were necessarily unbiased or journalistic, some of them were heavily opinionated, such as her videos on Nikita Dragon. These are all important aspects to building an individual's relationship with an audience, whether it be positive or negative. There are people who like Nikita Dragon, there are people who do not like Nikita Dragon, but having people who
And then there are people like me, I want to fuck the shit out of her.
care is already half the battle to engage them with your videos. Such content drives up engagement and encourages people to like, dislike, and leave their comments. However, if you're only known to be a dedicated hater, then you're not really going to build much potential with your viewers. Your takes still need to be somewhat reasonable and elaborated from their point of view, and Anna Oop did that for many people. Her strong skills in production and conveying digestible, if lightweight information garnered her an audience very quickly. And when I say very quickly, I mean nearly immediately. By the time December 2019 came around, Anna was already approaching 50,000 subscribers, something that few creators could merely dream of in the first 8 months of their content creation. But subscribers weren't the only thing she was building. Most importantly, she was building a rapport with those who viewed her, and she knew the importance of this. She'd regularly advertise her Twitter and Instagram so she could promote fan art of herself, and was seemingly an active member of the community at this time, talking with audience members and fellow creators. She had a few gimmicks as well. The most interesting one was calling her viewers and people she interacted with love, an intentional misspelling of a word that can mean a term of endearment in certain places. They were building a persona with identifiable yet unique characteristics, and people were tuning in for them, yet there was more work to be done. Heading into the new year 2020, Anna seemed determined to take her channel to the next level, and in January she switched from the commonly used text format to using her own voice. Normally you'd think there would be more of an announcement or at least some build up to such a change in format. You'd think there could be some attention in a voice reveal at least, but it seems that Anna didn't want to make a scene, and I can't blame her for that. The first documented video to use her voice is the upload on Nikki's tutorials, and given the subject, Anna's somber tone appears to be appropriate.
Of course, many people are all pretty mad about this and want to know who did this to Nikki. There's been a lot of speculations, and some people are even accusing famous YouTubers and some of Nikki's closest friends. There were even rumors that one of the blackmailers was the company Too Faced, who had previously manipulated Nikki into going into a deal with them where she lost millions.
Although at first Anna Oop's delivery on subjects appears quite subdued, with each passing month she seemed to find more and more zest when covering these topics, gradually transforming into the more bold and brash character people are familiar with today. However, it wasn't just what was being said on YouTube that was important to Anna, and throughout the year she said about many ways that would familiarize the viewers with her as a person.
Hi loves, your girl is back again. So today we're going to talk about Tana Mojo's—
Oh, I hope that bitch dies. Don't you dare ever. Like, we know you're talking about drama. Don't actually make fucking sipping tea sounds, you fucking stank bitch.
infamous reality TV show on MTV. And y'all, this show really ain't it.
In spring 2020, Anna's existing Twitter account was deleted, seemingly suspended, and a number of videos were purged from her channel. The reason being somewhat unknown, as many of these videos weren't exactly poorly performing, but it seemed to work, as the summer of 2020 found Anna increasing her view and subscriber count at breakneck pace. However, she wasn't without her challenges. In May 2020, Anna's channel was demonetized by YouTube, who cited unoriginal content being the reason. Anna took to Twitter to dispute this, highlighting the amount of work that she puts into her channel. Given the amount of secondhand material used by TV channels, this isn't a rare occurrence, as YouTube often struggles to distinguish the two. Anna also used her platform to stick up for another creator who found themselves in a similar situation. She also found the time to be outspoken in support for social causes such as BLM, the Lebanon crisis, and LGBT rights, characterizing them as causes that meant a lot to her. She'd post memes, provide opinions, celebrate her birthday, which was on the 12th of July, and even hosted a Twitter Q&A, all of which enabled her to build a closer relationship with her viewers. Some of her answers were a little nondescript, but you can't expect a creator to be comfortable with giving all their personal details out to the public. With that said, her favorite film series is The Hunger Games, her favorite animal is a koala bear, and her favorite game is Roblox. They weren't surprising details, but they were meaningful to those who supported her, and her personality only became more iconic.
Ugh, we love an unbothered queen.
In the space of barely—
I hate the way she sounds.
a year and a half, Anna Oop had transformed the landscape of the tea community into one suitable for her. Her strong production value and excellent upload schedule, paired with an identifiable character, made her a force to be reckoned with, and Anna knew the importance of retaining people who cared about her. She wanted people to get to know her for who she was, and she wanted people to know her appreciation for them, even occasionally tweeting out love and gratitude to those who helped her find success in an often challenging industry. However, Anna was never one to rest on her laurels. In fact, her success had only made her more ambitious, and on the 3rd of December, she tweeted out that she was working on a new channel that she thought her viewers were going to love. What was Anna Oop cooking? Well, we were about to find out.
Not every case is the same, and plenty of unsolved cases still desperately need to be solved.
It's really hard to think of a more significant development to the YouTube community in the last few years than that of the true crime genre. Now, true crime has always possessed a presence in mainstream media. It long pre-existed YouTube and will probably long outlast it. However, the storytelling aspect appears to have taken its grasp in the last few years, with many creators garnering millions of subscribers for their coverage of criminal cases, solved and unsolved. There's always been a bit of stigma around the inclusion of such topics, particularly given the fact that it's being published to potentially millions of people, and some would rather have it out of the spotlight. Nonetheless, the consensus seems to be that if these topics are treated with the due amount of respect, then there is a place for them. Interestingly, there seems to be a decent overlap between tea and beauty communities and true crime, with certain true crime creators having beauty roots, with some still integrating it into their videos, and it seems that Anna pertained that same penchant for the morbid. It was clear that by the end of December, her new channel was going to be true crime related.
The 18-year-old boy has been arrested for allegedly killing his neighbor to get more followers and fame on TikTok.
The first video was uploaded on the 5th of January. It followed the story of a TikToker who had slain his neighbors for fame. It was a suitably macabre topic, though Anna's voice does take a bit of getting used to in this context. Honestly, she sounded more down when she was talking about Nikki tutorials.
According to Zach's public defense lawyers, the video shows her telling the neighbors to get off their property. She told them that they better back up because they were not going to like what's coming out of the house. Sounds like a threat, right?
I remember this case. He got the charges dismissed because it wasn't for TikTok views. It was for speeding, and then the dude tried to come onto his property to fight him, so he stabbed him to death. It wasn't for fucking TikTok views, though. I think we call that more so defense. We call that being stanced up.
Right?
Nonetheless, the video was well received and accumulated a strong view count, with the channel approaching 100,000 subscribers in the space of a few days, a surprising statistic all things considered. But it must have reflected the strong cult of personality that someone like Anna Oop had built, and in the next month she continued to upload consistently on the Anna Souls channel. Pretty impressive considering that she still had a main channel to run as well. And in spite of what may have appeared as time constraints, she also managed to maintain an upload schedule on there as well. Fortunately, most of these videos were limited to approximately 10 minutes at most, which likely allowed her to divide her time fairly evenly between the two projects. However, although she was still experiencing growth on her main channel, the true crime one appeared to be experiencing the greatest proportional success, accruing over 300,000 subscribers by the time April came around. Now, such impressive statistic, you might expect one to consolidate their achievements and focus on how to make sure that such levels of commitment can be preserved. But Anna had different ideas, and on June of the same year, launched another channel, this one called Anna Horror Stories, which, as the name implies, comprises of Anna recounting the rather unnerving tales of others, though recently has pivoted towards more list-style content. Nonetheless, another channel? I mean, I respect the commitment to the grind, but it seems like a lot to keep at, though. To be fair, this channel's content didn't seem the highest effort either. The writing is someone else's and the footage is pretty standard. Anna may have just been looking to make a pretty penny. However, barely a couple weeks after the first upload on this channel, Anna was back on Twitter again, polling people for her next channel, asking what a good name would be, and quote tweeting another person saying that this would be looking more into the psychological side of criminal behavior. On the surface, it's not unfeasible, but it's certainly surprising given Anna has no apparent background in criminal psychology. She already has a true crime channel and more than enough on her plate to worry about. It seemed like a lot to be planning ahead for when she barely had any opportunity to gauge the amount of time she'd be able to bounce between her already active 3 channels and an additional 4th one. But maybe she really was just that inspired. However, this idea appeared to stagnate a little and developments over the coming months stalled, with a tweet at the start of September explaining that her lack of activity on social media was due to some personal stuff she'd been going through, and with all things considered, this was understandable. Her status as a large influencer had landed her in some drama. Probably the most notable example of this was her feud with that vegan teacher, a controversial figure whose promotion of veganism has been overshadowed by her altercations with other online figures and accompanying contentious remarks.
Does this girl seem to you like she might be naturally intelligent, gorgeous, generous?
Anna's responses weren't the most intellectual, sometimes merely consisting to the genius content of eating a burger, but that vegan teacher was an easy target, and it allowed Anna to repeatedly dunk on a person who'd already been widely lampooned by the internet.
I just know that vegan teacher is probably reacting to this video by pausing it every second just to throw accusations.
I still can't tell if vegan teacher was legit or not. Like, dead ass. Like, was it legit? Like, is she dead ass? Like, if there is, like, a lot of people in the back, like, or not in the back, if there's, like, a lot more people that were, like, I don't know, like, fucking, if there's a lot more people that, or not that, I'm retarded. If there's, like, a lot more information about her, like, usually when there's crazy people like this, you go back in history, and you look back, and there's, like, news articles of her doing this type of shit since, like, years prior. So,
It's about me saying that I'm this evil monster who hates animals and wants them killed. But girl, I don't want to pretend that I
oh, I want to punch her.
wouldn't die for a hot, juicy, big, steamy burger on a daily basis.
If I found this drama interesting, I'd probably say more, but it at least established a more queen side to Anna Oop and persisted for the rest of the year. Although drama isn't known to be the most fun to be involved in, Anna seemed to capitalize on the opportunity to make sassy comments about all those who were hating on her, all while continuing to upload consistently on her channels and initiating work on other projects, including launching a Roblox channel which would allow audiences to game with her. Additionally, she finally launched the Anna Uncovered channel, the first video being uploaded at the end of November with a runtime of 18 minutes.
While being interviewed by the authorities, police gradually became suspicious of Jennifer because the burglary seemed out of the ordinary. Why would the burglars take out 2 witnesses but decide to spare one who had clearly seen what they'd done? It made no sense whatsoever.
However, the zenith of her online career appeared to be approaching in December of 2021. There had long been questions about the person behind Anna Oop's channel, and a face reveal had long been sought after by the most dedicated viewers of her channel. Anna had teased this before, but with her hitting 2 million subscribers, it felt like a celebration was in order. Anna continued to drop a variety of hints and clues to all that would be revealed, seemingly with a song titled Face Reveal, which really could only imply one thing, especially given the teaser trailers that were posted by Anna herself. Finally, people would have a face to put to this commentator, and viewers were excited. And on the 3rd of December, the video for Face Reveal was uploaded, and people were in shock.
Hey, reporting live, your favorite tea channel. She's such a liar.
What the fuck was that?
Let's be real. Bitch, you're just irrelevant.
Anna Oop's face reveal contains a series of call-outs to other creators who she has previously clashed with and spoken about. But the only person really being the subject of any criticism during this video was her. Face reveal was broadly ridiculed for its subpar production quality and delivery, but also for the simple fact that it did not contain a face reveal. In the video itself, Anna says she wishes she could, but clearly felt that it was not the appropriate time, and later expands on this on Twitter, saying that she was going to, but afraid that she would have to deal with too much negativity. And I understand, I suppose, but why would you make a video titled Face Reveal in the first place then, if the whole point of it was not to reveal your face? Well, Anna said she thought it was just going to be a fun little goof. It's hard to buy that someone as algorithmically adept as Anna would not know the implications of advertising a face reveal on an otherwise faceless channel. But maybe the stress from other drama had just impacted her judgment a little. And yet, a few days before this, she had just launched another channel?
On top of this, y'all, Anna Oop is also known for her problematic personality. She's been in scandal after scandal, constantly getting into drama herself. I mean, I think it's about time we see Anna actually do a video on herself. Oh.
This was just too much for one person, and surely she was spreading herself incredibly thin by doing so. And not too long after, this theory may well have been proven correct. Now, there had always been stigma around Anna's channel, but a lot of the criticisms up to a point were quite subjective. Her opinions were poorly formed, her attitude was annoying, and her content was clickbaity. They may have all held some validity, but that doesn't tend to make a particularly eye-catching discussion to those outside of the sphere. However, a couple weeks after Face Reveal, Anna put out an interesting post on her Twitter and YouTube community tab, complaining that a person had copyright struck her without justification or ownership of content that she had been uploading. She also singled out the channel that had copyright struck her, a channel by the name of Truth for Reality, another true crime creator who had covered some of these same stories before Anna. On superficial inspection, one can't necessarily claim ownership of topics, and a strike on a channel for doing so would be wholly unjustified. However, as Anna's tweet and YouTube community post began to pick up traction, a growing backlash from viewers began to form, many of whom stating that Truth for Reality had claimed footage that he personally owned and published solely, and Anna had directly lifted this without any transformative value. Not quite the story that Anna had told. Viewers also did not appreciate the fact that Anna had linked his channel, and although not accompanied by any direct call to action, the risk of harassment from an emotionally charged post like this was all
Cares. Like, genuinely, who fucking cares? If your audience is retarded enough to go to another person and shit talk and flame them just because you are having disagreements with them, that means your audience is retarded. I don't know what else to tell you. That is, obviously a creator is not, like, responsible for what their audience does outside of their space, but, and obviously there's going to be the odd one out, but I feel like if your channel makes content where you could absolutely see that people would be like, that would do that, maybe change content, maybe?
Always present, with some even claiming that Anna had purposefully ignored any chance to peacefully resolve this matter privately, only now taking umbrage after actions were taken against her channel. I suppose it's in the nature of some more irreverent people in the community to behave this way, but this is Anna Solves, not Anna Oop, and many people who are part of these communities think that respect is an inherent part of creating content in this genre, but that appeared to be just the tip of the iceberg. Barely a few days before all of this, a post had gone up on Reddit entitled Anna Oop aka Anna Solves At It Again, which documented the alleged plagiarism from a YouTuber by the name of Mr. Ballon, a channel with millions of subscribers. It was clear that this video had been removed very promptly from Anna's channel following callouts from commenters though, and any of its presence had been long erased. Additionally, barely a few days after the Anna Solves channel went live, a couple comments appeared on her Twitter requesting her to refrain from stealing content. That was in January, and now we were in December. It seems that rumors have been circulating regarding stolen content on this channel for a while, but only seemed to surface when Anna herself decided to publicly attack another creator for what they perceived as an unjust copyright strike. I can't really comment on the legality of the copyright strike, as it can be a very grey area, but it definitely shone a light on what many perceive to be extensively lazy reporting from a creator who was not actually putting time into these cases that they deserved. Claims of plagiarism are not that common, particularly given that the cases themselves can be sourced from a lot of places, so this occurring twice in the span of a very short time was a red flag for some viewers. Some other concerns appear to address the idea that Anna didn't pronounce the names of people involved correctly and regularly made errors in reporting information. This is all important in the narrative of stolen content, as a person who lifts content may not be familiar with the subject enough to possess this knowledge, and will therefore make errors in reporting the actual details, copying content without actually understanding the subtext.
Today we're going to talk about Nikocado Avocado disrespecting Veronica Vang.
I had come across this a few times when researching a few of Anna Oop's main channel videos and tried not to pay too much mind to it, as I've made more than enough pronunciation and semantic errors in my time. But there was just still something strange about certain mistakes that struck me off as somebody supposedly so involved in the beauty community. Like, how could you spell Jacqueline that way when you've literally used the correct spelling in the title? It just didn't make sense. I'd read rumors that the reason for this was to drive up impressions by having people correct you in the comments. And although it's impossible to confirm, it's certainly something to consider with channels this supposedly deliberate, and particularly relevant with Anna's true crime channels, where such shortcomings could be perceived as seriously disrespectful. Given Anna Oop's upload schedule, it seems their final choice was to drop the matter entirely and just create more videos, which she did. In fact, approaching the end of 2022, between her now 5 channels, she was uploading nearly every day. The tweet regarding Truth for Reality was deleted, and no content that was subject to the copyright claims was ever restored to her channel. However, this situation did place a mark over the genuinity of her content, and made people wonder how much of her channel was original. After all, It wouldn't be the first time that this was called into question. Anna Oop's videos were well produced, they looked nice, they had eye-catching titles and thumbnails, and love her or hate her, Anna had a personality that provoked a response from audiences. She had a lot going for her. It wouldn't have taken that much to do just a bit more research to avoid errors and any risk of lifting other people's content. Yet all that was being put on the line for videos that Anna didn't need or have to create. It didn't make sense for a person to behave this way. It didn't make sense for a person to behave this way. Anna's face reveal may not have gone exactly as many would have expected it to, but by the end of 2021, many felt they had a better view of Anna Oop's face than they ever did before, with some wondering whether there even was a face in the first place. Well, it wasn't long before alternative theories began emerging, alongside some pretty damning evidence.
What, it's just a green gay? The fuck channel is this?
The trail of breadcrumbs seem to point out to this channel, who we are going to lovingly call Team Anna Hoop.
What? Anal.
Now, there are always theories floating around surrounding the identity of Anna Oop. Not necessarily people wishing to have all her personal details, but people asking the question whether she really was a legitimate individual content creator. However, without real evidence proving one way or the other, all you could do was speculate. There are plenty of alternative explanations. Perhaps Anna just outsources a large amount of her work and enjoys a feeling of being super productive. It's not impossible. Outsourcing doesn't necessarily undermine the individuality of a channel as long as they still have a personal connection to what they do. Maybe Anna Oop just really likes money or algorithmic success. They may not be the most noble reasons, but that also wouldn't change her personal identity or connection to the channel. Anna had once claimed to have watched old videos critical of her, even showing one which outwardly shows a thumbnail claiming a channel was a company, so she must have been aware of these discussions.
Don't ask. I've already seen all the hate videos about me on YouTube, but let me remind you that my only job here is to entertain y'all, and that's why your girl decided to launch my new channel, Anna Plays.
However, the drama surrounding the copyright strike did ring a few alarm bells. A large majority of creators still want to be proud of the work they attach their brand name to, even if there are significant contributions from other parties. But Anna's posts seem to convey a lack of understanding of how this copyright strike even came about. They say it was for no reason at all. Even if you didn't edit the content yourself, the first thing you do is try and establish exactly why this happened. Anna is obviously aware this isn't just some random bloke or corporation trying to cash in on her content because she links his channel. This is another true crime YouTuber who probably cares about his reputation as well. So there was clearly some motive behind the strike, whether you think that was justified or not. But Anna couldn't put two and two together, which is very strange indeed. There have been murmuring since then that there was more to this story, including an earlier comment that alleged that Anna had ignored attempts to reconcile the matter in private, but ultimately the story appeared to fizzle out. However, there were other developments that were going on in the nearby drag race community that would throw the case wide open. So let's go there now briefly.
Hey Queens! Some people found this dig from Carmen to be a little out of line because Gottmik's appearance on the show was a big deal. Regardless of the fact that Mick identifies as male, having a trans queen on the season was huge.
This is Butterface. They're a channel that operates in the drag race community that follows the famous RuPaul show of the same name. On the 1st of January 2022, another channel by the name of Top RPDR Videos uploaded a video accusing Butterface of ripping their content without providing any credit, subsequently profiting off the success of this content.
In our case, this channel went as far as using parts of our videos instead of hunting down the original material itself, like it happened with this channel not so long ago, which is not only immoral, it's also very much illegal.
Butterface then put out a response to this video, and although apologizing for any use of the original creators' material, denied that they were a content farm of any sorts, with a fully documented backstory and a variety of inspirations for their channel. However, this was further taken apart by Top RPDR Videos and the community as a whole, ripping into the inconsistencies and insincerity of such a post, with further evidence that the channel was merely a content farm.
Meanwhile, a channel called Green Gay popped up in my comment section. He took a break from YouTube. He says his videos were stolen as well. And if I was sad before, now I'm starting to get a little bit upset. Oh, wait a moment, what the hell is this? I'm lucky, WoW hasn't noticed, no legal team, they don't mind me. They don't mind you? Didn't you just say, oh, no, sorry. That was part of the introductory spin on the narrative, designed to gain more sympathy before trying to perform some good old character assassination. Emotions over facts, people. Emotions over facts.
However, there was one key detail amongst this all that piqued the interest of onlookers from T channels, and that was the accusation of the involvement of Anna Oop.
It seems like Team Anna Oop, being a famous YouTuber with millions of subscribers, thought it would be nice to help her friend, Team Butterface, with her own channel. Not by, inviting her on her channel, do collaboration, helping her develop her reputation and the connection with her viewership, like we've basically seen happening everywhere else on YouTube since its inception. No. She helps by designing her thumbnail.
Yes, in Butterface's post, they credit a close friend for helping them get their channel off the ground. They don't say who, but Top RPDR Video seems pretty certain that this special someone is Anna Oop. Although there is no solidified evidence to confirm this beyond a shadow of a doubt, it certainly planted a seed for people to start digging. And not too long after, another creator appeared on the scene, Paige Christie.
Today, we are talking about another bustling content farm called Anna Oop.
Paige Christie is a commentator who has covered the topic of content farms before, most notably the Spill saga that followed a similar storyline. She had already expressed her doubts over the legitimacy of both Anna Oop and Butterface's channels earlier on in the previous year, but now seemed to have the evidence to prove that they were both connected.
Butterface's first video, and underneath their first video, which is every single time Monet Exchange came for Tamisha Iman, which was posted on the 16th of June 2021, there was a comment left by Anna Oop, and the comment read as follows: "Hi guys, I see some of y'all are commenting that my friend is copying me. I love the art of drag, and so does my friend, and when they said they were interested in making a channel, I wanted to help out where I could, so I helped them with the thumbnail design, gave them some editing tips. Please, no hate to them. P.S. I love Butter. This video goes off." Butterface responded with, "Thank you, Queen. I probably should have mentioned somewhere that you gave me some tips. I completely understand everyone's concerns in the comments. Love you too." And this comment, can I just say, has since been deleted. The admission that the thumbnails were created at that point by Anna Oop was all I needed to then go and do some dirty investigation.
This is pretty damning information, particularly when combined with the collective research prior. It proved that there was an undeniable connection between Butterface and Anna Oop, and if Butterface was indeed as corporate as they appear to be, then unless they fooled Anna too, there was no real alternative explanation for how such a scenario could have transpired. If Anna truly was a friend, then unfortunately that friend was a business. I assume this was a shock to some, but I think most who followed the situation were just waiting for their suspicions to be confirmed. The truth was that we were seeing one person supposedly pumping out up to an hour of highly produced yet fundamentally hollow content every week. It simultaneously was too bad and too good to be true.
Butterface has not returned. And I think it's because they know that they done goof, because the comments underneath, a lot of people are beginning to realize that this is a conglomerate, and especially when it comes down to straight up stealing other people's content, this is now majorly overstepping a line.
The evidence had been stacking up for a while, but with all of it accumulating in one place, it enabled people to understand the depth of this masquerade. Behind it, a very telling story about Anna Oop. This person who would use their status as a self-proclaimed human being to tell stories, plead their case with YouTube on multiple occasions, and even talk about personal challenges going on in their life was simply not a person at all. And there was no way that anyone involved had merely accidentally acted like an individual. This was a fully committed facade, filled to the brim with first-person pronouns. They knew what they were doing, and they were making a killing from it. But who were they? Well, there was still a little more to uncover.
One channel that kept coming up when I would do a thumbnail search for thumbnails that look similar to it was a channel called Rumored. Then I went into Rumored's featured channels and I came across another channel called This Happened. As you can see, they all have the same thumbnail style. And then from This Happened, I went and checked out their featured channels tab, and would you look at it, There are some people there that we should recognize. One person called Anna Uncovered.
In Paige's video, she showed that there appeared to be a nexus of channels connected to each other. Some of these were channels that did masquerade as individual creators, whereas others were presented under the more corporate pretense. However, on researching one of the channel's URLs, Paige found something else.
Is that all of the rest of the channel did not have a customized HTML. So their YouTube HTML is youtube.com/c/Daniel O Games. Daniel with the O being massive, games, uppercase S, lowercase s. So one of the jobs it shows is female voice artist for big celeb channels, as well as a second one that was posted 29th of November, which is an American female voice artist for a celeb channel. So the advert reads as follows. They need 10 freelancers. Hello, we are a company called Video Creation Hub. We own several YouTube channels, and one of them is in the celebrity niche. To give you an example of the style of work that we're after, check out these channels. And one of them is the channel This Happened, and the other channel is Pop Juice.
This led down a further rabbit hole which revealed two companies, Creolon and Video Creation Hub, both of whom specialized in one thing, YouTube automation.
So O works for Video Creation Hub, which are the people who created this Upwork advert. And on LinkedIn, they state that they are a content writer, a freelance writer, and a contributing writer. But not only do they work for the Video Creation Hub, they also work for another company called Creolon Media. So the Video Creation Hub essentially is a company that considers YouTube profiles as real estate. They do something that they call YouTube automation.
In essence, these companies are specially designed to build and consolidate large channels in their fan bases. They know how to communicate with the Gen Z mind. Ugh. They don't really list their techniques on the page, trade secrets I suppose, but then again I feel at this point it's somewhat evident. So this began to paint another very different picture. There may be actually individuals behind the channels themselves, but the production comes from a third-party company who turns that concept into a content farm. Paige then provides further evidence to support this, and it begins to look a bit dystopian, honestly.
An editor from blank. Passionate about music, entertainment, writing, Dee has put her love for them together and specializes in music and entertainment journalism. Currently, Dee is a scriptwriter at Creolon Media Group, where she writes several scripts a week for the Butterface YouTube channel.
Creolon Media appears to be aiming for a plethora of genres in the coming months. Advertising roles in channels relating to soccer, tech-based horror, rap music. They're essentially shooting for world domination, or the next best thing. This was daunting.
These people essentially create entire automated channels with voiceover artists, with writers, with researchers, with editors, with thumbnail creators, with graphic designers, with producers, with literally just everything it is that you could possibly need to have a channel and make it run.
There was really very little to add at the end of Paige's videos. She channels the frustration of an individual creator who sees many of her peers struggling to keep up with the sort of farm that companies like Creolon and Video Creation Hub are operating. Not necessarily being bothered by their existence, but more about the lie they wanted to present themselves as one of us. Paige also made a follow-up video where she briefly spoke to Truth for Reality and gave his side of the story more attention as well.
Yeah, I reached out to her on 2 occasions. I wasn't going to strike the videos, I just wanted her to credit my work. No response. So then they tried to threaten me through emails with a lawyer. The whole thing is a joke. It really wasn't that serious to me. So then I asked him if he had a copy of the email it was that he was sent by Anna Solves. And he basically said to me, he said that he doesn't have it and that the account that they emailed from tried to email him a PDF file. He says that those are often used for malicious attacks, so he blocked the account and erased the entire thread. So take that information whichever way you want to. I'm more inclined to believe this young man, only because it's not just him who's saying it. There are several people echoing the same sentiment, and several people who came over to my video unprovoked to tell me the exact same thing, that Anna Solves steals content from other content creators.
This was arguably the most serious claim relating to the drama, and certainly asked more of the companies behind the channels. It also placed the ball firmly in the court of Anna Oop, Butterface, and the rest of the channel syndicate. However, their response was more to erase evidence. As noted in Paige's video, the comment from Anna was quickly deleted after it was discovered. The video that comment appeared on was subsequently set to private as well, and a large majority of leads that Paige followed in her video were removed or hidden. Although Anna would later use the phrase "our videos" on Twitter, this seems to be the closest that there is to an acknowledgement that this is more than one person. However, in a way, sometimes a lack of response can be considered a response in itself. Outside of the occasional tweet, Anna Oop's social media accounts largely fell silent. They stopped posting on their community tab altogether on each of their channels and just returned to the regular upload schedule. Anna Oop still has a personality, unfortunately, but outside of the content there is no real attempt to build a fan base. Anna Plays, the channel that was designed to cultivate a closer relationship between the channel and the audience, uploaded their last video in May 2022 and has been dormant since. Interestingly, not nearly a month after, another channel returned to the platform, Butterface, with a video about drag queen drama. What a surprise. Their video on the topic of a queen pretending to be a Reddit to defend themselves was at least somewhat ironic, but the description was what was even more interesting. Here they drop the guise of being an individual person and admit that they are operated by a company and realize the ethical qualms of behaving in such a way. They want to do better and have since adapted a more corporate format to distinguish themselves from other individual creators. This wouldn't have been a bad response if this had been their first response. Unfortunately, they already had one shot at explaining themselves, and many people consider this apology to be a result of their failure to maintain the masquerade. I think the apology also rang hollow in the greater sense as well, because other channels that were seemingly friends with Butterface and were proven to be a part of this syndicate, most notably Anna Oop, were still using personal branding to do just what Butterface admitted to be unethical. But sometimes friends have different opinions, I suppose.
I'm sorry, but why does every Kardashian or Jenner out there try to ruin their memes by profiting off them and reusing them over and over again?
Nonetheless, the apology did serve as strong confirmation for the broader theory surrounding these channels, and ultimately proved that no matter what was hidden, the explanation remained the same. Anna Oop was not who they said they were, and they were just one of the many channels that began to infiltrate the creator sphere. Who knows what these channels are or if we can even identify them. But regardless if Butterface
How do you
or
get
Anna
that
Oop's
one?
presence meant anything, it meant that they were already here. It's a pretty simple observation to make, but I think what bothered people the most was just the lie in the first place. It's not like this was the only way for corporate channels to survive in the 21st century. There is more than enough proof you can thrive in your own space regardless of who owns you, and there are more than enough successful channels to demonstrate.
Or is that from
they
the
just wanted a piece of the pie, and it makes sense in a way. Personally fronted YouTube channels have far better audience retention. Compare a channel like Anna Oop with Pop Juice. Pop Juice presently has 129 million views with 220,000 subscribers. Anna Oop had 440,000 subscribers with half the amount of cumulative views. The whole reason retention is higher is because viewers think you're a real person, which might be considered a bit of a deal breaker when you're not. So, who is the real Anna Oop? As we kind of found out already, there's certainly a degree of deception involved in the curation of these channels. But when establishing the timeline for this situation, you'll realize there are more smoke and mirrors that had not been accounted for. Let's start from the top with one simple factoid that we know to be true. Anna Oop's channel was launched on the 12th of May 2019. That makes sense in this timeline given the channel's subsequent success in the following years. However, we also know that around the start of 2020, Anna Oop conducted an overhaul on their channel. Their social media accounts and a large number of videos were subsequently deleted. I can't give you the exact reason why without speculation, but I did say I would return to this point, and that's because there is something interesting about their original Twitter that has been preserved, and that is the use of plural pronouns to describe their channel. At first when I found it, I assumed that it could be a typo, but it kept appearing and appearing and appearing to a point where I assumed that it must have been intentional. Anna Oop started out as a corporate channel that grew to an extent it was just that. Although there seemed to be an individual person assigned to their social media, the channel was quite transparent about it being more than one person. However, by May 2020, this had completely changed, and even their YouTube description read that they were a 21-year-old girl from America, which I always found such a strange detail to include in their channel because I don't think that many people could care enough about their about page to update it with every passing birthday. The switch to voiceovers at the start of the new year also changed the game with respect to how Anna operated. They moved towards this more personal bond with their audience and began to integrate things like birthdays, Q&As, things that would draw people in. It was the next step of the business model. This one didn't raise too many abject suspicions at the time because it seemed like a natural progression, revealing something personal about yourself. It all seemed fair and square. However, with the next step, the expansion, some more evidence of suspicious behavior emerges.
So their YouTube HTML is youtube.com/c/Daniel O Games. Daniel with the O being massive, Games, uppercase S, lowercase s.
When watching Betty Page's video, I was surprised when she mentioned Pop Juice's URL, that being of Daniello Games. I struggled to really think what Daniello and his games had to do with a social media channel covering trending topics. But more interestingly, I'd noticed this when researching the Anna franchise earlier on the day. What do I mean by this? The interesting detail about Anna's secondary projects is that Anna Solves, Anna Uncovered, and Anna Horror Stories channels were seemingly founded before Anna Oop's own channel was. Now, this wasn't something dubious beyond doubt. Plenty of people have old channels they may revamp for content production, but it certainly made one curious. And then you go to the archives of these channels, and on each of these accounts you will find an old screenshot of the channel belonging to someone who seemingly has no relation to Anna Oop whatsoever. These channels typically display around a 5-figure subscriber count and seemingly all relate to Hispanic content creators, which I also found to be a very strange connection. So it appears that people behind the Anna Oop channel purchased these channels as they believed it would maximize their chances for subscriber growth, which also explains why Anna was so close to reaching 100,000 subscribers so soon after their first video on the Anna Solves channel. However, when returning to this theory today, I hit a roadblock because the Anna Horror Stories channel that I pulled up said it was created in June 2021, which would have been around the time the channel went live. I took a moment to wonder whether I just made a mistake. It wouldn't be the first time, but I thought I'd retrace my steps to the tweet promoting the channel. I followed the link on the tweets, and then it hit me. There are two different Anna Horror Stories channels. Has anyone ever noticed this? It appears the second Anna Horror Stories channel had picked up where the first one left off, stopping on the first channel in May and resuming on the second channel in June. My guess would be monetization issues, as I didn't see any ads on the first channel, but it's still an utterly bizarre situation. Normally you'd expect Anna to take to Twitter, but there's just this strange period of radio silence, and no evidence that they ever attempted to have the lack of monetization on that channel changed, which is also surprising given they regularly complain to YouTube when they feel they've been maltreated. Perhaps this time they kinda knew what they were doing was wrong and didn't want to attract attention to it, but that's just a guess. Beyond the assumption these channels were bought, I mean, I doubt Anna was also a male Mexican gamer in their spare time. The Anna Horror Stories channel's URL was advertised at a forum a few weeks before the Anna Horror Stories channel was launched. The link speaks for itself. Now, on principle, I don't really mind people trading accounts. People can cultivate what they want and pass it on for all I care. However, buying accounts often does feed a very dangerous side of YouTube, the one where people hack accounts to sell them on. I'm sure we all know creators who had their channel turned into a Tesla fan page recently. It's not fun. And although I doubt the team behind Anna Oop is hacking these channels themselves, it definitely speaks to the corporate approach of content farms they wouldn't consider the trade they're participating in. In the case of the Anna Horror Stories channel, despite previously being a Spanish-speaking channel, it was being advertised by an American or Canadian user whose approval for monetization message was written in English. It's not evidence beyond a doubt because Spanish-speaking people do live in America, but it's food for thought.
That's fake.
It's not something that Anna's team would ever think or care about themselves. As they expanded, they assumedly hired more and more people for these channels, and having less ability to actually critically stay in touch with the content they were creating. In a way, ironically, this worked somewhat to their advantage, whereas a channel like Spill's content drew suspicion for being too good for a single person, Anna Oop and their accompanying channels never had to worry about that. They occupied this position where they could pull off the act of being human through what appeared to be human error. But just because something's human doesn't mean it's good. In the meantime, their social media started drawing with a variety of creators, especially easy targets that would embolden their status in the community, calling out others and using a face reveal bait to launch a diss track on all their detractors. It all pointed to one thing. Anna Oop et al. Weren't just a content farm, they were a bad content farm, and the only way they were able to keep their feet on the ground in this genre was pretending to be a singular person and simply outmaneuvering all the actual people by rigging an algorithm in their favor by buying channels and strafe-running content, while all holding hollow opinions that align with viewers to keep them watching. And the worst thing about it is that it completely, 100% worked.
No, he said Mexican gamers, and I said you. You like, alright, bruh. What did I even say? I ain't even say nothing.
There's one more point I want to make regarding Butterface's apology, and that's a video that was published alongside it.
Fans wanted to get to the bottom of things themselves, and even one fan tweeted Trinity and asked her point blank if the account was hers, to which she responded, "Oh yes, I'm still on Reddit." You might be thinking, ooh, girl, that sounds like a confession. Well, it is, but it also isn't. if that makes sense.
It's not exactly an objectionable video, but it's so strange seeing a channel that is a self-admitted corporation trying to use jargon with intonations that it doesn't feel like they can ever truly understand. Sure, they've dropped the guise that they're a real person, they've said they understand why it's ethically questionable to do so, but they're still trying to pull off that attitude that garnered them the attention in the first place. With the knowledge that there are people behind the scenes pulling the strings to make this video appealing to you, it just feels rather weird. Audiences like to feel they're in control of the content they consume, and that's where the difference between a rather generic corporate channel and one that's trying to yassify their view count comes into play. A middle ground corporate channel just wants the view, the click. It's a transactional thing that both parties are aware of. These channels, though, they do something different. They commercialize the viewer's connection with the community and the culture that comes with it, so they appropriate parts of it to appeal to people. To be honest, it's not that I think it's inherently immoral to do that, but I think it does make people uncomfortable, and I don't think people are often willing to support a channel like that, which is probably why the guise of an individual person is always going to be more effective, even if you gave a corporation personality. Unfortunately, it's just not believable that there are a bunch of guys in suits who are genuinely shook over whatever's being said between online influencers. Companies just don't have the merit to appear legitimately interested in certain circles of culture, but it can't stop them from trying. As a corporate channel, Anna Oop had very few defining features, no exceptional research, no great wisdom to impart. But as a person, their personality perfectly fit into a community that welcomed the characteristically audacious creator who just says what she feels and doesn't give a damn who tries to stop her tea-spilling endeavors.
We all sat through hours and hours of cringe music this year, and I think we all understood that influencers should not make music. Unless you're the hypocritical bitch that is me, of course.
Say what you want about Spill. I think many gave them their fair share of criticism back in the day, but they weren't necessarily bad at what they were doing. The least I can say about them is that in the general discourse of corporate-based channels, they did a decent job at keeping their audience informed and entertained. They presented content in a way that many channels simply could not. And those are two of the key tenets of any YouTube channel that I mentioned in the introduction. Anna Oop, on the other hand, was just mass-produced junk food content. I think that's what bothers me the most about their channel as a concept. Corporations do have the ability to do what many individual creators cannot, and they can achieve great feats with their resources and manpower. However, the team behind Anna Oop settled on purposely being less than that because they wanted the illusion of humanity. All these opinions about who was in the right or wrong in their content, possibly fabricated to play to a crowd. It's risky business doing that, and easily leads to contradictions that could harm people involved or mentioned. The truth is that everything is an algorithm to some extent, even personal values and expressions of those that can supposedly organically draw an audience in. It's an inevitability, and plenty of creators have been called out in their time.
I'm not answering that, Jafet.
May not truly hold. Playing to the crowd is common. However, when you engineer channels with the sole intent of playing to the crowd, not only do you reduce the realm of critical thought in that genre, you also may make a lot of damn additional mistakes. The majority opinion isn't always the right one. Making errors is part of life as an individual creator. We're only human and we strive to grow. At the same time, I think most creators' lives would be easier if we didn't make those errors and didn't have to deal with the guilt and shame that comes with them. To have a corporate network, the creative formula to enable those errors is just insulting to the people who spend hours trying to avoid such pitfalls. It also amplifies harm that can be spread through falsehoods and misrepresentations that may not have spread otherwise. This was especially valid with the true crime genre, a section of YouTube that demands meticulousness and dignity for all those involved. The incompetence of Anna Souls
Your ass ain't getting it. Bitch, fuck you.
Other creators in the domain, but also
when I get it and
well, who are often
I get offered 200 billion, I don't want to hear nothing from you. I don't know you actually.
Because that connection will provide you with an inherent motive to be sensitive to the world around you. Otherwise, the only real motive that exists is the one in the numbers, and sometimes the numbers will tell you to do something different to the people. Sure, the best way to attract clicks is to exaggerate titles and thumbnails while dramatizing the story and asking the viewers, what do you think about this mass murderer? But not all content should be treated that way. When Anna Oop moved from the T to true crime, there wasn't any real acknowledgement of the sheer differences between the two realms. Too many businesses don't distinguish that one genre may have different rules to another because they lack that personal connection to understand the nuances, which is what caused so much unrest in the true crime community. People felt that Anna didn't respect those cases, and they may well have been correct. The other problem with seeing matters only through numbers is how you interpret the actions of others, and how you interact with criticism. The Truth for Reality situation showed us that. Separate to the point of copyright altogether, the Anna Solves community post projected the intention of a channel like theirs onto a channel like Truth's, who for all intents and purposes does actually sincerely care about the stories he covers. It's particularly illuminating the comparison of the response to someone like Truth, a smaller creator, and Mr. Ballon, a larger creator. One video was taken down swiftly and silently, the other resulted in a public campaign that only stalled when people called them out for it. And alright, maybe they would have been able to pass as a person with less outrage if they'd merely created content and avoided any outside interactions, but they used this perception as a human to instigate drama with other creators and elicit sympathy from their viewers. It gave them the ability to use those human emotions to leverage favorable outcomes and just attention in general. How that sort of attention could only yield so much good when your own shortcomings become more noticeable and the channels around you begin to falter as well. Even businesses stretch themselves thin trying to cut corners, and the same numbers that tell you the more content the better make you forget about the other numbers that gave you those numbers in the first place. In the end, even without an admission, people felt the mask had slipped. An inhuman schedule with an inhumane approach. All was undone.
I know y'all been waiting for a face reveal.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
She ugly. Anyway, let's next video.
Significant that arose during the 90s was a
Dr. Phil.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And mainstream TV, a contraption that, contrary to beliefs held by many netizens, people do actually still watch.
Sharks, advanced sports technology is at the forefront of a new sport that's sweeping the entire nation like a tidal wave. Sharks, this is the National Association of Bubble Soccer.
Bitch, if you don't get...
It's not a necessity in modern day society. With the rise of online content and stream platforms, you can obtain your daily dose of entertainment from a variety of sources. Yet, although audiences have certainly been spoiled with an abundance of TV series and films, many live shows have still predominantly remained on broadcast television. Well, at least more than others. These include game shows, news programs, and of course today's genre that has launched so many successful careers, talk shows.
Bartier Cardi. Bartier Cardi.
Yeah, you know, I named it Bartier Cardi, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want Cartier to sue me. Featuring 21 Savage, okay?
Now, this isn't to say they don't have their online counterparts, but I think like other shows that retain most of their audience from live TV broadcasts, there is something about watching that sort of content in the moment as it often operates within a very brief window into the spirit of that specific era. If you went back and tried to watch an episode of Oprah from 1992, you'd probably find it hasn't dated the best. I mean, sometimes these episodes are dated by the time they're released. I digress though. To give them their credit, they have fought hard for their place on the TV guide, and they do provide people with content that can keep them in touch with the world around them through a medium that may be more digestible than the traditional outlets. With this in mind, there aren't too many set rules for creating a successful talk show. The first rule is that there needs to be some talking that kind of goes without saying, or with saying, I suppose. But it's also important that the person talking is relatively interesting and has a personality to present those viewing. The second rule is that there needs to be people to talk to, otherwise the host is just rambling into the void. Therefore, they'll either talk to you, the viewer, directly, or there's a live audience drafted in to cheer, jeer, or appear as part of the host's wacky shenanigans. With such a broad church of TV encompassed by these couple tenets, it's no surprise that a plethora of shows have garnered success off the very diverse interpretations of these couple key tenets, from the preppy positivity of Ellen to the necessary conflict and consequent chaos of a show like The View.
You just said we don't scream at each other, right? Or is it just you that gets to scream?
Okay, no, I agree.
Okay, then lower your voice because we are very close to each other. And I know you come here to sell a book and try to pick a fight, but we're not going to do that today.
No less, it follows that such a wide-reaching genre would spawn numerous subgenres, many of whom have their own means of engagement and corresponding audiences. One of the most significant that arose during the 90s was a style called tabloid talk shows, a controversial and divisive genre that utilized the concept of guest involvement to the maximum. It soon dawned on TV producers that hosts weren't the only people who could be interesting, and that could serve a purpose as well.
See this, you dumb bitch? Can you read behind you, dumb bitch?
What are you talking about? What is this?
What do you mean you've been replaced, bitch?
In the years following, a lot of these shows cropped
What?
up that broadcast what would normally be extremely personal disputes and the explosive confrontations that would follow from them. Added many people's desire for their 5 minutes of fame and orchestration designed to heighten tension between the parties involved, and you were often left with highly theatrical yet extremely real coverage of interpersonal troubles. For some it was entertaining, but for others it was unwatchable. Enter stage left Oprah Winfrey, the queen of TV talk shows, who some argue made the industry more accessible to tabloid shows due to the intimate nature of her own. Her often very personal statements and opinions through the guise of a large media personality caught a lot of people's attention. With that said, Oprah was also thought to not be entirely comfortable with that presentation, and sought to retain a more conventional and professional structure that wouldn't conflate her with an often turbulent genre. One of these measures undertaken was to involve experts in certain segments, and provide an extra veneer of credibility for the discourse at hand. One of these experts was an individual by the name of Phil McGraw, who held a PhD in clinical psychology. Oprah had met Phil a few years prior while working with his trial consultancy firm CSI, after being sued for statements she had made on her show relating to mad cow disease. After that beef was settled, she offered McGraw a visiting spot on Oprah where he would be brought on to discuss questions surrounding relationships and general life hardships with her guests. With their focus being on the host, a lot of shows experimented with different styles, and not too soon after, we were asking the question, what if we had an expert in subject X or subject Y as a host, and how would that influence how they interact with their guests? Dr. Phil seemed to serve as the answer to this question.
The only person in the world I've ever wanted to cheer for me was him.
Look at him.
The only person in the
Stand up.
Bitch, stand up.
No, you're hiding from him. I want you to look at him, and let me tell you something. I want you to listen. I don't want you to go off and think about what you're going to say in response. I want you to listen to and look her in the eye and hear what she's saying.
These segments proved to be extremely popular, with Oprah giving them an increasingly regular presence on her program. As this popularity persisted, Winfrey, being the business person that she is, decided that Dr. Phil McGraw's sections had the potential to be its own TV series. So in 2002, 4 years after our visiting expert made his debut appearance on Oprah, Dr. Phil was launched to impressive ratings that have maintained themselves during the show's long and illustrious lifespan, receiving multiple daytime Emmy nominations and praise from viewers who feel that Dr. Phil's more measured approach to his guests allows them to be viewed through a more human lens. However, as we've seen with other talk show hosts, what is presented is never quite the full picture. It should go without saying that TV is very selective, even more so than other mediums, and over time Dr. Phil's show garnered more and more critics who questioned the professionalism and the ethics behind the treatment of the guests involved, ultimately culminating in a flurry of allegations made by former employees and guests towards the show's producers and of course the man himself, leading many to question whether the show was really a force for good. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and all complimentary variations, today we'll delve into Dr. Phil, the rise and success of the show, alongside its notable social media renaissance, while also investigating the controversy and the concomitant ethical questions of our beloved TV title at the center of today's video. My friends, let us not dwell any longer. 'Tis time to discuss the dangers of Dr. Phil.
I personally hate Dr. Phil, but that's only because whenever I live with my, when I lived with my biological dad and, stepmom, all she would do was watch fucking Dr. Phil. Fucking hated Dr. Phil. Fucking annoying.
It empties you out until there's nothing left to empty. No matter what happens, no matter how much it hurts, you don't stop dancing and you don't stop smiling and you give those people what they want.
Allow me to introduce you to a man that you may not have heard of. This chap is called Les Crane, and in the 1960s, he had a somewhat popular late-night program fittingly called The Les Crane Show. In an attempt to compete with other programs at the time, they introduced a format which involved a shotgun microphone and members of the audience, whom he would proceed to grill on a multitude of affairs, including socially sensitive topics at that time, such as homosexuality.
I have to differ with you, I have to argue with you on that one point there, because there are some homosexuals who are that way because of either environment or because of a background that has caused them to go that route.
Well,
now, that doesn't mean that all homosexuals are sick people.
but not through, it's not something that happens through seduction or anything like that. The background is just that they grew up in a society and they found the existing heterosexual norms not to their liking, whether it was the way they perceived their own parental relationships.
On one episode, he had hosted a debate with Lee Harvey Oswald's mother on the topic of her son's guilt, which was concluded with an editorial recap from Mel Brooks, of all people. But unfortunately, I couldn't retrieve any footage of such. By all means, Les Crane was perceived as a vigorous yet reasoned interviewer, and although the tabloid label was retroactively applied to his show, not too long after followed what many believe was a more fitting prototype for the genre.
You are a disruptor. You are a
Mr.
man
Pine,
that...
Are you willing to hear my views?
As soon as I finish
Well, I don't
mine.
have to hear you calling me names. If you want to hear
Do
my
what
views,
you want.
can
You want to
hear.
walk away?
I think
Fine,
this is a
you walk
circus
away.
and that you're a fool and that we're not in any way discussing
You're a liar and a danger
any
to the
issue.
country.
Kill him!
This is Joe Pine. He was another 50s and 60s talk show host who garnered popularity on radio and TV for his often outspoken and opinionated demeanor. However, in 1965, his own self-titled talk show went into wide syndication. These typically involved fiery discussions with highly controversial guests, colored by Pine's own racially progressive yet otherwise socially conservative political positions. These conversations would regularly escalate into shouting matches and even physical aggression, with reports being that chairs would regularly be thrown and Pine would have to eject his guests live on TV. Although receiving criticism for his platforming of vicious and even dangerous individuals, he continued to retain a steady viewership until the show's cessation a couple years later. In the years following, a number of hosts utilized similar blueprints for their talk shows, but after the heights of the Vietnam War and hippie culture that were a catalyst for a lot of these broadcasts, the genre maintained a middling profile that wasn't the source of great discourse, mostly carried by Phil Donahue and Dick Cavett, both of whom were known for their slightly more dignified techniques, though not without their exceptional moments. However, this began to change once more in the 1980s, with the emergence of shows that catered towards more controversial subjects that regularly resulted in conflicts between the guests and the hosts.
Go ahead and talk.
So shut up.
No, you
So shut up.
Go,
So shut up. Sit down.
Sit down. You had your chance of fame.
You
Sit
had
down,
your chance
honey.
of fame.
Sit down.
You had your chance of fame. So what's the
Probably the most famous example of this is Jerry Springer, the syndicated show named after its host. Springer, a former lawyer and civic official, had initially conceived the show as a forum for political debate, but after a few unsuccessful seasons, Springer and his new producer overhauled this concept and decided to focus on more personal issues with members of the public as their guests, complemented by scripted sequences that would regularly escalate into physical confrontation, sort of like Oprah meets WWE. It clearly took a few notes from Joe Pine's show while replacing the political content with more sociological matters. Although the scripted sequences would eventually...
I can't listen about no motherfucking Jerry Springer. If I hear about Jerry Springer, I might start sneezing. Just because that was the... You was watching him, you was sick. You was home from school. Whether you was actually sick or not, you had to fake it. Or you were actually dead-ass sick.
Be scrapped, the topics were similarly contentious and were still the source of numerous controversies over the years that followed. However, the success spoke for itself, and it wasn't long before the genre was more popular than ever, featuring multiple syndicated shows with different hosts and international producers taking an interest as well. Probably the most famous overseas example in the UK is The Jeremy Kyle Show, which ran for a total of 17 seasons and was no less frenzied than its American contemporaries.
There! Listen, you shut up. No, I'm serious. No, I'm her boyfriend. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, don't worry about you. You didn't make press.
I was
She
with her all
did.
the time, mate.
Everyone seen press.
Time
Lie
now.
on his face. Little didn't delete your number from BB, so it all didn't go.
Oh, shut up, mate.
So there we go.
Nonetheless, in spite of these ratings, the controversies are no less troubling for certain viewers and even businesses. As entertaining as conflict can be, many hosts played a role that could be perceived as provocative, and as a person who is also trying to present themselves as an arbiter, that seemed a somewhat compromising problem. The audience also often didn't help, seeming more like citizens in a Roman Colosseum, ready to watch whatever gladiatorial combat was about to transpire. Producers also participated by purposely choosing topics that would garner the most views, but at the same time could also cause the most damage damage to the people actually involved. Anyone who's familiar with conflict resolution knows the last thing you need is a large mob egging you on, and therefore this sort of TV, although entertaining for some, was deeply discomforting for others. A lot of these shows have been taken off air since, some the result of host fatigue, some the result of TV scandals, and some the result of actual deaths. Many of these shows also employed methods that were questionable in their authority. A polygraph or lie detector, for example, is always a popular piece of equipment. Its accuracy, however, is never guaranteed, yet its word was treated like gospel on all of these programs. In the case of the Jeremy Kyle show, it was taken off the air after a guest who was known to have suffered from depression took his own life following his appearance and failure of a polygraph, of which Kyle persistently insulted his guest and branded him a serial liar, of which the coroner concluded could well have contributed to his untimely death. With the revelation, there were probably other people who suffered the same fate as well. I'd like to say that it was a sudden moral consciousness that kicked in the demise of many of these shows, but I think it became apparent to producers and studios that these shows were liabilities, and that if they continued to utilize techniques that provoke their guests in such a way, they could easily be facing some very serious lawsuits. So over the 21st century, these shows have slowly faded into rerun rotation. But what could have taken its place? Well, this is where Dr. Phil makes his grand entrance. When he arrived on the scene in 2002, this sort of content was just passing its peak, but still pulling significant ratings. The market was pretty saturated, and there were more than enough talk show hosts for viewers to choose from. The only real thing he had going for him on paper was his qualifications and the backing of the behemoth that was Oprah. However, he'd need more than that for the sort of longevity that she had enjoyed. What would he do to ensure that? Well, let me introduce you to Dr. Phil.
I'm good. You don't gotta show me him. I don't want to see him. I appreciate that.
The year now is 2022 if my upload schedule is intact, and Dr. Phil has been up and running for 20 seasons. It has outlasted nearly every tabloid talk show, a majority of normal talk shows including Oprah, and still pulls significant viewership. He must have done something right.
You call people trailer trash or rednecks.
I have.
Okay, 90% of people are stupid. There should be a law passed against stupid people. Well, you better hope that isn't true.
From the off, Dr. Phil seemed to set himself apart from the competition, particularly in his approach to how he treated guests. I think many hosts, even the ones that were probably more sensitive than most, didn't have the human background to navigate the complex issues that many of these shows often sought to tackle. Now, McGraw wasn't a full-time psychologist, as we know he was a bit of a jack of all trades, but his educational background in clinical psychology and at least some degree of practical experience made him a much better fit for the moderating position that such an individual should typically occupy.
You also said women are really emotional and men are logical. And I got the sense, and I'm just asking you, tell me what you think. I'm not trying to, I just want to know where you come down on it. You said that as though logic is at this level and emotion is at a lesser level of functioning. Is that how you think he feels?
Psychology isn't just about knowing all these behavioral terms or knowing how to approach them. Honestly, that would make pretty dry TV. A lot of the art is in being able to deconstruct people's behavior and language to reach the core of how they're feeling. The truth is, a lot of people don't say how they're feeling, particularly in these situations when their behaviors or beliefs may be challenged. It's a very interpretive job and requires picking out certain details that you may typically overlook in everyday conversation. Now, I'm sure Dr. Phil has his own style. However, when the show started, he definitely demonstrated this ability, and this often allowed him to connect with his guests more successfully than others from around his time.
And you feel guilty about this, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You feel guilty about where she is and what she's doing?
Yes.
Do you? Because you guys say we're kind of blaming ourselves for this. All right, have you intended to sabotage your daughter?
No.
Have you intended to make her stubborn?
No.
Non-compliant?
No.
Disobedient? Rebellious? So we need to put blame out of this. Parents don't need to be feeling blame about this. What you need to be thinking about here is that you have a responsibility for what's happened.
Dr. Phil took a familiar formula, the fact that one or more people had a problem, the problem affected their daily life, and they wished to address it. Now, when you present this scenario to a majority of tabloid talk show hosts or their producers, the question will be, how can we generate the most drama? The approach that Dr. Phil appears to take is more related to how can this problem be addressed. And for many, there's a great satisfaction within problem resolution. Other talk show hosts presented talking about your problems as
Don't
being
get this for real.
intimidating, and certainly didn't really inspire people to seek out help. And to be fair to Dr. Phil, studies have shown that viewers of his shows are more likely to do just that, and that's really nothing to turn your nose up at. When dealing with certain disputes, he didn't seem to be insensitive to the human factors at play. The human factors are what made Dr. Phil appealing. One of the skills to what his show does is one that I'd describe as extraction. A lot of the time, Dr. Phil would be presented with a specific situation, one that on the surface could be rather niche and certainly not applicable to you or I. Everyone has their own unique situations and challenges, but a lot of the time they can also be rooted in general struggles that can affect anyone, and by being able to focus on that, he could connect with audience members who may be emotionally moved by hearing such struggles. This is something he's referenced in interviews, and although some would justifiably find it a bit objectifying towards his guests, it's also definitely the source of some success.
What I'm recommending is empirically supported in the psychological and psychiatric literature, and I don't diagnose people. And I say very clearly, I can't diagnose you here. I would have to complete a lot more interview than I have time to do. I would have to do a battery of psychometric tests. I'd probably have to do a brain workup and some lab work, and I can't do that here. Now, on the short list of my considerations, if I was doing it, might be the following. But these are things you're going to check out when you leave here. And so they look at that and say, you know what? I think this guy's checking all the boxes.
Yeah. Well, so it just seems from that explanation that what you're doing is more for everybody else than for the person sitting in that chair, maybe.
They're teaching tools.
Yeah.
Everybody there is a teaching tool. If I'm talking to you, it's a trade-off. You get up close and personal focus and lots of resources. Because I have a blue ribbon advisory board with the top minds from the top learning centers in the country.
I do think it can help to put individuals more in touch with their own mental health, with mind to the fact that such information should
mental
be handled
health or
carefully,
whatever.
which we'll put a pin in for now.
Did it never occur to you that, you know what, I'm putting myself first and my need to vent and my need to explode, I'm putting that ahead of my children's best interest.
He yells at me too.
You don't get it. I hope all of you at home get it, but you don't get it.
The angle that Dr. Phil adopts is also really important for audience retention. There are lots of causes for people's mistakes and misdeeds, some of which we'll never understand. However, Dr. Phil's focus on personal responsibility is universal. I wholeheartedly believe good people can do bad things and learn from them. At the same time, the only way to properly grow is to accept responsibility, because if you assign all rationale for your behavior to external circumstances, you're admitting you don't have control over your actions. Personal responsibility is the driving force for change, and by focusing on that, Dr. Phil ensures that his show has the ability to find the solution within the problems presented. In discussing people's specific problems, McGraw always managed to approach it from a perspective that gave it mass appeal, retaining its educational grounding, while still speaking directly to the guests. It was accessible yet challenging. I don't doubt it has probably helped a fair few people in not just understanding themselves, but possibly being more empathetic to those around them, and in possibly recognizing those same signs. Dr. Phil's demeanor also aids viewers in how they may feel morally about watching content that could typically leave vulnerable individuals somewhat exposed in the eye of the media. As much as gladiatorial combat enthralls those who desire it, there's always the question of the cost to those brave warriors who put themselves out there. The Dr. Phil show presented discussion on these matters as if they were the first step to getting genuine help, and therefore viewers could feel more at ease believing that they weren't necessarily contributing to a harmful practice. A lot of guests seem to be in a better place after a discussion with Dr. Phil, and whereas other tabloid talk show hosts almost focused on escalation, the art of Dr. Phil seemed to be de-escalation. Each reaches some sort of conclusion. The latter seems more mutually favorable in the long term. I think in this case, Dr. Phil carved out an industry niche like very few others, the show that took a genre nearly done to death and subverted it, and started its own trend, this being what some branded as self-help TV, a more conscious way to approach issues that had previously been treated with apathy and even provocation on mainstream television. It's clear that Dr. Phil saw himself less as a therapist and more as a moderator, and wished to present himself as the reasonable voice within often two very strongly contrasting ones. And for many viewers, they perceived him as just that, and tuned in to hear that voice discuss affairs that may hit close to home. And as one of the pioneers of this new movement, it was only upwards from there. But was there something more at stake? One of the common appraisals of Dr. Phil is that he was clearly an intelligent guy, and there was little doubt about that. The dude knew how to present a TV show, and as the ratings followed suit, he enjoyed success that even rivaled his superiors. And over the coming decades, he was only grow his influence as a cultural icon. At first, many viewers did consider him of the more academic cloth, particularly with his background and experience. However, professional psychologists seldom have illustrious TV careers, because the topic is often at odds with a lot of the principles of entertainment. I think McGraw identified this pretty quickly, and in interviews, he didn't tie himself too closely to the occupation, more emphasizing his nature to inform people to go and receive proper help. A lot of individuals might speculate on how Dr. Phil evolved over the years. A lot of TV shows tend to change, and when discussing talk shows, they often have altered their structure to stay relevant and even somewhat acceptable within the ever-adjusting moral compass of the viewers. Dr. Phil was different in this sense. He maintained a lot of consistency with his style. However, what I think changed was how it was presented and perceived by others around it. Indeed, as that style garnered popularity in the mainstream industry, he found a new status as a bit of an oracle on affairs affecting the world in general, and one that placed him in a rather unique position, but posed a few challenges of their own. However, the Doctor here responded accordingly.
I do believe that there comes a moment in time where all things wrong can be made right. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do this my way.
In 2006, McGraw chose not to renew his license to practice psychology professionally in Texas.
Sorry, I didn't see this shit earlier. I bet.
One of the common appraisals of Dr. Phil is that he was clearly an intelligent guy, and there was little doubt about that. The dude knew how to present a TV show, and as the ratings followed suit, he enjoyed success that even rivaled his superiors. And over the coming decades, he was only grow his influence as a cultural icon. At first, many viewers did consider him of the more academic cloth, particularly with his background and experience. However, professional psychologists seldom have illustrious TV careers, because the topic is often at odds with a lot of the principles of entertainment. I think McGraw identified.
Are there any, like, what is it? What am I trying to think? I can't think, never mind.
This pretty quickly, and in interviews, he didn't tie himself too closely to the occupation, more emphasizing his nature to inform people to go and receive proper help. A lot of individuals might speculate on how Dr. Phil evolved over the years. A lot of TV shows tend to change, and when discussing talk shows, they often evolve their structure to stay relevant and even somewhat.
Basically, I would say that maybe minus 15, 20 minutes the entire time I've been streaming so far.
Acceptable within the ever-adjusting moral compass of the viewers. Dr. Phil was different in this sense. He maintained a lot of consistency with his style. However, what I think changed was how it was presented and perceived by others around it. Indeed, as that style garnered popularity in the mainstream industry, he found a new status as a bit of an oracle on affairs affecting the world in general, and one that placed him in a rather unique position, but posed a few challenges of their own. However, the Doctor here responded accordingly.
I do believe that there comes a moment in time where all things wrong can be made right. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do...
You're going to have to go to ranch. You're going to get fucked out there. Like, not hypothetically. Like, your ass going to getting fucked out there.
Do this my way.
In 2006, McGraw chose not to renew his license to practice psychology professionally in Texas. Some may ask whether this affected his ability to run his show. However, in California, where said show was based, their respective board of psychology reported to have agreed that Dr. Phil does not actually practice psychology on his show, and therefore does not require a license. Some have questioned why he did this, and my personal opinion holds that if he didn't actually need it for his show, then it likely became a liability in his eyes. Being a practicing psychologist obviously comes with certain responsibilities, and if he or his show was found to have breached them, even if he wasn't presenting himself in a psychological capacity, then he could have landed himself in some serious shit, which would have generated a lot more controversy than him just opting not to renew his license. A lot of people found this out during Britney Spears' life crisis in 2008. During a stint where she had been hospitalized, her parents, clearly eager to support her, invited Dr. Phil to her bedside, an invitation which he readily accepted. However, after his visit, Dr. Phil decided to issue a public statement, expressing an urgency for the troubled pop star to receive medical support. This was met with disappointment from Spears' parents, who expressed that McGraw had violated their trust by issuing a public statement, and it was even alleged that a complaint had been filed to the Board of Psychology that McGraw had practiced psychology without a license. Now, there are a few more layers to this than a lot of press reported at the time. Dr. Phil did actually know Britney's parents in a personal capacity and claimed to have attended the hospital as a friend and not a therapist. Nonetheless, it still engendered a lot of discourse about his responsibility as a public figure and his outspoken reputation on mental health, with many asking the question of whether he had actually breached his responsibility as a confidant. Dr. Phil did actually issue a response to this on his website, where he clarified he did not practice psychology and had no intent to practice it in the foreseeable future. It definitely showcased the dichotomy with how many audience members viewed him and how he viewed himself, and in spite of these statements, many still held him as an expert in his respective field. And to be fair, it's not like he disagreed. In his statement, he still drew attention to the fact that he had decades of experience and a PhD to show for it. He was still a doctor, after all. Although Dr. Phil didn't seem to change in his approach towards guests, not too long after dropping his license, McGraw seemed to expand his franchise. Many continued to utilize the notion of expert advice, including the show The Doctors, which, although not featuring McGraw, was created and produced by him. The Doctors is another talk show that leans more into the general medical issues and was relatively successful, being cancelled in 2022 after 14 seasons. Another recent show, House Calls with Dr. Phil, once more uses a trope more associated with traditional doctors who may be called to a patient's abode. Though looking at the state of healthcare nowadays, I'm surprised we didn't get phone calls with Dr. Phil. He also launched the company Doctor on Demand, which allowed individuals to schedule appointments with medical and psychological professionals. I'll say that it's a good thing he was providing a platform for more licensed experts, but I also think it's indicative of the fact that he still enjoyed his status and wanted to make the most of it. The truth was, whether he felt like a practicing psychologist or not, it was clear how other people viewed him. The other reason why there aren't a lot of TV figures in the realm of Dr. Phil's is because of the sensitivity of humans themselves and the trouble that can cause. Dr. Phil was no stranger to that either. In fact, even as most successful, he could be facing multiple lawsuits, mostly from disgruntled guests who were unhappy with their portrayal of the show. A large majority of these lawsuits were fairly quickly dismissed, with judges finding the coverage provided by Dr. Phil was fair and McGraw's language being protected under the First Amendment. Dr. Phil occupied this near bulletproof position, where his words were viewed as holding a significant amount of weight, yet could never officially bear that much responsibility as he operated and presented the show as a talk show host. He may not have changed his method, but he had definitely shifted his image towards a more business-oriented model that provided him with more protection. He would regularly make TV appearances and stage interventions with other celebrities, ordinary people, or washed-up TV stars, obtaining this messiah-like status amongst many as the guy who would fly in and rescue you from your lowest point, or give you a good pep talk at least. As the halfway point between medical professional and entertainer, Dr. Phil had occupied a position in the media that enabled him to develop his brand with extensive influence, while maintaining an audience who respected his approach to sensitive matters. It was a devastating combination, and it seemed like there was very little that could undo it. However, would the necessity to occupy two quite conflicting positions pose a challenge as the media landscape evolved? Well, let's find out.
Alright, cool. All I know is we're getting to the part in the stairway or whatever where what is it? getting to the point where if I, 3 more time, you know how the motherfucker talks to you or whatever, right? It says shit to you. It, like, talks to you. And says, like, yo, why are you doing this? Yo, there's no point in doing this, that type of shit. We only got 3 more left. So, we got, because it said breaking news, this will never end. The next one is, dash wind noises dash. The one after that is dash more wind noises dash. And then the last one is just gonna repeatedly, like, randomly say nothingness. Let me see what it says whenever you actually get to the top real quick. A second. Pet Sim 99 Stairway to Heaven. Oh wait, hold on. Let me test something real quick. Wait, where is it at? Give me a second. Wait, is it on the other side? Wait. Cave? Oh. Hold on. What does this retard go? Hold on. Had to kill myself. You not kill yourself anymore? Fuck's this hole this retard's talking about? Where is it at? Still gotta be a way to kill yourself. Hold on. Is there even a thing right next to the rock? Wait, was that it? They really patch every way to fucking kill yourself? Wait, is it the one on... Wait, where is it? They did patch it, I think. Trying to find a way to kill myself. Oh yeah, they absolutely fucking patched that. God damn it. Never mind. Fuck. I'm mad they patched this shit because it would be hell of a lot easier to fucking do, what is it? Be hell of a lot easier to do goddamn, what is it? Fucking, try to get a hoverboard. In the, whatever.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I'm backstage getting ready to do the show, which is where you're used to seeing me. But in the virtual world of computer games, I can be somebody completely different. I can be Super Mortal Phil, defender of my countrymen, and a super stud who gets to have cool hair while playing. And in this virtual world, I'm agile, powerful, and I never have to do what my wife said.
As noted at the start, this sort of content has mostly found its footing within the airwaves of mainstream television, and throughout most of its early lifespan, there was nothing that could really change that. However, over time, with the increasing influence of social media, opportunities presented themselves for TV networks to advertise and possibly garner new viewers. It also served as an archive for viewers who may have missed the show, or wanted to rewatch popular clips without too much inconvenience. With this in mind, it's not hard to see why the Dr. Phil show was one of the earlier TV shows to set up a channel on the budding website known as YouTube. A platform like YouTube provided the perfect opportunity for success. At its inception, it only really allowed for shorter clips, which I know is hard to actually remember, but for a TV show like Dr. Phil, this meant that snippets of the show could be put online to hopefully reel new audience members in. However, at that time, YouTube was much more oriented towards homegrown content, and although the Dr. Phil producers tried their best by publishing multiple interviews with famous names, using clips often addressing trending topics, and even having McGraw respond to comments in his own YouTube series, nothing ever quite went viral like they may have hoped. This did not deter them though, and over the years they continued to upload content that cultivated an audience, and as YouTube became more palatable to mainstream sources who were able to upload high-definition content, and with users becoming more intrigued by subjects of Dr. Phil's episodes, the view count seemed to begin to pick up significantly. This was definitely aided by the rise of the early commentary genre that specialized in talking about other people, particularly those who may have been slightly more eccentric than the average Joe.
It's certainly paid off.
It's just so fascinating when something catches like that girl. What is her name? The Catch Me Outside girl.
Danielle Brigoli or something.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Because I didn't know her as the Catch Me Outside girl. I knew her as
Another emerging trend was the nature for the internet to bestow meme status onto people. Now, this had its roots in something quite usual. Our culture has always enjoyed making overnight sensations of relatively unknown figures. However, the internet certainly made this easier, targeting people who stood out from the crowd, whether that be due to their behavior or just their appearance. Now, in many ways, this could be quite fortuitous for someone like Dr. Phil, whose content was built on dealing with often challenging personas. But often to acquire such a status, a person needs to be a perfect storm of characteristics that hasn't been seen elsewhere, and those sorts of people are a rare breed. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to someone by the name of Danielle Brigoli.
I'm pretty violent. I mushed her in the face because she wouldn't get out of my face. Either I'm breaking down her door or she's breaking down my door. I don't stop till I start seeing dents in the door.
Danielle Brigoli was like many Dr. Phil guests, a troubled youth who possessed serious behavioral issues and externalized them in a way that many youngsters have a tendency to do. Dr. Phil often showcased troubled teens on his show, and on paper, the premise of her appearance was not exceptional. However, paper can only account for so many variables, and when she took the stage in early 2016, it was clear that this was not going to be any ordinary episode.
I ain't gonna lie, there's no reason to lie. Everybody know already, like.
What do you say to yourself that gives you...
I will say, out of anybody in the out of anybody that has ever been able to, out of anybody in history that's been able to use their 15 minutes of fame and accomplish insane shit, it's Bad Baby. She was on the Dr. Phil show and she made over $50 million. First off, I liked her rap. I can't lie. Her rapping was dope. I don't care if she didn't write her own songs. She was a dope rapper. I can't lie. Even if you don't agree, you know there's at least one song that you think is good by her. Like Gucci Flip Flops, Bestie, Hello Fortnite King again.
the right to take somebody else's car?
You're talking to be sliding. You mean? That's what makes me want to take the next bitch car.
What now? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Are you speaking English?
A lot of the youths that Dr. Phil addressed on the show definitely conformed to a certain mold. It was clear they were projecting aspects of culture they idolized onto themselves, and therefore their behavior, although sometimes extremely challenging, was not unfamiliar. Danielle Brigoli seemed to bring her own personal flavor to the role, and her extremely abrasive attitude also played into that. Dr. Phil in this case played the usual role of mediator, attempting to reason with her, but sometimes people just aren't there to be reasoned with, and her relationship with the audience only inflamed that. Soon, Danielle was turning on everyone within the vicinity, making threats that didn't seem quite as threatening as they could be.
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yep.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes?
Yep.
Why the fuck are they clapping for that, by the way? The audience are hoes. Yep. Preach, sister. Amen. We some bitches, too. Amen.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch you outside? What does that mean?
What I just said.
At first, it didn't pick up too many views, but over time it garnered traction, and eventually the famous quote at the end of the video became noteworthy to many online observers. It wasn't long until our antics were provided international coverage and memes started cropping up all over social media that made a mockery out of her language and demeanor, amassing online notoriety. Although the show was instrumental in the facilitation of this popularity,
The leader, you still here?
Dr. Phil wasn't really at the center of this discourse. Only one person really mattered, and that was Brigoli. However, she definitely started something online, and not too long after, a new genre for aspiring commentators presented itself.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Bro, I give up on these kids nowadays, dude. I'm so done with these fucking kids.
This is Triggered Tro. He was one of the first creators to pick up on the fascination with many Dr. Phil guests, particularly those that appealed to certain outlandish stereotypes. As Danielle Brigoli began to garner online attention, the then budding creator released a video titled The Cash Me Outside How About That Girl Roast, and the rest was history.
Yeah, I know where the car at.
You know where the car at. Did you go to the 5th grade?
I'm glad she called out Dr. Phil and his bitch-ass practices.
Did you go to the 5th grade? Did you go to the 5th grade? 5th grade? 5th grade?
God damn, Dr. Phil straight roasted her ass.
Did you go to the 5th grade?
That wasn't even funny.
Dr. Phil, more like Doctor, you gotta fucking chill.
Whoever the guy is, I hope he dies.
The then less than 2,000 subscriber creator had struck gold, and he only continued in that direction for the following year.
That is childish and immature behavior, and
Now I get to leave.
yes, you do.
No.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
Oh my.
Oh, don't even get me started on this racist.
My God, what a savage. I didn't realize Dr. Phil was such a gangster.
Dozens of Dr. Phil videos became the focus of online content, reaching more audiences than ever, and the producers, as they always have been, were sure to cash in on this new opportunity, publishing more content on the platform than they ever had before.
Today on an all-new Dr. Phil.
You're ugly, you're disgusting, I'm gonna kill you, give me $200.
Damn! Dr. Phil's a stone cold savage! I didn't know Dr. Phil would come after you like
Worst part of YouTube reaction content.
that. I mean, he did try and break into my house one time.
I want the money. I'll raise enough hell till you give in and give it to me. What do you think of me now?
Yes, Dr. Phil, get it!
It seems this genre of content had given Dr. Phil a fresh wind, a relevance amongst a new generation of viewers who wanted to engage in that content. One of the greatest drawbacks to mainstream television is that many believe it doesn't appeal to younger people, and at the end of the day, they're the future older people. Yet less than half a year after Danielle Brigoli's first appearance, Dr. Phil enjoyed over 150 consecutive weeks at the top of the syndicated TV ratings, beating out Maury, Wendy Williams, and yes, Ellen. With this in mind, it's clear that Dr. Phil had captured the attention of a new cohort of viewers, and it wasn't long until he signed another contract extending the series until 2023. Everything was going right.
Are you one of those parents who uses the TV as a babysitter next to mom who can't?
With the help of social media, Dr. Phil seemed to have pulled off one of the more impressive feats in television. He managed to make his content relevant to a new set of people, and it seemed they weren't going anywhere. He subsequently leaned into this reputation, appearing on a variety of internet shows and even co-hosting PewDiePie's popular meme review series.
Take it away, Doctor.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Phil here, and I am hosting Meme Review.
It seems his stoic, tough love style had become beloved by a fresh demographic, all of whom had a platform to access this content freely. However, social media can go two ways, and as much as they may love you one day, they may hate you the next. Internet culture moves quickly, even more quickly these days in fact, and about as soon as Dr. Phil was popularized by the content he and others post online, more critical eyes were drawn towards him, finding a lot beneath the surface. It would be no surprise, given everything said thus far, that Dr. Phil wasn't without his enemies or his critics. In fact, he has been subject to severe criticism from medical professionals since the inception of his show. That can't be a surprise, really, given that his technique isn't actually one that's favored by most working in that profession.
Every parent should know the warning signs. For the most violent of criminals, there are 14 traits of serial killers. Now meet parents terrified of their own young son who has 9 of the 14 traits.
Criticism of Dr. Phil has been present since the show's launch in 2002. He was condemned by the National Alliance on Mental Illness after McGraw delivered a scathing public psychological analysis of a 9-year-old in 2004, with academic commentary on his techniques not exactly changing since. However, these narratives never had much impact because a majority of academics are on the fringe of popular culture at least, with many operating strictly within their fields. 10 different psychological boards could condemn you, and it wouldn't mean anything if they didn't receive any coverage. So while Dr. Phil primarily occupied the realms of television, he was mostly immune to such commentary and controversy, in spite of the numerous lawsuits and claims all the way up to 2017. You search Dr. Phil on the TV, and the only result you'll find is the big man himself. However, this isn't quite the case with online search engines, in particular YouTube, where Dr. Phil isn't the only person talking about Dr. Phil. Yes, you see, whereas previously the closest that most academics could get to having a public platform would be an opinion piece in the New York Times or an interview on MSNBC, there was now a whole website dedicated to allowing them to upload their thoughts on their specialist subjects. Now, like with any learned commentator, the trick is to make sure the topics you're talking about are somewhat relevant to the audience. And given that Dr. Phil was indeed very relevant, many began to open up discourse on his methods and their success or lack thereof. These took form of articles, YouTube videos, anything that gave an individual a way to express their feelings.
So if Phil McGraw says it's not therapy, and he's not practicing in any way, what is it? Kind of back to my original point. It's really just entertainment.
All the seriousness with an insane amount of...
Alright, cool. So, I just got in contact, and I just talked to, the guy that was the third ever person to get the golden, angel dog to beat the Stairway to Heaven. I asked him a couple questions. I was like, how long did it take? He was like, a month. And I was like, do you know if the stairway keeps going even after? You know, whatever? Like, does it continue, to go even after it's, like, you get it? Because the thing is, like, right now, if I were to be asleep and get it, I wouldn't know. That's the biggest issue I have right now. Because what is it? Because what happens is it'll spawn, and I believe it's on the far, like all the way forward side, where in the middle right there, instead of a stair, it's just a like single, like non-stair thing. It's just like a little walkway, and then there's a walk path to the whatever. So I guess what I'll do before I go to sleep is I'll set up a macro again for it. Like, I'll use another one besides the one I currently have, and I'll just make it to where it'll, like, whenever I'm walking like this or whatever, I will constantly have the forward button. Like, right here, I would have the forward button going. I would walk up and have it. I'd basically be riding the rail the entire time. That way, if I did get it, I would go inside the railing. Or I would go inside the little entrance thing. You know what I mean? That'd be very helpful. In regards with that as well, I suppose. I mean, he said he did it, he got it in a month, which has me very intrigued and excited. Because if it only takes a month, if it takes a month or less, I'll be happy. Like, that's my thing. But I am extremely dedicated now to getting this bitch. So, yeah. Anyway.
Sound effects and transitions and just editorial nonsense.
My whole life changed the day I met Jazz because she's the most spectacular woman I've ever met.
It's no wonder people forget these are real human beings. The editing turns it all into a cartoon.
Most of this began to circulate around the start of 2019. Funnily enough, this wasn't during any specific drama, more likely a product of Dr. Phil inertia and the fact that people were growing more critical of prominent media figures in general. McGraw had always accepted that he was a bit of an outcast from the industry, but I do think these criticisms were somewhat contradictory to a lot of public opinion.
Actually, I am curious to do this real quick. Hold on. Oh shit, you can't have fucking... Damn it. Or wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I'm just curious to know if there's any noise. And I guess not. So.
That it definitely heralded him as this universal problem solver, particularly that which questioned the general morals of the show. What did Dr.
Let me check this real quick. Alright, cool. I guess you literally can't see it unless... I guess there is some noise. What I want to know is... What I want to hear is if there's noise for... Like, whenever it pops up one of those stupid messages or whatever. You know what I mean?
Phil have to offer other than an interesting premise for its time?
Okay, it's good to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you too.
Now, tell me what you mean when you say you're the reincarnation.
Because Pocahontas was my 13th grade grandmother, but her soul, I'm sharing her soul in my body.
So you can feel her presence in you.
Yeah.
It's difficult being any sort of public figure and dealing with issues that are often deeply personal. You're handling sensitive information, and one of the drawbacks of Dr. Phil's show is that no matter how good he could have hypothetically been, the program was still designed to bring about drama, even if he wasn't. And people began to pick up on that. Television and therapy have always seemed somewhat opposed to each other. Although it's important that there are people prepared to be open about their struggles to help others, it's still a subject that needs to be handled with sensitivity and care. And given the fact that some of these people were not even on the show by their own volition, particularly children who are likely brought on by their parents, it's hard to see the benefit that was derived. Simply put, you wouldn't see this sort of drama in a private therapy room because TV cameras and the presence of a large public audience always encourages people to act more defensive and even aggressive.
Now I have a career and I'm famous. Like, that's what happens when you get famous. You cut people off.
Seriously?
Everyone's upset with it, maybe because you guys aren't relevant either, so you don't understand.
Who the fuck? Wait, who the fuck is this? They mad, but he's spitting.
Some people began to ask, why is this TV at all? And I think it's a potent question. Probably the easiest answer is simple, that being of entertainment, and obviously that's important as it drives the core appeal of a lot of modern TV. However, it can't be the only reason when there are other ethical queries surrounding the subject. The Hunger Games is pretty entertaining for a lot of people, but there's also a reason why it's fictional. Dr. Phil can showcase people at their weakest and most vulnerable, and although it's often used to drive home a positive message, what sacrifice to a person's privacy and individual healing process is made to achieve that? Sure, Dr. Phil raises awareness, but at what cost? A lot of people clearly had it in their head that there was some mutual benefit. Coming on Dr. Phil was meant to be helpful, but the only people it was guaranteed to benefit were some viewers and the show itself. I think the audience's self-assurance that Dr. Phil offered some unique brand of assistance was really meant to mask the fact that people love to watch a car crash. There's a reason why the most successful Dr. Phil videos are the ones with the most heated confrontations. These videos all likely staying on YouTube for the
I fucking hate Dr. Phil. I know I said it, but I hate Dr. Phil. That guy's annoying. Like I said, when I lived with my dad and shit. Okay, so I guess just for reference as well, the guy I just talked to, or whatever, in regards with that has gotten this already, he said he ran it 24/7. So
for the rest of eternity, showing the behavior of some extremely troubled people. Sure, Dr. Phil was better than his
and convicted of beating mom with a sledgehammer. I feel like there's better ways you can like express your frustration with people. I'm not watching the video. I don't give a fuck. Or something more fun. Or at least someone more charismatic. Not British. No, why is he not uploading videos? Oh, video essays, good. Finally. Ew. Real reason why John Trot. The real reason. Pressed by choice, tradwives against feminism. Uh... Uh... Trying to find a good video. Uh... Fuck is it? Hollywood's most hated comedian. I love to hate.
Patrice O'Neill was a comedian like no other. And if you were lucky enough to see him live, you could tell that you were in the presence of someone special.
I get like you know, like fat people I don't know, like you know, fat strangers. They speak to me in the middle of the street like we got some sort of, you know, bond or something, like, you know, hey, I eat too. I don't know you.
But his comedy wasn't the only thing that made him memorable. In my opinion, it was his philosophy. From relationships to show business and even video games, Patrice had a unique insight on almost every little thing you could imagine, and his views often went against the status quo.
You talk about a lot of things that a lot of people don't talk about.
Well, that's why nobody knows me. That's why a lot of people thought I was a woman.
No one thought that Patrice O'Neill was a woman.
Watch this, man. How many people knew me before I came out here? 1, 2, 3, 7.
7? That's more than 7 people.
How many,
What are they clapping
how
with?
many thought Patrice O'Neill was a lovely white girl or an Irish?
Damn.
Someone thought it was someone.
Thank you for being honest. It is what it is.
Well, that's kind of what it's all
Right
about.
there, rubbing his face like, when are we gonna see something else that relates to me?
Yeah.
This is what made his philosophy so special, because it came from someone who wasn't afraid of opposing popular opinion and who wrote jokes that addressed the elephant in the room.
Having women work with men, right, is like having a grizzly bear work with salmon. Dipped in honey, like, so. Now you dip the salmon in the honey, right? Grizzly bears, and the salmon get to walk through comfortable with honey and fish and good morning, grizzly bears. And the grizzly bears is like, hey, you can't even growl, like, what's up, fish? Oh my God, human resources. The grizzly bear just did grizzly bear. So.
But if you could boil down his philosophy into the fundamentals, what would be...
Alright, video's over. I cannot stand this fucker's voice. Hold on. I want to see a, fuck it, let's go back to North Korea.
Together, they rebuild Bear's house, with Bear learning the importance of being a self-reliant and juche boy. The end. Lots of familiar parts here. Don't sit around and wait for your problems to get solved. Be self-reliant, be juche. Nothing unique, but as a cartoon, it's not bad. Then there's the classic cartoon, a hedgehog defeats a tiger. Deep in the forest, all the animals are holding a strength contest until Tiger and Fox crash the party. Tiger starts pushing everybody around and taking the prize medal without even competing, but no one is brave enough to stand up to him. Oh, and take special notice of the fox here, acting as a little minion for the tiger. We've seen that before, right? But soon, the little hedgehog, braver than all the other animals, challenges the tiger to a fight.
I will defeat you, tiger, and you will know pain.
While physically outmatched, the hedgehog uses his brains to beat the tiger, and it quickly devolves into, like, outright bullying very quickly. After a few minutes of this, the tiger is begging to be let go and that he's sorry and that he'll never do it again, but the hedgehog is like,
No. Now I poke you in the eye and pull out your whiskers.
Please, God, please somebody save me!
There is no God here. Only hedge. Only hog.
Hedgehog is declared the best of all the creatures, not because they were the mightiest, but because they alone were willing to stand up. This genre of big, strong animal is stupid, small animals are smart cartoon repeats a lot in the 1980s. Frog Guard, The Rabbit and the Lion, Stupid Bear, plus like 20 more identical cartoons that are all variations on the same idea here. Stupid Bear is a real bummer, too. The bear keeps forgetting his own strength, causing problems for this old man who took him in, and in the end, when the bear sees a fly on the grandpa's head, he, like, bludgeons the grandpa to death. That's the end of the story. I don't know what we... I don't know what we learned here today. But while all of those cartoons are hitting the same checkboxes of juche and self-reliance, they're missing something. Where's the Kim? Where's the ill? Where's the Sung? You will never, ever see one of the Kims in an animation. Not a direct portrayal, not a background statue, not even a portrait. They are non-existent in animation. Kim Jong-il tries to rectify this a little bit by introducing more stories that feature strong village leaders in Korean history, usually those with some hints of hereditary succession, like North Korea's very first full-length animated film, Swift Chalama. This animated movie depicts a coastal farming town in feudal Korea, constantly under attack by Japanese pirates. But the town is kept safe thanks to the wise village elder and his magical drumstick, marking him as chosen by the heavens to lead. Whenever the Japanese pirates attack, he just bangs his drumstick against a rock and it scares them away. But one night, the pirates sneak in and break the drumstick. The village leader orders his son to the land of drumsticks to get a new one by flying on a Chalima horse. There, things get RPG fetch questy very quickly. He has to first pick up a flower, then use the flower's dew to awaken a stone owl, then use the stone owl to get a brass key, and then use the brass key to open a sliding door in an old wooden tree, which reveals a world full of crystals. Among these crystals is a new drumstick with even greater power than the last one had. The son returns to the village, whacks a rock, and sends all the Japanese pirates back to the sea as their ships burn. The village leader and the rest of the town declare that the young son will be the next village leader. Big shot of the Kim Il-sung, the end. One interpretation of Swift Chalama is that the protagonist represents Kim Il-sung wielding authority decreed by the gods and having cleared out the foreign enemies, but I don't think Kim Il-sung is the protagonist here. I think he's the village elder. Yeah, in the past, he used his abilities to drive out foreign forces, but one day a successor will be necessary. And it can't be anybody. It has to be his son, and someone who will continue to protect the country even after the father passes. And if all this interpretation sounds like a stretch, Swift Chalama and the other cartoons like it went into production the same year that Kim Jong-il was officially declared the future leader of the country after Kim Il-sung. The same year he began openly establishing his own cult of personality. This is not a coincidence. I mean, there's a literal baton passing in this cartoon. This is all intentional, especially considering Swift Chalama is a precursor to a much bigger series, the second of the big three North Korean animated franchises, The Young General. The Young General revolves around a boy named So-mei, living in the Korean kingdom of Goguryeo in the 6th century. So-mei dutifully listens to his mother, values his village over himself, and looks up to the soldiers who protect the town from foreign threats. The soldiers like his highly respected father, who has just been killed, but nobody tells So-mei that. A new figure appears in town, Ho-bi, who is actually a spy from an enemy kingdom of the guy that killed So-mei's dad.
Ho-bi?
Ho-bi also, for reasons I still don't understand, beats the crap out of So-mei for a while. So-mei's mom finds him tied up and finally tells So the news of his father, which he handles well. Drama queen. So-mei takes his father's sword and swears to defend the village from all the foreign devils. After some training, Somei and Hobi face off in a hunting competition, and although Hobi tries to cheat, he's ultimately outmatched by Somei, who wins the event, earns the respect from the army leader, and enlists to fight. He is a young general. And that catches you up to episode 2. There are 98 more episodes of the show, released over like 40 years, and we're not going to cover all of them, but you can probably guess how they go. Somei defeating foreign invaders and evil village chiefs, ultimately becoming an amazing general like his father. Aren't hereditary leadership roles wonderful? Hint, 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 wink, wink, wink. That's layer 1. But the young general and most cartoons set in the Goguryeo kingdom have a second layer behind the idea of promoting hereditary leadership. They're also working pretty hard to tie North Korea all the way back to the original Korean kingdom from thousands of years ago. As part of the Korean mythology, there's a god named Hwanung who has a son named Tongun. Tongun was born on Mount Paektu. Yes, that's where all the Paektu stuff comes from. And Tongun founds the first Korean kingdom, Gojoseon. Later, Gojoseon breaks up into 3 smaller pieces, Bakja, Silla, and Goguryeo. I think I got at least one of those. But North Korea claims that only Goguryeo was the legitimate successor to Gojoseon. North Korea claims to be the rightful successor to Goguryeo and therefore the successor to Gojoseon, which directly connects them to the divinely ordained and rightful Korea. North Korea being seen as the real Korea is a critical part of their narrative versus South Korea, going all the way back to the 1940s. And then there's a third layer to the young general in that Hobi, the main antagonist of the show, well, he isn't American or Japanese or a corrupted Korean general. Hobi is from China. Why would they make China the enemy in a cartoon? And not just any cartoon, a 100-episode mega franchise, the biggest North Korean cartoon ever. Obviously, you could argue the show is just set in Korea's history and China has historically had some conflict with them. But as we've seen, North Korean media is very deliberate with its messaging. And by the 1980s, China's changed, man. China's been engaging in a series of economic financial reforms that North Korea doesn't like. More Western trade, more autonomy in enterprise, wage changes, banking regulations. These are big policy changes, and they make North Korea nervous. There are some very real strains on the North Korean-Chinese relationship in the 1980s, and I suspect those strains explain Hobi and other media painting China in a more negative light. It's a
I'm just think they saying
to
Kobe.
remind kids, hey, China's our friend, but not always. For now, we'll back away from cartoons about complex geopolitical relationships, and instead, let's talk about something a little less complicated. Religion. A stone Buddhist statue spends all his time cooped up in his temple, reading old religious texts. Meanwhile, some young animals warn the stone Buddha about an old, dead tree that poses a danger to the temple, as it could fall over or catch fire. But the stone Buddha stops them, saying, yes, it's an old tree, but it's been here for so long, removing it now would be breaking with tradition. Sure enough, one night a lightning bolt hits the dead tree outside, setting it on fire, and the fire jumps to the temple. The stone Buddha desperately looks for solutions in his ancient texts and books as the flames rise higher, until the animals arrive right on time and put the fire out. This is kind of a unique message. The stone Buddha is only interested in learning from the past and from his old texts, so he's stuck in this dogmatic mentality that prevents him from using new ideas. When the temple catches fire, he can't even think for himself on how to combat it. The cartoon is saying, look, old texts and religions may have had some value in the past, but now it's time to leave back those old dusty ideas and look forward to a more modern thinking. Not that all books or learning is portrayed as bad in North Korea, far from it. In the 1980s, North Korea's school system is adding a heightened emphasis on scientific education so that students will one day grow up and discover new, jujerific ways to make the country more self-sufficient. And that new emphasis on science enters animation, with the third and final member of the big 3 North Korean cartoons, Clever Raccoon Dog. And yes, a raccoon dog is a real thing. It looks like a normal raccoon, but it is cute as hell. It's got a charming little bushy tail and... Okay, it sounds like screaming monsters, but it's cute, right? At any rate, shut up, you little monsters, shut up! At any rate, Clever Raccoon Dog shakes off traditional messages of Korean War allegories and strong leadership and demonizing foreign influences, and instead tries to just be educational. Each episode depicts Raccoon Dog and his two best friends, Cat and Bear, as they're confronted with some daily challenge. Cat usually tries to solve her problems with speed and agility, while Bear uses his strength. But Raccoon Dog, well, he's kind of husky and slow, but he wins those challenges by applying science and critical thinking skills. This is the pattern most of the first episodes of the show take, but soon I think the writers started running out of ideas, so stories get weirder and weirder as the show progresses. Like when the kids are getting chased by drunk tigers, or they have an episode where they have to figure out how Bear can ice skate with an elephant. Okay. But weird plots aside, Clever Raccoon Dog is a good show, and it really is educational. I am not too proud to admit I didn't know you could start a fire with a small cone of ice. That's cool. I'd be thrilled if all North Korean cartoons from the 80s
that
were
actually is cool.
education-centric
I
white
get it.
propaganda
It's
like
because
this
it's
show, but
white.
a lot of it isn't. Let's talk about Pencil Missile. It features a modern-day kid named Paul who's out hunting rabbits and doing sweet flip kicks on bushes. He heads home to study, but he doesn't want to deal with all this book stuff. He's more interested in imagining shooting soldiers than learning how to use a protractor. While studying, Sopal drifts off to sleep, and he dreams that he's firing artillery shots at some enemy, except all the missiles and guns are made out of pencils and school supplies. Since he doesn't know how to use a protractor, his shots continue to miss, and he fails to protect North Korea as he's blown to smithereens. Pencil Missile is just the kind of animation you'd expect from North Korea in 1983. It's got some levels of educational content, but there's a huge twist of lemon militarism. Still, 1983 is a very important year in North Korean media for a whole other reason. It's the year Shin Sang-ok returns. Like we talked about earlier, North Korean films under Kim Jong-il are getting stale again, and they're simply not keeping pace with South Korean cinema. Even North Koreans felt things had gotten a little flat, and movie attendance was failing. This is something I haven't talked about nearly enough, but North Korean audiences, they can be a lot pickier than you'd think. They get bored of certain topics, and they stop showing up in large numbers. There's occasionally an interesting movie like Notes of a War Correspondent or Wolmy Island, which are both fine. I enjoyed them, and I love a good explosion or two, but even if North Korean audiences saw them, the propaganda is still so over the top that they've got no chance at winning international awards. Kim Jong-il wanted those awards, yet he didn't know how to leave the propaganda behind. Kim Jong-il needed that Shin Sang shock to the system. The last time we saw Shin and Jae-on-hee was in the late 70s, being kidnapped in Hong Kong and smuggled into North Korea. But that was 4 or 5 years back. Where had they been all this time? Upon their arrival in North Korea, they were kept apart and placed in small residences under the watchful eye of bodyguards. Shin Sang-ok was made to watch several North Korean films a day and write notes about how each movie could have been improved. This movie sucks! But Shin does something far more gutsy and stupid than give his kidnappers' movies 1-star reviews. Shin tries to escape. A lot. Like a comedic amount of times. The first time, he does it by simply jumping out of his house window, busting his leg, and getting caught by a guard, immediately. Not a solid plan, but you do have to admire the attempt, right? It's very on brand for the guy who hates restrictions to just jump out of a window. Shin's not chastised too badly for this escape, but he ups the ante in his second breakout, stealing one of the party officials' cars and driving off, hoping he can drive through the DMZ. But since there aren't that many 1980s Mercedes-Benz 450 SLs zooming around North Korea's countryside, they find him pretty easily. As punishment, he's temporarily sent to a low-level North Korean re-education center, but he's released back out after a couple of months. So the guards tell him, look, just buckle down, just get your Juche study on. Oh my god! Oh my god, he escaped again! Guys, he's running! Guys, goddammit, Shin! Goddammit! With all the confidence of an escape artist, but none of the skills of an escape artist, Shin tries to break out one more time and fails. But this time, he's sent to a North Korean prison camp. And that's when this story gets dark. I mean, he was already a kidnapped victim, so it was already pretty dark, but it gets darker. In North Korean prison camps, you'll be forced to confess to any crimes they think you're guilty of. You'll be beaten for not following a command. You'll be starved regardless of if you follow a command, and you'll be tortured. And if you're very, very lucky, you won't die there. Prisons have an estimated 30 to 40% mortality rate, and that's where Shin Sang-ok will stay for almost 3 years. But in 1983, He's let out. He's given a nice suit, he's driven to downtown Pyongyang, and he's brought to a fancy party of North Korean socialites. And among them were both Kim Jong-il and Che An-hee. Kim Jong-il confidently announces to the crowd that together, he, Che, and Shin were now ready to build a new film industry for North Korea, an industry that would shape the nation's image on a global stage as a formidable cinematic juggernaut. Not that Che and Shin had any choice in the matter. Later, the two of them would finally be able to speak in private, and they decided they'll make their escape someday. But that's going to be tricky because even if the two of them escaped, they knew there'd be some suspicion over whether they'd been kidnapped or had actually chosen to defect to North Korea. So Cheon-hee quietly purchases a cheap tape recorder and begins secretly recording every conversation they have with Kim Jong-il. There are quite a few of these recordings, but my favorite is the one where Kim Jong-il apologizes to Shin for all the kidnapping and the torturing, saying it was a big misunderstanding. Nice save there, Kim. The recordings also have Kim criticizing his country's movies, saying North Korea had the world's worst film industry. Naturally, he never blames himself, even though he ran the film industry, but he asks Shin and Che to make some movies with huge budgets, full set authority, and access to anything they need. But this is quite a pickle, huh? How can Shin make a movie that pleases foreign critics and delivers DPRK propaganda? Shin's, I think, brilliant answer, though, was 1984's Emissary of No Return. An adaptation of one of those stories Kim Il-sung pretends he wrote, Emissary of No Return is the true-ish story of Ri Jun, a Korean emissary in 1907 who is sent to an international peace conference in the Netherlands. There, he pleads for help against the oncoming Japanese occupation against the Korean people with a big, melodramatic, powerfully emotional, and very long speech.
Oh, damn. I got a lot of shit. Betsky.
Ri Jun's call for help is ignored, though, so in a last-ditch effort of protest, he takes a sword and ends his own life. Heavy stuff, folks. Heavy, heavy stuff. Didn't actually ever happen, but heavy stuff. But it doesn't matter that it never actually happened. I'm sure Shin Sang-ok knew it didn't happen. He doesn't care. He's here to not go back to prison by making a good movie. And he succeeds. Emissary of No Return is a big hit abroad, winning a prize at the Great, another language I'm beating up with my stupid mouth. The film
The
wins a
Carlale.
big prize at a big film festival, okay? And it shows the world that the DPRK wasn't a one-hit, one-flower girl wonder. They're back on the cinema scene. It's also a big hit in North Korea.
250, 500. Okay, cool. So once I save up 250 for each account, I will do that. But actually, wait, no. Hold on. How much do I need for a ticket? I think I need to save up for that, don't I? Probably? Maybe? Let me see. 35%, 50%. Yeah, I need to start saving up for that. And then,
Korea. North Koreans loved Shin's fresh directing style, especially compared to these stiff and lifeless shots that have become the standard for North Korean films. Shin's camera work is dynamic, the storytelling is visual, scenes look expansive and expensive, and most of all, the films just feel different. Right out of the gate, you can feel Shin Sang-ok's influence. First, credits are back, and in the front of the movie now. Shin Sang-ok convinced Kim Jong-il that credits had given cast and crew a little moment in the sun, which would help motivate them to work harder and create better films. But way more important than that, it's that the film isn't being filmed in North Korea. It's shot on location in the Netherlands.
ooh, ticket chance. Double items, 5 hundo. Okay, cool. So now... Oh wait, no. Dog, that fucking wind is fucking with me. I keep thinking my mic is, like, doing some weird noise, and then I remember, oh wait, no, it's just my fucking headset making that goddamn noise. Ugh. Yeah, I think 10 more minutes of banning. But no, I just got off the, actually, I was looking up YouTube videos about the fucking, what is it? About the golden angel dog, and I actually found I found a video of the guy, or like a big YouTuber, after he talked with whatever, right after the big fucking, or after he got the thing, right? He talked with him, that type of shit. He's like, yo, let me see this. Yo, this is awesome. This is crazy. But then I look in the description of the video, and in the description it says, for inquiry, for offer on the huge, message this guy on Discord. So I messaged him asking questions. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Yeah, like I said, my sister works at Chick-fil-A. Shout out to her. She came up and was like, yo. So she gets free lunch every day, right, at Chick-fil-A. She's like, yo, I got you lunch, and she brought me food. Shout out. But no, what I was saying is, so so what did I ask him? I asked him some specific questions, just because I was curious. Because I knew he already sold it, but I didn't ask him that. I felt like I was asking too much. He said, so I said, how long roughly hour-wise did it take? And he said it took a month of walking the stairs 24/7. And I'm like, cool. Let me ask. If you get to it and, like, if you don't know, like, the back, like, the very far back area, like, right here, I believe, right there, if you actually get it, instead of stairs, it'll be a flat surface, and it'll have an entrance to walk to go get the gold. And obviously, the way I'm walking up the steps, if that were to happen, I would just walk past it. Right? And so I asked him that. I'm like, hey man, does this shit, like, can you actually get it? Or, like, not get it, do the stairs continue after that? And he's like, I believe so. I'm like, fuck. And so I ended up, and then the last thing I asked him, I'm like, how often were you playing a day? He said he kept it on 24/7. So I'm like, bet. So what I'll do is, before I inevitably go to bed, I am going to get a, what is it? I'm gonna remake my macro. And what I'll do is, I'll have to aim it differently to aim it towards where it's like me walking towards the whatever. So what I'll probably do is I'll do this same one, but what I'll do is, like, right, I don't know. I'll figure it out when I go to bed. I don't know when that'll be. Maybe soon, maybe not soon, who knows. I don't remember what time I woke up.
Or in Czechoslovakia, pretending to be the Netherlands, but still, they're filming outside North Korea. Shin Sang-ok and Che had gotten permission from Kim Jong-il to leave the country to get some footage, under heavily armed guards, of course, and it makes the films so much more visually exciting. Emissary of No Return's use of these authentic international filming locations are letting North Koreans see the outside world for the first time in such high quality. The world.
I know, but each thing, like, it says going upstairs. So right there, that counts as a chance. 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 Like, each time you go up a set of stairs, what I presume is that another previous set of stairs, or another set of, like, that little bit of stairs is made. Like, already. So like I said, it could take a couple steps, or it could take years. Like I said, it's a 1 in 1 million chance, so I believe it's a 1 in a million chance every time you walk up. Like there, that's a million. 1 in a million. 1 in a million. 1 in a million. Like that. Because people saying flights of stairs, I don't believe that. Yeah, so like, whenever you go up a little bit, that's another chunk. So, each time you go up, that's another chance for you to get it. And so, like I said, who knows? It could easily take me weeks, years, or I could get it next week. Like, it literally is just up to RNG. But if we were to go off based off of just average, or like the odds of it, if I do this 24/7, so in one day there's 8,600 or 86,400 seconds divided by 2 is 43,000. So every day I can walk up 43,200 steps in 24 hours if I keep it on. Because my macro, I have it to where it goes every 2 seconds. Like I said, there's a 4,000, like, every second, or, hold on, 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24. Yeah, 86,400. And it takes 2 seconds to go up each stair. So yeah, divided by 2, that's 4,300. That's 43,200 times a day I have a chance at getting it. And then a million divided by 43,200. Every day I have a 1 in 23 chance. If I do it 24 hours, every day I have a 1 in 23 chance to get it, essentially. And like I said, the reason a lot of people haven't done it specifically is for the single fact that, like, you can't, what is it? Like, most people don't have multiple accounts. And the majority of people that do have multiple accounts, they only have one. And with that one account, they don't, for the most time, I'm going to assume they aren't playing on both accounts. They just have one to sell shit. So, like I said, I didn't ask that, and I don't want to keep asking him questions, because I feel like I've asked him enough questions. I'm going to, he said, the way he answered my question, he said, is that it could probably keep going higher, or whatever. So I'm going to go off of that assumption he was there when it happened, right? Because he said, like, the chunks, like, if you get it on, like, a certain stair, it can still keep going. Like, you can still keep going higher and higher, and you'll just walk right past it. So, with him saying that, I'm going to presume that he was there when it actually happened. Which, You know, it'd be dope if I was there when it happened, but if not, I mean, it's not like the end of the world, you know. I'll just be like, damn, get him next time, I guess. So, yeah. Like I said, this is going to be a fun little experiment. And if I were to actually get it, that could definitely, I wouldn't say head start, but that could absolutely, like, boost my YouTube. I guarantee there's plenty of big-ass fucking YouTubers that want to get it in their index, or even buy it. Because like I said, there's only... Like, at the current moment, this is rarer than that NFT shit they had where it was like 12,000 per. Dog, if I get a fucking... If and when I get this, because like I said, I'm going to continue letting this shit go until I get it. Because like I said, that account up there ain't even really doing nothing. It only has 2 game passes. I mean, it has a lot of game passes, but it has Huge Hunter and Super Drops. Which, yeah, would definitely help out having one more doing that. I feel like on average, the amount of time it's going to take to get this, like the amount of money per day, because I can confidently say, without a doubt, I believe this can be over 100 billion. Easily. Over 100 billion. And somebody already sold there. Like, the last person that got one was 4 months ago. I don't know if there's... Because I'm going to be honest, there's been... 4 months ago, that was back whenever people... There were not, like, weekly updates. That was, like, once every couple weeks. Matter of fact, I want to... Hey, Siri. What was the date 4 months ago? Matter of fact, I'm going to check that real quick. Four months ago, literally, the electric update. Rebirth 5. This was the last time somebody got one. This was Mastery's new Ultimate Area Quest Item Jar event. Shiny exclusive daycare claw machine. You see what I mean? Like, it's been a long time. And, hold on. Huge computer. Supercomputer machine. I remember when this came out. Yeah, new active use, new huge machine egg. Yeah, this was around the time when it, like I said, even if we go here, Nightmare update, this was when the backrooms was a thing. Right? Like, or am I tripping? I might be tripping. Who cares? Like I said, that was back whenever huges were like 15 mil. Like I said, I would love for there to be a bidding war. Or a money in my pocket war. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I would never IRL trade, that's gay.
The world likes this movie, North Koreans like this movie, and most importantly, the Kims like this movie. By using a story written by Kim Il-sung, Shin Sang-ok checks the propaganda boxes. But since the story is set in 1907, before Kim Il-sung was even born, he's never mentioned or seen. Like I said, brilliant. For his next works, Runaway and Salt, Shin Sang-ok takes a crack at a more traditional North Korean story, set back in Korea under Japanese rule and greedy landlords. But despite being designed around those worn-out ideas...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The reason I'm saying absolutely not is just because of the fact I know I was actually playing back then. That's when I actually started, like, fully, like, coming back to the game. That was back whenever they introduced the supercomputer, if I'm not... Matter of fact, let me check. We gonna check. Dev blogs. The, electric update. This... New eggs, new boss chest, new currency. Yeah, 22 to 24 rank. I remember that explicitly. Yep. What? I'm talking about March. March 15th. I began playing in January. So, yeah, like I said, this was... Wait, time out. Let me check. Tech World. Tech World was whenever there's supercomputer, or whenever the huge computers came out. And around that time, I bought each... Like, around that time, that was the end of it, when all 1 million were bought. I'm telling you, as somebody that was playing the event whenever they had that, and I had like 33 huges, I bought them for 16 mil per back then. So at max they were like 20 mil, 25 mil back then, I would say. So
he finds ways to keep these films interesting. And he puts a bunch of ABBA music in Runaway, you know ABBA, the Swedish pop group, and doing that gives Runaway's soundtrack an anachronistic but kind of exciting vibe. Anyway, Salt and Runaway, like Emissary of No Return, are well received by audiences domestic
did you start
and
whenever
abroad,
they came out
at
with the
least in
huge
socialist
computer?
countries. Really, I think everyone is happy with these movies.
Actually, don't answer that. I know y'all didn't, because I watched y'all start playing the game right when I quit playing it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember whenever the huge computers were out, I remember I quit a little bit after that. Not even because of anything, it's just I was getting back into Skyblock. I remember right when I quit, you fuckers started. So then, it must have been, then it must have been the Nightmare update that y'all started playing. Shit, Deleter, go to the trade plaza. And just click your own, like, go to the trading plaza with your account, like 2 of your accounts, and click on when you started playing this game.
Except for one guy, Che Ikyu, the director of The Flower Girl and Sea of Blood. He was put in charge of overseeing Shin Sang-ok's productions, and on paper, he was Shin's boss, but since Shin couldn't stand the guy, mostly because Che would complain about things like, "You're using too many camera angles and too many cuts. You should use one long, rigid cut," which is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a North Korean director. So Shin Sang-ok just ignores him. Shin Sang-ok may be a prisoner, but he's got way more power than Che does now, and most importantly, he's got the trust of Kim Jong-il. After all, from Kim Jong-il's warped point of view, he saved Shin Sang-ok and Che On-hee from obscurity. He gave
Did you even have a Roblox account before you started playing Pet Sim?
them back everything they'd lost in South Korea. They had a film production studio again, the right to make movies, status as media darlings, a large state-provided house. Kim thought it was only natural that they were loyal to him now, grateful even. After Runaway and Salt, Shin takes his work in a very different direction with film versions of Korean folktales, the most important being an adaptation of the tale of Chun-hyung, arguably the most famous love story in Korean folk literature, with a romance comparable to something like Romeo and Juliet, Lancelot and Guinevere, Wesley and Princess Buttercup. Set in feudal Korea, the low-born girl named Chun-hyung and the high-born son of an important magistrate.
Yeah, matter of fact, we'll do this. Do you have this account added? You should, right? March 30th. So yeah, before you even played before you even started playing, that was the last time somebody hatched one of these. Because it's understandable, because, what is it? That update, or, what is it, a month after he probably hatched it, was whenever they started doing weekly updates. So now it's a thing of like, fuck, well, I don't need to, like, wait for the game. Because, like, even though each update might not be as great as it was whenever waited 3 weeks, I will say, after like a couple days, I would quit playing. Because I'm like, there's nothing else to do. And now we gotta wait 3 fucking weeks for the next update? Hell no. So that's when I quit playing, was, I believe, after the update that y'all started. I don't think I was... Actually, I don't know, because I only quit for like a month, max. It wasn't even anything crazy, really.
Ye
Alright, Alright. 2 chances. Big money! I'm gonna kill myself.
hard to say last name, fall in love. Due to the difference in their social hierarchy, that love is forbidden, but they get married in secret anyway. Soon, Yi and his father have to move to Seoul, leaving Chunghyung behind and promising to return one day. Yi's father is replaced by a new, evil magistrate, Beyond the Vicious. Beyond falls in love with Chunghyung and tries to take her as his own, but Chunghyung is faithful to Yi, refusing even when threatened with death. Right before Chunhyung is executed, Yi returns, now a very important royal inspector, and saves her. Yi punishes the evil magistrate, the two lovers are reunited, and they live happily ever after. Shin Sang-uk's adaptation of this story won't be the first time anyone's tried to bring the tale to film. It'll be the 16th. The first 3 Chunhyung films were made when Imperial Japan controlled Korea's media output, so they're all lost media, and that's to be expected since they're movies from the 1920s and 30s stored on nitrate film, a material that would sometimes just like up and explode in the wrong conditions. Like, for example, when it's exposed to light that... Paper! Come on, this is interesting. Nitrate film used to just explode sometimes. I promise, this is the only tangent, okay? Fine. Great. So this nitrate stuff wasn't only an issue with Korean or Japanese films, it was such a big problem that it led to the creation of projector booths, which would close off in the event of a fire and seal in the worker to just, I guess, just die. One November 1936 issue of International Projectionist, while making a defense of this practice, was proud to say that only one projectionist was dying every 18 days. This is a quote, "Not a bad average. Oh my god." It wouldn't be until the 1950s, after the North and South Korean split, where Korean filmmakers were able to adapt Chunhyung entirely on their own, now without the restrictions and rules of Japanese censorship. Okay, let me do one more tangent.
Paper, you promised to stick to the bullet points.
I swear, it's important.
Alright, keep it short, or I'm beep gutting you.
Okay, I'll make it quick. So, there was a 1960 North Korean semi-adaptation of the tale called Morambong. It's directed in North Korea, but by a French socialist film director named Claude-Jean Bernardo, who works with the North Korean film studio to adapt Chunhyung. But he doesn't want to do some simple, straightforward retelling of the story. No. Bernardo is an artiste. You know, he wants his film to challenge the conventional narrative norms of imperialist cinematic agenda. You know, because he's a douchebag. So he sets Chunhyung's movie in the Korean War, and it's actually a film about filming a performance of Chunhyung. Presumably he had a point to doing all of that, but it's lost on me and apparently also lost on French censors who banned Moranbong for its gratuitous pro-socialist elements. But the movie also gets banned in North Korea, not because of its content, but I think because of the way the movie is shot, which was unintentionally subversive. Since it's a film about filming a film, the fiction of the movie is constantly bringing attention to the fact that it's a movie, with the camera pulling out to remind the audience that what's on screen, it's all a production, that what they're seeing is fake, that it's not reality. This is a very useful filming style that pushes an audience to question the nature of film and then in turn question the nature of their own lives and the reality that they accept. It's the kind of Brechtian meta-epic theater commentary that's great if you're trying to win Smuggest Movie of the Year award, and not so great if you want to get a film past North Korean censors who banned the movie. I fully support all of these bans because I think the whole movie is horribly pretentious and it's so far up its own butt that it's coughing up farts. There's a scene where a theater gets blown up, which you know, Bernardo was so goddamn smugly pleased with. Yes, you see, the destruction of the movie theater is important in establishing the fleeting nature. You're the worst, Bernardo. You're the worst. North Korea has another try at a Chung-hyung movie in 1980, which is a great film, but it's kind of romanceless. The film's much more interested in demonstrating the evils of classes and non-socialist societies. That said, again, pretty good film. And that catches us up to Shin Sang-uk's 1985 adaptation, which he titles Love, Love, My Love. This adaptation by Shin Sang-uk is a total heel turn on how North Korean media handles romance. The main character is more physically engaged than anything I've ever seen in any North Korean film. Look at this. This happens the first time Yi and Chung-hyung meet. It's unbelievable that Shin got permission to do this. I can't even imagine how North Korean audiences responded. This is the hottest thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, I can see her clavicle! I'm about to fucking juche! And like, look, here's the two leads after their first night together who proceed to do a downright gorgeous dance number, running through their own storybook. And Love, Love, My Love is not only one of North Korea's earliest real romance films, it's one of their best musicals with sharp choreography, upbeat music, even Disney-esque villain songs. In the end, Yi and Chung-hyung reunite, get married, and then, as every book about North Korea will tell you, share the first on-screen kiss in North Korean cinema. But not really. There's a movie called 10,000 Miles Along the Railroad from a year prior that had a brief on-screen kiss. Still, Love, Love, My Love was another milestone for Shin Sang-uk's career, being so popular in the country that movie theaters kept running out of physical ticket stubs to sell. People were no longer going to theaters just for something to do. People were going to see films because films were incredible now. Kim Jong-il must have been very happy about all of this. But maybe he shouldn't have been. Shin's films were doing their job as North Korean propaganda, but they had some side effects that nobody saw at the time. Until this point, North Korean movies, and really all media, had portrayed foreign countries as crumbling, frayed, and scary places. But Shin's films didn't depict them like that. His movies showed foreign people with fun experiences, high quality of life. Nobody's farming all day, nobody's working in factories, and look at all these beautiful shots of abroad, while Pyongyang looks like a hot gray dump in comparison. A number of North Korean defectors cite these films as the tiny seeds of doubt that made them question why North Korean life was the way it was, why life looked better in other countries on screen, and also, what's this ABBA thing and how can I get more of it? They'd been told life was happiest in North Korea. That was very important propaganda. So if that was a lie, what else are they being lied to about? Shin's films also had a second side effect as well. He had shown North Korean audiences how good film can be, how good film should be, and he raised their expectations for all directors in the country. So how did the more traditional North Korean filmmakers handle this new, challenging film environment? Mostly, they totally failed. I mean, yeah, these boring films will occasionally stumble into being enjoyable, but it's almost always unintentional. Like, there's this one scene in a movie called My Happiness. In the scene, a soldier returns to his home village, but his...
Yeah. We're now at the point of dialogue that whenever I do get dialogue, all it's going to say is nothingness. So if I get something else besides, like, the occasional, like, this bullshit, restart. I continue getting that, then, you know, who knows?
His girlfriend's like, wait, I thought your legs.
I think it's, let me look up on my phone real quick. Because I know there's a video on TikTok.
Got blown off, and he's like, yes, my legs were blown off, but the doctors fixed me right up. And she's like, how did the doctors reattach blown up legs? And then he cuts to a bunch of limping doctors and nurses, and the soldier says, oh, my doctors and nurses donated their own bones and tendons and muscles. They gave me their legs. North Korea, doctors don't do that. North Korea, doctors can't do that. But fun moments like that are really rare in North Korean films from this time. It's mostly retreading old plots. You get films like My Commander's Former Superior, or Through the Ordeal, Forging the Yalu River, What I Must Do, Echo in the Jungle, Tenzan, Ultimate Mission. Alright, that's a different thing. We'll get to that. But the rest of these films are the same 5 plots over and over and over. Spy film, hidden hero farming, factory, war. Go around, collect 200 juche. But every now and then, you'll find movies where, even if the film itself isn't very good, it's different enough from what came before it to be enjoyable. Great example, The Tale of 15 Children. Set in the early 1800s, this story features 15 kids who decide they'd rather go live on a deserted island than stay and be oppressed by local landlords and class-based discrimination. But once the kids arrive in their new deserted island home, they realize how difficult life is going to be. Most of the film shows them struggling, not against some evil foreign power, but the challenges of surviving in the wild. Also, the island is vaguely implied to be cursed. That's not going to get brought up ever again in the movie, but hey, island curse. It's different. And it's all going really well until another boat appears. And things take a slightly racially uncomfortable turn.
Hey.
The kids are horrified to find that the other boat is run by Americans. I honestly cannot tell if this guy is one of those US defector soldiers they're forcing to be in North Korean media, or if it's a North Korean guy in makeup, because the whole face looks like a plastic mold. Also on the boat is a North Korean actor playing a black slave. And yeah, it's yeah. But to make things even trickier to get into, this slave character isn't a villain. In fact, he's a hero. He helps the kids escape the Americans, and they thank him for being a good guy. See, North Korea has a tricky relationship with race. Internally, the leadership, the government, and the media promote racial pristineness, Korean ethnic supremacy, and blood purity. Gross. Racial mixing isn't merely discouraged, but immoral. It's one of the reasons that 1957 Russian-North Korean joint project, Brothers, was banned, with its vague hints towards a Russian and a North Korean relationship, but that's the internal messaging. Externally, in propaganda, North Korea claims their country is the final bastion of true racial equality, unlike the way minorities are persecuted in the United States. But don't be fooled, it's talk, and sometimes the mask slips. In 2014, the North Korean state news agency published a report saying that then US President Barack Obama, and I'm quoting here, looks like an African native monkey with a black face.
What?
The final bastion.
What?
of true. True racial equality, ladies and gentlemen. And in The Tale of 15 Children, we see that racial hypocrisy on full display. Yes, this character helps the kids, but he's also played as oafish, as barely capable of speech, as practically an animal. It's disgusting, and it's far worse than any of those white-faced characters ever got portrayed as. Okay, maybe not those guys that were running over blind orphans and laughing about it. That's a high bar. That's a high bar. Anyway, the 15 kids escape from the evil Americans and agree that trying to rely on help from others was wrong. Very Juche. And the film reaches its ending as the kids prepare to go home. Before they head out, one kid has a dream of everyone being reunited with their families and living happily ever after, and also firing flaming arrows into the evil landlord's chest. The end. But not really. As the kid wakes up from his dream, the movie leaves it kind of ambiguous as to whether or not the kids will ever make it back to their homeland or sink and die in the ocean, which is dark, but again, it's different. Ambiguous endings like that, they don't happen very much in North Korea. And if you want to talk about really different, let's talk about Hong Kil-dong. In the original fable, Hong Kil-dong was the illegitimate, and therefore lowborn, son of a noble father. He learns martial arts from this old, mysterious guru in the mountains, comes to lead a band of outlaws, and overthrows the corrupt monarch and takes his place. North Korea's film follows those basic beats, but with some classic Kim Jong-il changes. First, the final boss of this film isn't a corrupt king. The real final boss is a bunch of Japanese ninjas. Why are there ninjas invading Korea? Who knows? And frankly, who cares? The fight choreography is great. In fairness, the way they eventually defeat the ninjas gets a little brutal. We're gonna throw a mosaic on that, and that, and that. But if you don't mind a little blood on your camera lens, it's a great scene. The second big change is that even after Hong Kil-dong saves the country from beach ninjas, the king refuses to let him marry his daughter because of their differences in class. Hong Kil-dong decides to dramatically leave the country to search of a place that has no class, a place where peasants and the wealthy are equal. And I get why they made some of these changes. I get why the king can't be fully evil and be overthrown like in the original story, because the idea of encouraging the population to overcome an evil dictator, it's a little too close to home. But the movie still has a protagonist that, in the face of an oppressive government, chooses to escape the country. In a period of time where North Korean defector numbers are on the rise, I wonder if North Korean filmmakers really didn't think this one through. They do something similar in another martial arts movie, Order 027, but again, they don't really think these things through because they set this martial arts movie during the Korean War. There's a reason that you don't usually set kung fu films in modern war movies. It's 'cause gun beat hand. Gun beat hand, Kim Jong-il. Poor premise aside, I will fully admit the martial arts are so over the top and vicious that you can't help but love it. And look at all the flips and jumps and stuff of the... Wait, hold on. Wait, back it up. Yeah, where did this guy go? Where did this guy just go? He just flipped into outer space. Oh, or this guy rolling around. They can't hit me if I don't stop twirling. Despite these savage kill shots, Hong Kil-dong and Order 027 were really big successes with kids, inspiring a whole generation of North Korean children, mostly boys, to get interested in fighting. And North Korean martial artists ain't no joke. I was watching some clips of them earlier, and it's like, look at this. Holy shit! That dude's God! And like, Jesus Christ! Oh my God! But in comparison to boys hoping to one day have their arms destroyed by a sledgehammer, many young girls had a different dream job. They wanted to be directors of traffic. Because automatic traffic lights were expensive and vulnerable to electricity blackouts in the 1980s, North Korea relied on traffic directors, young women standing at the center of intersections in sharp white or blue uniforms. These traffic director jobs were considered highly respectable and prestigious and critical to the city's moderately growing traffic. Naturally, it was only a matter of time until somebody made a comedy about them, giving us traffic directors on Crossroads. In the film, a traffic director named Unsuk has a run-in with a truck driver named Kyung who is speeding. Unsuk comes down pretty hard on Kyung, but later discovers that his blatant disregard for the safety of others was motivated by him trying to deliver a washing machine to her house. She hides in her room as Kyung complains about how strict traffic directors are. Kyung, you were going 50 miles an hour down Main Street to deliver a laundry machine. Cut the attitude, huh? Over the movie, Eun-suk and Kyung come to better understand each other, that Eun-suk isn't a cold, vindictive person, she's simply trying to keep people safe. Kyung, on the other hand, isn't... Lady, get out of the street! You got a kid, for God's sake! Yeah, the film is just a tight 58-minute PSA about telling people the importance of driving safety, but you know what it's not about? Kim Il-sung, or Kim Jong-il. The father, the son, and the holy beer guts are never mentioned or seen ever. No statues, no portraits, no speeches, no nothing. Okay, yeah, everyone's wearing little pins with Kim Il-sung on their clothes, but everybody wears those anyway. That's not part of the film. This lack of Kim mentions may be a response to the Sing-Sang blockbusters of making films with lighter propaganda to open up space for more interesting stories, while still encouraging audiences to listen to authorities. That, or Kim Jong-il just wanted to make space for a scene where kids sing about a zebra getting splattered by a car. Another film clearly influenced by Shin Sang-ok's impact is After a Long Separation, another spy circus film, mercifully without the bears this time. The story itself isn't really worth diving into. A North Korean circus travels abroad where all the people who watch it are moved and impressed by North Korea's groundbreaking acrobatics. The whole film goes circus, circus, spies, spies, Korean war memories, circus, spies, reunited family, family ripped apart by, I think it was South Korean spies this time? But what makes this movie interesting is even though Shin Sang-ok wasn't the director, the movie's being filmed in Paris. Well, actually, Czechoslovakia with stock footage of Paris, but it's set in Paris. Like, one of the bad guys in the movie goes to a French nightclub, but acts like someone who has never been in a nightclub in his life. Ooh, you know that's Juche, cause jam don't shake like that. And really, why wouldn't everyone in this club be breaking down some sick moves to, yes, another ABBA song? North Korea, the West has other music than ABBA. It's not always ABBA. This isn't even the original version of the ABBA song either. They didn't have a tape lying around. They didn't choose to buy that CD. They recorded a cover of an ABBA song. All right, you know what? Forget this movie. So, in review, North Korean 80s movies aren't always great, but there are some interesting films being made. Even so, I think you could say that the directors of those films aren't breaking any rules, they're just following Shin Sang-ok and bending old genres. But Shin Sang-ok's next film, it's not just gonna bend the rules. It's gonna snap them. Smash them. Pulverize them. It is finally time for Shin Sang-ok's Pulgasari. Opening on a small feudal village of farmers, we see they're being forced to give up all their metal to a local evil lord.
Need to go shit real quick, be right back. Hey, Deleter, you here? You still here, Deleter? You do answer, give me like 1 minute. Be right back.
Without that metal, the village can't farm or harvest and they're gonna die, so a few peasants attempt to speak out against this oppression. One of them is a blacksmith, but he gets thrown in jail without any food or water. The blacksmith's children throw a rice ball into his cell, but instead of eating it, he shapes the rice ball into a rice doll, representing a legend he once heard, the spirit of Polgasari. After the blacksmith dies, because he didn't eat the rice ball, his daughter gets a hold of the tiny action figure, and after some accidental blood magic, Polgasari comes to life, and he is adorable. Look at him in the little box. Look at him. Hey there, little guy. Hey there, little Polgasari. Oh, who's a good spirit? Who's a good spirit eating a needle? Eating a lot of needles. Okay, he's eating a lot of needles. He's eating a lot of needles. After a few days, Pulgasari's grown to the size of a particularly threatening baby who begins fighting back against the feudal lord's forces. He's eating their metal swords and attack. No, Pulgasari, no, not the face! No eating faces! No eating faces! Somebody get his spray bottle! As Pulgasari grows, he inspires the villagers to take up arms and fight back against the feudal. As Pulgasari, the face, ox out the bears this time. Directors on Crossroads. Respectable and prestigious and that. But if you don't mind a little blood on your camera lens, it's a great scene. The second handle this new challenging film environment. Mostly they totally failed. I mean, yeah, these boring films will occasionally stumble into being enjoyable, but it's almost always unintentional. Like there's this one scene in a movie called My Happiness. In the scene, a soldier returns to his home village, but his girlfriend's like, "Wait, I thought your legs got blown off." And he's like, "Yes, my legs were blown off, but the doctors fixed me right up." And she's like, how did the doctors reattach blown up legs? And then he cuts to a bunch of limping doctors and nurses, and the soldier says, "Oh, my doctors and nurses donated their own bones and tendons and muscles. They gave me their legs." North Korea, doctors don't do that. North Korea, doctors can't do that. But fun moments like that are really rare in North Korean films from this time. It's mostly retreading old plots. You get films like My Commander's Former Superior, or Through the Ordeal, Forging the Yalu River, What I Must Do, Echo in the Jungle, Tenzan, Ultimate Mission. Alright, that's a different thing. We'll get to that. But the rest of these films are the same 5 plots.
Fake news. Um. Uh. Wait. Uh. Is there a way to show you, like, how to see Roblox X, Y, and Z? How to see how high up in Roblox you are. Um, um, Roblox. X, Y, and value. Um, uh, okay, uh, uh, hold on. What is it? Roblox show boards. What? Wait. Uh, options in the Roblox menu. Shift lock screen, maximum frame rate. Graphics mode. Settings. Help. Move forward. Equip. Unequip. Drop till used to. Mouse lock. Graphics level full. Let me see. Because I want to see the fucking... What's VR?
Over and over and over.
You see help. Menu, backpack, camera movement, rotate, zoom in, out, graphics level, F10. I want to see coordinates. Trying to see if I
spy film.
Trying to see if I can get coordinates. Control Shift F7. Now. I want to be able to see like my X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out how to do that. Is there a way to see your chords and I don't know if they have one. Trying to Google search it right now. Pets. Fuck. Why is it doing that? Stupid fucking game. Pet Sim 99 chords. How to see your coordinates in Roblox. Game, players, local player. Let me see this. Local disk. Windows. Let me see if there's anything for Roblox. Roblox. Roblox, no. Because the reason I want to know it is because of the fact... Yeah, I don't think there is. The reason I want to know is because from what I've heard... Like, let's just say I do get it while I'm sleeping, right? Like, I randomly become the luckiest person on planet Earth. And I end up getting this fucking thing. Or whatever. While I'm sleeping. Hold on. I don't want to test it on that, but might have to. Give me a second. Do that. But what am I saying? Oh, by the way, Dell. A dude on the subreddit for PetSim talked about how he was what is it? He was talking about how he what the fuck is it? He got a Titanic cat, the one that you get from the fucking hype eggs. and I asked him, I'm like, yo, hey man, how does it look like when you get it? And I can confirm, when you get it, it does not look like you're opening an exclusive egg. It just looks like you're getting it in your inventory. Yeah, that's what I figured out. Like I said, my thing is I wanted to make sure. Because I ain't know. Damn it. I thought I could kill myself in the VIP area. No, I'm glad the egg doesn't grow. I'm glad it's a surprise like that. But why are we talking it? Because I just saw it, motherfucker. I figured that since we talked about it before. Oh, so basically this is a video about the history of media in North Korea. Like this video's the history of basically all, like, any type of media in North Korea. What it is, really. So, like, it's talking about, like, all the movies that they create in North Korea. And it just comes down to the fact that most of them are fucking, pieces of shit. Really. It's just, like, propaganda, for the most part. What it seems to be. Alright, how many tickets do I got? 467? Wait, hold on. Let me check something. Hold on. God damn it. I don't know if I saw that right or not. The fuck just happened? Oh yeah, my macro. Like, the fuck just happened? Because I swear I saw it say that I got a ticket because, like, out of nowhere, like I got it as a dropped item. And if that's the case, I'm gonna... I actually want to check that real quick. God damn it, I'm gonna kill myself, you're right. Yeah, I just realized that. I'm retarded. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get all my, all 3 of these accounts. How much longer? What's today? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We got 5 days. Or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm getting all these accounts. I'm getting this next 50% ticket chance from Lucky Tiles. I'm gonna get that, and then I'm gonna try to start maxing out this. Because I don't care about this, I don't care about this, I don't care about this, and I especially don't give a shit about this. And I most definitely don't care about this right now. Because, like I said, once I get more tickets, maybe I'll care, but at the moment, I don't care. The huge thing. If I get the huge, I get the huge. If not, I don't care. But yeah, I just got to get 750 for this account, and then I'm gonna start running up the double chance. That way I start getting a shit ton more fucking whatevers. Uh, Hold on. Need to do this. Dog, where the fuck is my thing? Yep, see, I knew it. If you line up closely, you can see exactly, or whatever. Alright, who the fuck just moved out of the way? Alright, cool.
Hidden Hero Farming Factory War. Go around, collect 200 juice.
So, a couple other things I've heard as well. I don't know if it's true. Or, matter of fact, let me look up this thing on Twitter again real quick. Golden Angel Dog. Uh... Hold on. MLHCN. Land. Let me check something.
But every now and then, you'll find movies where, even if the film itself isn't very good, it's different enough from what came before it to be enjoyable. Great example, The Tale of 15 Children. Set in the early 1800s, this story features 15 kids who decide they'd rather go live on a deserted island than stay and be oppressed by local landlords and class-based discrimination. But once the kids arrive in their new deserted island home, they realize how difficult life is going to be.
Hold on, that might be feasible. Give me a second. Block strap menu. Alright, it's running at the same time. I don't care. Okay. Show server locate. Whose old avatar? Yeah, let me see some. That wind on the account that's going for the whatever is eerie, dude. Oh, yeah.
Most of the film shows them struggling not against some evil foreign power, but the challenges of surviving in the wild. Also, the island is vaguely implied to be cursed. That's not going to get brought up ever again in the movie, but hey, island curse. It's different. And it's all going really well until another boat appears. And things take a slightly racially uncomfortable turn. The kids are horrified to find that the other boat is run by Americans. I honestly cannot tell if this guy is one of those US defector soldiers they're forcing to be in North Korean media, or if it's a North Korean guy in makeup, because the whole face looks like a plastic mold. Also on the boat is a North Korean actor playing a black slave. And yeah, it's yeah. But to make things even trickier to get into, this slave character isn't a villain. In fact, he's a hero. He helps the kids escape the Americans, and they thank him for being a good guy. See, North Korea has a tricky relationship with race. Internally, the leadership, the government, and the media promote racial pristineness, Korean ethnic supremacy, and blood purity. Gross. Racial mixing isn't merely discouraged, but immoral. It's one of the reasons that 1957 Russian-North Korean joint project, Brothers, was banned, with its vague hints towards a Russian and a North Korean relationship, but that's the internal messaging. Externally, in propaganda, North Korea claims their country is the final bastion of true racial equality, unlike the way minorities are persecuted in the United States. But don't be fooled, it's talk, and sometimes the mask slips. In 2014, the North Korean state news agency published a report saying that then US President Barack Obama, and I'm quoting here, looks like an African native monkey with a black face. The final bastion of true racial equality.
I only have it on for that account only because whenever I get one of those pop-up things, like when it says like, you know, whatever, the index thing restocked, it also does it whenever you get that random like text from it or whatever. Or whatever, so
Ladies and gentlemen. And in the tale of 15 children, we see that racial hypocrisy on full display. Yes, this character helps the kids, but he's also played as oafish, as barely capable of speech, as practically an animal. It's disgusting, and it's far worse than any of those white-faced characters ever got portrayed as. Okay, maybe not those guys that were running over blind orphans and laughing about it. That's a high bar. That's a high bar. Anyway, the 15 kids escape from the evil Americans and agree that trying to rely on help from others was wrong. Very Juche. And the film reaches its ending as the kids prepare to go home. Before they head out, one kid has a dream of everyone being reunited with their families and living happily ever after, and also firing flaming arrows into the evil landlord's chest. The end. But not really. As the kid wakes up from his dream, the movie leaves it kind of ambiguous as to whether or not the kids will ever make it back to their homeland or sink and die in the ocean, which is dark, but again, it's different. Ambiguous endings like that, they don't happen very much in North Korea. And if you want to talk about really different, let's talk about Hong Kil-dong. In the original fable, Hong Kil-dong was the illegitimate, and therefore lowborn, son of a noble father. He learns martial arts from this old, mysterious guru in the mountains, comes to lead a band of outlaws, and overthrows the corrupt monarch and takes his place. North Korea's film follows those basic beats, but with some classic Kim Jong-il changes. First, the final boss of this film isn't a corrupt king. The real final boss is a bunch of Japanese ninjas. Why are there ninjas invading Korea? Who knows? And frankly, who cares? The fight choreography is great. In fairness, the way they eventually defeat the ninjas gets a little brutal. We're gonna throw a mosaic on that, and that, and that. But if you don't mind a little blood on your camera lens, it's a great scene. The second big change is that even after Hong Kil-dong saves the country from beach ninjas, the king refuses to let him marry his daughter because of their differences in class. Hong Kil-dong
See what I mean? Right there. Now I hear that. Like, okay, cool. Since I only activated on that account so far, that's the only account I hear it on. Know what I mean? I want to hear it because it also does it whenever, like, you get a message. You know how it's like, why are you still climbing? Give me a second. No, I wanted to get rid of that because I actually want to get rid of it on every fucking account of mine. It's annoying. Like, legitimately, it's annoying. Like, I don't fucking care about the shit restocking, man. I don't.
decides to dramatically leave the
First you're cleaning.
country to search of a place that has no class, a place where peasants and the wealthy are equal. And I get why they made some of these changes. I get why the king can't be fully evil and be overthrown like in the original story, because the idea of encouraging the population to overcome an evil dictator, it's a little too close to home. But the movie still has a protagonist that, in the face of an oppressive government, chooses to escape the country. In a period of time where North Korean defector numbers are on the rise, I wonder if North Korean filmmakers really didn't think this one through. They do something similar in another martial arts movie, Order 027, but again, they don't really think these things through because they set this martial arts movie during the Korean War. There's a reason that you don't usually set kung fu films in modern war movies. It's cause gun beat hand. Gun beat hand, Kim Jong-il. Poor premise aside, I will fully admit the martial arts are so over the top and vicious that you can't help but love it. And look at all the flips and jumps and stuff of the... Wait, hold on. Wait, back it up. Yeah, where did this guy go? Where did this guy just go? He just flipped into outer space. Oh, or this guy rolling around. They can't hit me if I don't stop twirling. Despite these savage kill shots, Hong Kil-dong and Order 027 were really big successes with kids, inspiring a whole generation of North Korean children, mostly boys, to get interested in fighting. And North Korean martial artists ain't no joke. I was watching some clips of them earlier, and it's like, look at this. Holy shit! That dude's God! And like, Jesus Christ! Oh my God! But in comparison to boys hoping to one day have their arms destroyed by a sledgehammer, many young girls had a different dream job. They wanted to be directors of traffic. Because automatic traffic lights were expensive and vulnerable to electricity blackouts in the 1980s, North Korea relied on traffic directors, young women standing at the center of intersections in sharp white or blue uniforms. These traffic director jobs were considered highly respectable and prestigious and critical to the city's moderately growing traffic. Naturally, it was only a matter of time until somebody made a comedy about them, giving us Traffic Directors on Crossroads. In the film, a traffic director named An-suk has a run-in with a truck driver named Kyung who is speeding. An-suk comes down pretty hard on Kyung, but later discovers that his blatant disregard for the safety of others was motivated by him trying to deliver a washing machine to her house. She hides in her room as Kyung complains about how strict traffic directors are.
Not at the
Kyung, you were
moment.
going
Maybe
50
later.
miles
Hold
an
on.
hour down-
You go use the restroom. Man, shut the fuck up, all that.
Down Main Street to deliver a laundry machine. Cut the attitude, huh? Over the movie, Eun-suk and Kyung come to better understand each other, that Eun-suk isn't a cold, vindictive person, she's simply trying to keep people safe. Kyung, on the other hand, isn't... Lady, get out of the street! You got a kid, for God's sake! Yeah, the film is just a tight 58-minute PSA about telling people the importance of driving safety, but you know what it's not about? Kim Il-sung, or Kim Jong-il. The father, the son, and the holy beer guts are never mentioned or seen ever. No statues, no portraits, no speeches, no nothing. Okay, yeah, everyone's wearing little pins with Kim Il-sung on their clothes, but everybody wears those anyway. That's not part of the film. This lack of Kim mentions may be a response to the Sing Sang blockbusters of making films with lighter propaganda to open up space for more interesting stories, while still encouraging audiences to listen to authorities. That, or Kim Jong-il just wanted to make space for a scene where kids sing about a zebra getting splattered by a car. Another film clearly influenced by Shin Sang-ok's impact is After a Long Separation, another spy circus film, mercifully without the bears this time. The story itself isn't really worth diving into. A North Korean circus travels abroad where all the people who watch it are moved and impressed by North Korea's groundbreaking acrobatics. The whole film goes circus, circus, spy, spies, Korean war memories, circus, spies, reunited family, family ripped apart by, I think it was South Korean spies this time? But what makes this movie interesting is even though Shin Sang-ok wasn't the director, the movie's being filmed in Paris. Well, actually, Czechoslovakia with stock footage of Paris, but it's set in Paris. Like, one of the bad guys in the movie goes to a French nightclub, but acts like someone who has never been in a nightclub in his life. Ooh, you know that's Juche, cause jam don't shake like that. And really, why wouldn't everyone in this club be breaking down some sick moves to, yes, another ABBA song? North Korea, the West has other music than ABBA. It's not always ABBA. This isn't even the original version of the ABBA song either. They didn't have a tape lying around. They didn't choose to buy that CD. They recorded a cover of an ABBA song. All right, you know what? Forget this movie. So, in review, North Korean 80s movies aren't always great, but there are some interesting films being made. Even so, I think you could say that the directors of those films aren't breaking any rules, they're just following Shin Sang-ok and bending old genres. But Shin Sang-ok's next film, it's not just gonna bend the rules. It's gonna snap them. Smash them. Pulverize them. It is finally time for Shin Sang-ok's Pulgasari. Opening on a small feudal village of farmers, we see they're being forced to give up all their metal to a local evil lord. Without that metal, the village can't farm or harvest and they're gonna die, so a few peasants attempt to speak out against this oppression. One of them is a blacksmith, but he gets thrown in jail without any food or water. The blacksmith's children throw a rice ball into his cell, but instead of eating it, he shapes the rice ball into a rice doll, representing a legend he once heard, the spirit of Pulgasari. After the blacksmith dies, because he didn't eat the rice ball, his daughter gets a hold of the tiny action figure, and after some accidental blood magic, Pulgasari comes to life, and he is adorable. Look at him in the little box. Look at him. Hey there, little guy. Hey there, little Pulgasari. Oh, who's a good spirit? There's a good spirit eating a needle. Eating a lot of needles. Okay, he's eating a lot of needles. He's eating a lot of needles. After a few days, Pulgasari's grown to the size of a particularly threatening baby who begins fighting back against the feudal lord's forces. He's eating their metal swords and attack— No, Pulgasari, no, not the face! No eating faces! No eating faces! Somebody get a spray bottle! As Pulgasari grows, he inspires the villagers to take up arms and fight back against the feudal lord's troops. The feudal lord tries to blow Pulgasari up with artillery, which doesn't work. After that, they try to burn him in a cage. That doesn't work. Their dumbest plan is to throw him down a hole. Yeah, we'll throw the giant monster down a hole, defeating him forever. Also doesn't work. Finally, Pulgasari reaches the Lord's Palace, and in some of the best practical special effects of any North Korean movie, he smashes the palace up. Now they were truly Pulgasari.
That's 2 puns, Paper. You only get 1 more.
Yeah, but I think it was worth it. Had the film ended here, it'd be a pretty easy movie to analyze. Pulgasari is the undying, dedicated spirit of the working class, but Pulgasari doesn't end here. There's still 10 minutes left of plot. And those last 10 minutes are the most important of the entire film, because Pulgasari is still hungry. He begins eating all the iron in the now freed country, becoming more dangerous to the villagers than the feudal lord ever was. Left with no other choice, the blacksmith's daughter hides in a big metal bell and tricks Pulgasari into eating her. Consuming her blood breaks the spell that brought Pulgasari to life, causing him to peacefully and calmly pass on to the next world. That'll work too. From Pulgasari's ashes, a new baby Sari appears, turning into energy and, I think, bringing the girl back to life, maybe? It's kind of ambiguous, but she starts crying, so I think she's alive. Pulgasari...
That had to mean something, right? I saw a pink cloud. I'm not schizo. That means something. That means I'm almost there, baby. Right? Please? Yeah, I'm like looking up the Titanic, or not Titanic, the like a bunch of the. Actually, how many tile things do you have, Jafet? Let me ask that. How many in total? What about of the good ones? Matter of fact, I'ma just send you on a hunt. You want to make some money? I need you to go lobby to lobby, I need you to go hub to hub, buying not this one, the other one, the one that gets 500%, the super lucky. I will pay you to go buy me a shit ton. Yes. But it's going to be annoying, so that's the biggest thing, right? But I will pay you. You tell me how much you spend into how much money do you have currently? Or how many diamonds? Well, I mean after a match. You don't have to do it right now, obviously. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you got some money right now. Do I even have any of them right now? Get a bit all these tickets, yes sir, ski. What the fuck they be? Take that. Take that, take that, take that. Take that, take that. Yeah, how many, how much are they worth right now? Did it say 70K, I think? If I'm not mistaken, right? $139K. So, no. For each one you buy, I can give you 200 mil. Does that sound good? Or not 200 mil for each. 200K. If need be, I can go a little higher. Depending on how much these are, I'll give you 75K per you get. That sound good? So like, let's just say you get 10 of these, right? you paid like 1.4 mil. Instead, I'll give you 2.1 because I'm gonna pay 75K extra per you get. I forgot. I really did forget that I could utilize my audience like this. I should have been. I did this when I first started streaming this game. I should have been doing this. I should have been taking advantage. They do the same thing with kids too. On some Diddy shit. Yeah, I need to get that 750 real quick. Real quick ski. Like I said, I'm just way too lazy. And honestly, I didn't know how much to offer. So I just said that amount. Alright, cool. Bet. Like I said, it's gonna be terrible. You're gonna get into a lot of fucking lobbies where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, retard, this is actually an auction. And then a lot of lobbies, it's gonna be like, hey man, yeah, we got it, but now you gotta, what is it? Yeah, it's just gonna fuck you over. That's why I'm having you do it, because I don't want to do it. But hey, you make money off of it. Let me check something. Oh, one more. Lord, please bless this. Please. Oh, didn't they say they just fixed this bitch? Why the fuck is still fucking up, man? Alright. Yeah, okay. I still need to sell these, though. That could make some... I know these are more expensive, funny enough, because people are trying to get that best pet. But it don't even fucking matter. Care about it.
Story's ending, where even after the evil feudal lord is defeated, he remains a threat, well, it can be a little puzzling, and numerous interpretations have been set forth. The most common interpretation is that the film is criticizing feudalism's abuse of the working class, which is solved by capitalism or pulgasari. But capitalism can only be a temporary solution because its insatiable growth and materialism ends up becoming destructive and has to be replaced with another system. Socialism. But a very different theory says the movie was a way for Shin Sang-ok to mock his North Korean captors. In this theory, Pulgasari is not capitalism, he's the Kim dynasty, who once did fight against an oppressive government, but has now become worse than what was there before. But I don't really buy either of these theories. I don't think it's really about capitalism or socialism or feudalism or hating on the Kims. I think Kim Jong-il just saw the international success that Japan's Godzilla series had and was hoping to copy it. Kim, as a big fan of international films, knew that Godzilla movies are about more than their big rubber suit fights. Godzilla movies are about something. Early 1950s Godzilla films were critiques of nuclear weaponry. 1970s films were about pollution and environmentalism. So Kim, who was involved with this film's writing, wanted to insert the illusion of some deeper meaning into Pulgasari because that's what he thought would make it into an international blockbuster. Now, domestically, Pulgasari did great. It was Shin Sang-ok's most popular film inside North Korea. There are defector accounts from the time talking about how people would see this movie 5, 10, 20 times. Internationally, the world responded with more of a, and it didn't make a splash. Pulgasari would eventually get some popularity with kaiju fans in the late 1990s, a decade after its release, but it's hard to tell if Pulgasari really deserves that cult classic status. It's just a C- Godzilla knockoff that's only popular due to the scandalous, kidnappy circumstances of its creation. In fairness to Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee, they had more important stuff on their mind than writing a perfect giant monster movie. They were getting ready to escape North Korea. In 1986, as part of their film creation duties, Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee travel to the neutral city of Vienna with their 3 bodyguards/minders. Upon arrival at the hotel, Shin and Che slip a note to the hotel staff explaining who they are, that they were kidnapped victims of North Korea, and that they needed asylum in the nearby US embassy. Originally, I had a whole 8 or 9 minute breakdown of how they escaped, then I'd finish the section with a big retelling of how they burst into tears as the US embassy took them into protection. They were free, happy, and endings all around. But this isn't a movie, it's real life, and happy endings are messy. Shin and Che's life never returned to normalcy. They're given asylum in the United States in exchange for those recordings of Kim Jong-il. They get to reunite with their kids, and they do end up remarrying each other, so all that's good. But after that, the two of them rode a slow descent into awkward obscurity. Shin Sang-ok made a few movies of note in America, most famously the Three Ninja series, as well as the movie Galgameth, which was a low-budget knockoff of his own movie Pulgasari, which was a high-budget knockoff of Godzilla, but neither project was the mega success that producers were hoping for. For years, the couple battled with protest and condemnations from some groups, accusing them of having purposefully defected to North Korea and then changing their mind and leaving, which I don't know how anybody can believe that since we have Kim Jong-il on tape apologizing for Kim. I don't know how any having each other for those to the hotel staff. My popularity with there are defective did Kim Jong-il just capitalism or so. But a very different theory says the movie was a way for Shin Sang-ok to mock his North Korean captors. In this theory, Pulgasari is not capitalism, he's the Kim dynasty, who once did fight against an oppressive government, but has now become worse than what was there before. But I don't really buy either of these theories. I don't think it's really about capitalism or socialism or feudalism or hating on the Kims. I think Kim Jong-il just saw the international success that Japan's Godzilla series had and was hoping to copy it. Kim, as a big fan of international films, knew that Godzilla movies are about more than their big rubber suit fights. Godzilla movies are about something. Early 1950s Godzilla films were critiques of nuclear weaponry. 1970s films were about pollution and environmentalism. So Kim, who was involved with this film's writing, wanted to insert the illusion of some deeper meaning into Pulgasari because that's what he thought would make it into an international blockbuster. Now, domestically, Pulgasari did great. It was Shin Sang-ok's most popular film inside North Korea. There are defector accounts from the time talking about how people would see this movie 5, 10, 20 times. Internationally, the world responded with more of a and it didn't make a splash. Pulgasari would eventually get some popularity with kaiju fans in the late 1990s, a decade after its release, but it's hard to tell if Pulgasari really deserves that cult classic status. It's just a C- Godzilla knockoff that's only popular due to the scandalous, kidnappy circumstances of its creation. In fairness to Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee, they had more important stuff on their mind than writing a perfect giant monster movie. They were getting ready to escape North Korea. In 1986, as part of their film creation duties, Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee travel to the neutral city of Vienna with their 3 bodyguards/minders. Upon arrival at the hotel, Shin and Che slip a note to the hotel staff explaining who they are, that they were kidnapped victims of North Korea, and that they needed asylum in the nearby US embassy. Originally, I had a whole 8 or 9 minute breakdown of how they escaped, then I'd finish the section with a big retelling of how they burst into tears as the US embassy took them into protection. They were free. Happy endings all around.
Nope.
But this isn't a movie, it's real life, and happy endings are messy. Shin and Che's life never returned to normalcy. They're given asylum in the United States in exchange for those recordings of Kim Jong-il. They get to reunite with their kids, and they do end up remarrying each other, so all that's good. But after that, the two of them rode a slow descent into awkward obscurity. Shin Sang-ok made a few movies of note in America, most famously the Three Ninja series, as well as the movie Galgameth, which was a low-budget knockoff of his own movie Pulgasari, which was a high-budget knockoff of Godzilla, but neither project was the mega success that producers were hoping for. For years, the couple battled with protest and condemnations from some groups, accusing them of having purposefully defected to North Korea and then changing their mind and leaving, which I don't know how anybody can believe that since we have Kim Jong-il on tape apologizing for kidnapping them, but okay, I guess. It's almost cruel to say this, but Shin Sang-ok's career as a successful director died the day he escaped from Kim Jong-il. So I don't know if I call that a happy ending, but it's better than the alternative. Incidentally, Kim Jong-il does not take their escape very well. Go figure. He orders their names to be stripped from all film credits. He forbids filmmakers from talking about the traitors, as he called them. He even sets up nationwide re-education lectures designed to inform the country that Shin Sang-ok had betrayed the country and was not to be praised for his work. And part of me can't help but feel a little bad for Kim Jong-il, because the way Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee talked about their relationship, it feels like they were some of the only people, the only friends that Kim could openly speak with. And their accounts of what he was like are way less damning than you'd expect. Shin and Che said he was genuinely embarrassed by the cheering and leader worship and crying, treating it as this unpleasant role he had to play, a performance that he was required to take on. In Kim Jong-il's words, it's all bogus. It's all pretense. But any drops of sympathy I have for Kim vanish when I remember he also oversaw a totalitarian hellscape with some of the worst human rights abuses on the planet, atrocities against his own people, and the most heinous things he does haven't even happened yet. So yeah, f that guy, and I'm glad the post-Shin Sang-ok period for North Koreans' films never, ever hit the heights it had in the 80s. But Kim Jong-il doesn't have time to cry over losing his kidnapped best friends, since their escape is the least of his problems. In a time where Kim Jong-il is granted more and more power ruling the government from his father, North Korea is starting to come apart at the seams. But let's go ahead and put a pin in that for a second, because in the 1980s, there's something else happening in North Korean media over in Japan. Do you remember way back at the beginning of this video when I said that one of the ways Koreans were mistreated under Imperial Japan was through forced labor? No, I'm seriously asking, do you remember that? Because that was hours ago. Even I barely remember saying it, and I recorded that this morning. While forced Korean labor was mostly focused in Korea, hundreds of thousands of Koreans were also made to relocate to Japan and do difficult jobs, farming, mining, and factory work. After World War II ends in 1945, most Koreans returned home to Korea, but some chose to stay in Japan. Those that did are known as Zainichi Koreans, and unfortunately they often suffered various forms of discrimination from the Japanese government, which led Zainichi Koreans to form two support groups for themselves. The pro-South Korean group, Mindan, and the pro-North Korean group, Changryeon. Both groups were dedicated to promoting better treatment for their members, but they differed a lot in their approach. Mindan wanted Zainichi Koreans to maintain their Korean identities while also engaging in Japanese society. They fought for equal rights under the law and were instrumental in getting Zainichi Koreans the right to vote. The much larger Changryeon, on the other hand, was fiercely anti-assimilation, and I mean the hardcore, don't dirty your pure Korean blood with Japanese blood levels of anti-assimilation. Barf, by the way. Changryeon did everything they could to keep members isolated from engaging with Japanese society, even setting up special, insular Changryeon schools, all funded directly by North Korea. Their students would even take special trips to the DPRK to touch on their cultural roots. In the 1960s, Changryeon even had a repatriation campaign to get Zainichi Koreans to move to North Korea on a one-way, no-return boat trip, promising a life of equality and prosperity. They usually went on this boat, the Mongyeongbong. But once we catch up to the 1980s, Changryeon's heyday is long over. News had gotten back from Zainichi Koreans that had moved to North Korea that, well, it sucked. And they were receiving worse discrimination in North Korea than they were in Japan. And it didn't help Changryeon when stories of abductions of Japanese citizens by North Korea became public, causing their membership numbers to plummet. They start tweaking the propaganda from, Japan sucks, go live in North Korea, to their official slogan of, Japan is where we live, but North Korea is where our minds reside. And they would use movies to help deliver that message and keep members. Changryeon Film Studio starts getting funds from North Korea to produce their own full-length feature movies using borrowed North Korean actors and directors. The movies tend to act like parables for Zainichi Koreans living in Japan, reminding them of the daily discrimination in their lives while trying to reinforce two big ideas. One, don't leave Chongrong, and two, don't assimilate to Japan even if you've decided to stay here for the rest of your life. We can see those two messages all over their first movie, 1985's A Silver Hairpin. A Silver Hairpin stars an aging but devoted Chongrong member, Rim Jin-sok, who, rain or shine, never fails to deliver the Chongrong newspaper to its members. He raises his daughter to be a model girl who's in a happy relationship with another Chongrong member. The two even kiss on screen. One day, Jin's neighbor asks for his help in saving her daughter, Ok-cha. Ok-cha was once also a good kid, but has recently decided she hates being Korean. She's wearing sexy clothes. And worst of all, you might want to sit down for this. She's dating a Japanese guy. Boo! What about the bloodline? Jin eventually tracks the girl down to a late 1980s disco bar, which has to be one of the saddest locations on the planet. There, he tries to confront the girl about her recent decision to... Hold on, is that f***ing ABBA again? North Korea, ABBA isn't countercultural degenerate music. It's what they play at Christian youth parties for preteens. It's just like... You know what? Whatever. So, Jin confronts Ok-cha and... No, I'm not done with this. ABBA isn't even like contemporary music in 1985. Bang a Boomerang came out in the 70s. Why are they... Jin-sok confronts Ok-cha and her evil Japanese boyfriend. He almost gets a little hero moment where he stops the boyfriend from taking a swing at her, which would be a pretty dope scene, except right after, Jin then smacks the hell out of her for not listening to him. That'll show just for getting hit by a non-Korean, you dumb broad. After knocking her out, Jin takes her home and sobers her up, delivering a speech about how Korean and Japanese blood just shouldn't be mixed. Blech. Ok-cha, after getting punched, takes this skin-crawlingly horrible monologue to heart and returns to being a good Chongrong girl. A Silver Hairpin was quickly followed up by Chongrong's second film, Thaw. This film opens up in the 1930s as a group of Koreans are being forcefully rounded up to work in Japan, including a man named Hyung Chae. After being brought to Japan, Hyung teams up with another Korean to fight a guard and flee. The other Korean is shot in the legs and seemingly dies, but Hyung escapes. However, he never forgets the selfless deed of the other man, and all of this is premature setup for a plot twist coming 140 minutes later in the movie as we hard cut to modern-day New York City. A Korean college professor is giving dumb revisionist history about how North Korea is great and America sucks, but one of his college students stands up and one of his college students stands, hello, yes, I am 19-year-old American student. I like beer, feetball, and imperialism. Christ, look at this whole circus. The film is being shot in Japan, so do you think they just went out and grabbed some tourist off the street and offered them some money? Look at that dude. That's a homeless dude. That's just a homeless dude. The college professor wrecks the 35-year-old North Korean guy pretending to be a young white kid, all to thunderous applause. But later, he receives a letter from his friend, Hyung. Hyung has become a wealthy Zainichi Korean in Japan, and his daughter's about to get married, so he wants the college professor to come to the wedding. But when the professor arrives in Tokyo, he hears from Hyun that the marriage is actually cancelled. Hyun, who is in the Mindan group, remember that's the South Korean group, has found that his daughter's fiancé is in Chongrong, and he cannot have that. The reason Hyung has a problem with Chongrong is that he thinks it's a harmful organization to modern Zainichi Korean's image. It's the kidnapping. I think we can all agree, whatever the politics involved, this is going to be a hard and delicate conversation to have. You're telling your daughter that she cannot get married to the person she loves. So it's essential that you pick somewhere that will allow you two to have a private and safe place to discuss. Okay, no, he takes her to a strip club. Hyung's daughter, who has now, again, been taken to a strip club with her father to hear about her marriage getting canceled, runs away. She takes some illegal substance for her grief, almost kicks the bucket, and gets brought to the ER. There, Hyung and the girl's ex-fiance's family race to see her. Hyung recognizes the father as, plot twist in the last 5 minutes of the movie, the same man who helped him escape all those years ago. He has a big overacted moment of, if the man who saved my life all those years ago is in Chongrong, well then it's okay for his son to marry my daughter. A Silver Hairpin and Thaw were made by Chongrong to be relatable stories for Zainichi Koreans living in modern Japan, and to make sure those films are relatable to that audience, the Japanese setting has to be kind of realistic, right? I mean, they live there, they know what it looks like. So, unlike a lot of North Korean movies, Chongrong movies don't depict Japan as dark and miserable. It's depicted as a bright, modern country with bullet trains and parties and lots of food, and nobody's farming constantly. They're going on romantic motorcycle rides, they surf, they have fancy giant screen televisions for the time. These movies make Japan look downright lovely. Here's the problem with that. Some wonderful, beautiful moron in North Korea's propaganda and agitation department made the decision to also release these Chongrong films in North Korea with very few edits and censorship. You can see why that's going to be an issue, right? Imagine being a 20-something-year-old North Korean in 1985. Your whole life, you've been told that your country is better than anywhere else in the world. That Japan is, like South Korea, a morose, cruel, joyless purgatory for lost Koreans who only wish to return to the motherland. Sure, there's some trouble in North Korea. The economy isn't doing that great, I guess. Daily life's a little harder than it used to be. Food is sparser, there are more power outages. A lot more, actually. Like a lot? But still, life for you is better than those poor Zainichi Koreans. Oh, how that situation breaks your heart. And then you go to the theater and see this, and this, and this. What the hell? That city looks great! And why do all these Zainichi Koreans have big, beautiful houses? They have so much food. Their world is practically electrified in neon. Cars are everywhere. Anybody can get a car? Anybody can get a car or a motorcycle? People can go on romantic motorcycle escapade road trips to play on the beach whenever they want? What the hell? These two movies, which were ostensibly screened to remind North Koreans how they're so much better off than Zainichi Koreans in Japan, are instead directly showing them how much worse their lives are. How can the PAD be this bad at their job? Pretty soon, they realized what they'd done, and in a fit of textbook damage control media, quickly release another movie called The Nation I Saw. This film is literally just about a journalist who travels to North Korea and finds how amazing life is and how the whole world should learn about their utopian society. But it's also not nearly enough. Because in the late 1980s in North Korea, news about the quality of life and forms of recreation available outside the country, it's all seeping in. There's even a very small number of people who are smuggling in some foreign media. Possession of this media was inexpressibly illegal, so it's a big risk, but even so, some people are getting a little taste of what's outside North Korea, and they like it. Now back to how absolutely fucked Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung are. What's going on with North Korea? North Korea's more dependent on foreign aid than it has been in decades. Agricultural mismanagement continues to cause food shortages. Countries are hearing about North Korea's human rights violations. South Korea...
Am I tripping? But why are the stairs pink? Is that supposed to happen? Like, am I tripping? Like, if that's supposed to happen, then cool, whatever. But my thing is, I don't know if that's supposed to happen. You know what I mean? Like, look at it. It's pink. Like, it's turning pink. Maybe that's a visual bug on my end? See what I mean? Like, if that's supposed to happen, cool. But why are the stairs turning pink? Is it dignifying it's like nighttime? Or it's... So confused. You see what I mean? I don't know. That's why I'm trying to... That's why I'm asking. Hey, God, what you got going on up there, Gangy? I'm gonna start buying them for Chandler. What? Yeah, you see what? I only want the ultra lucky ones. Do not give me the wooden ones. I do not want those. I only want the rainbow ones. Yeah.
Continue.
Matter of fact, let me do this. Where am I streaming? Where's the shit at? Have they just been pink the whole time and I'm tripping? They have. I am tripping. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm tripping dick. Yeah, I'm like, why the fuck is this thing turning pink? I don't know. I guess it must have just been... I don't know. Who fucking knows?
Continues to widen their economic gap, and damn it, those Seoul Olympics, they're on their way. So Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung build a 1-2 punch plan. One, they do what they could to undermine the upcoming 1988 Seoul Olympics. Then they opened North Korea up to more tourism. Now anybody could go, unless you were from Taiwan, Japan, South Africa, the United States, or Israel. And one of the things they highly recommend their tourists see is their brand new International Film Festival. Welcome to the PFFO. TNAAODC, the Pyongyang Film Festival of the Non-Aligned and Other Developing Countries. The only film festival whose name is easier to say than its own acronym. That's a guarantee. Pro-socialist and neutral countries from all over the world are welcome to come watch some films, and if your movie is deemed ideologically acceptable, it can even be shown to a real North Korean audience and compete for North Korea's grand film prize, the Golden Torch Award. Between screenings, you'll stay at the luxurious 4-star Yanggakdo International Hotel, conveniently isolated only a single mile offshore from Pyongyang. Come and enjoy a night of bowling, relax in the massage parlor, or how about a swim? Just be sure not to go to the 5th floor. Instead, why not go for a spin on our revolving restaurant at the top? That's much better than time at the 5th floor. Personally, I recommend taking a... Look, don't go to the 5th floor, okay? Not that there is a 5th floor, because there's no 5th floor button on the elevator. And if there was a 5th floor, it'd have a button on the elevator. Wouldn't it, stupid? That's why you shouldn't believe rumors of guests who use the service stairs to investigate and reported that there's surveillance systems keeping eyes on all the guests.
Why do you think I'm paying you to do it? Because that's what kept happening to me and it pissed me off. That's why I'm paying you to do it.
You silly, silly goose. Now let's resume the action at the film festival. And the Grand Prix winner of the first Golden Torch Award goes to... Oh my Kim, it's North Korea! North Korea wins the Golden Torch! Woo! They did it! Nobody believed they could win! North Korean squeaks out a win with 1987's A Broad Bellflower! Broad Bellflower is the tale of an old man who abandoned his home village decades ago, looking for a better life in the city. But now he's returned to ask for forgiveness, and joined by his son. Other than a really fun scene where the son wrestles a cow off a bridge, a Broad Bellflower story is a bit on the bland side, but its message is really worth exploring because it can tell us a lot about the state of North Korea in the late 1980s. The movie portrays this old man's choice to depart his home village all those years ago, not as a young man seeking adventure in the world, but as a portrayal of his roots and comrades. And the film really hits you over the head with this over and over and over about how wrong he was to leave his hometown, how selfish he was for going to the city, and how you, the audience, should also stay where you're from or you'll regret it too. So why would they go with a message like this? At the time, North Korea was suffering food shortages, worse than what had come before, although not as bad as it's going to get soon. And they needed people to be farming and keeping
they are
agricultural output
That's
high.
why these
So
retards
they
keep
began
doing it, but
pressuring
like I
farmers
said, they
in the
need to...
countryside to stay where they.
Like I said, next update, they need to make it to where if you fucking do it, or whatever, like if you do that shit, you need to be... What is it? I don't know what the thing is, but you should absolutely not be doing fucking whatever, right? Like, you should not be able to fucking bid. Or, like, I'm losing my fucking mind. You should not be able to sell shit. I'm retarded. Fuck, I keep forgetting. Alright. They should have an option to where you can toggle off when you search for an item, it doesn't show auctions. Because as it currently stands, every fucking time you go to auctions, it immediately, or you search for an item, and immediately puts you in the one that has an auction first. Which is fucking stupid. Because that's clearly not what I wanted. And it does it every single time, and that's the biggest issue, is all these fucking retards are putting them up for auction, and auction, and auction. It's so fucking annoying. Like, make it to where we can toggle off going to lobbies with auctions. I don't care for them. Like, legitimately, I just don't care for them at all. I don't want the auction. I didn't ask for the auction. Don't give me no fucking auction.
They were born. Don't leave for better, greener grass. Stay where you're born. And maybe a deeper message here is stay where you're born, in North Korea. Defections are still not a severe issue, but the numbers are on the rise, and the Kims, as always, are very aware of it. But the Pyongyang Film Festival isn't the only way North Korea is trying to build some cinematic credibility abroad while making some dough on the side. Kim Jong-il also cracks the country's window just a smidge by allowing for more internationally co-produced films to be made. That's big news. The last time North Korea was doing co-productions with foreign countries was back in the 60s with that Soviet project Brothers and the terrible French film Moranbong, both of which were banned from screenings in the country. Although, strictly speaking, that's not true. There were also some films...
Because I've also on regards to this fucking, Angel Dog thing too, I've been looking up information in regards to it, and it seems that there are a lot of conflicting things, but what I do know is it went into the, or when people went to the files of the thing, there's a thing about like 24-hour blank or whatever, like climbing or something like in the code like that, right? And so for my big, like, what is it? My big conspiracy theory as it stands right now is that I believe that, or from what people were also saying, is you don't have a 1 in a million chance. Like I said, it could just be a false flag and not mean shit. We don't know. But from what I've seen and like read a little bit about in the code, there's a 24 hour, Let me look it up real quick. I don't want to be incorrect and dumb. Golden angel dog. Uh. Hold on. And looking into the modules related to the staircase, there's a goal cooldown which is 24 hours. This can mean one of two things. Players must be climbing for at least 24 hours to reach the end, / have a chance to reach the end. Which, I don't know if I would say that, because it said minimum goal is 10, which I presume means that you only have to go up 10 steps to actually get a chance for it. Which, I don't know if it's true or not, but I would hope for the love of God this fucker does not have it set up to where you can only, like, you have to do the stairs for 24 hours to be able to start actively getting chances to get it. Like, my computer doesn't turn, like I said, my computer doesn't turn off or, like, disconnect like that, but I don't know, still, I don't know. What I'll probably end up doing anyway is, actually, I'll probably just leave my whole computer on when I do it. About the goal cooldown, if it did mean you needed to actively climb for 24 hours before obtaining it, how could they track that time? Best they would be able to do is track how long you've spent moving. Could you just use a macro at the bottom for 24 hours and then start walking? Yeah, that is true. And also, another person saying, I feel like it means once you find it, once you have to wait 24 hours again after that. So I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe it fully is like, you have to be climbing the stair the entire time for 24 hours to get it, but I don't know. I don't know. Fuck. Like I said, it could really mean anything. Like I said. Seems weird anyway.